I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to see all you beautiful, fine folk in chat already. It is a great day to be alive. Great day to be on Counterpoints Live. Go ahead and like the stream. That way other people know that we're live and they'll come and join us in chat and hang out and have a good time. We should have a fun day for you today. What I mean by that is we will be covering the news just to kind of break in and maybe touch grass a little bit. Then we'll be covering the Pisco versus Tim Pool and Maga debate, which should be fun. Like Pisco is obviously a pretty contentious person. I've obviously called him my little brother sometimes in reference to the way that he conducts himself. He can be quite needling and annoying while still being very smart and pointed. So should be fun, even though I'll find myself probably in the middle of the arguments, to be honest. I think it's specifically about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, due process, and the legality of mass deportation. So that should be a spicy little combo. And yeah, that's pretty much it as far as like a basic intro. Christian Blair says, your opinion is Dim Fool's a grifter, audience captured, or just R-slurred? Well, I don't think he's R-slurred. I think that, you know, let's just be very transparent, I guess. So Tim, I think, is smarter than the average bear, more cunning than the average bear, I guess, but he's not brilliant. I'll say that. I don't think he has like 140 IQ. I don't think he's fantastic at analysis. I don't think he's fantastic at digging in deep into things, as we've, caught him a couple of times, having a very surface understanding of current events. But what I do think, he might not be like wildly giga 3000 IQ intelligent like everybody in my chat, but he is cunning. And good morning, K-Soko. Good morning. Good to see you. The example that I would bring to you, I suppose, is that I think he has decent political instincts for the way that things are going. In reference to the debate that I just had recently with Left is Best, I think that there were some lulls in the conversation, and I think he decided to spice things up by being hyperbolic about the level of conservative enforcement you would need in order to have a welfare state, in reference to Singapore. And so he played to the audience a little bit by being more spicy. That being said, I think it takes a certain amount of cunning, I guess, is the best way to phrase it, in order to know how to play the audience. So a cynical liar, you mean? I don't know if that's it. Lying implies that he's saying things that he doesn't believe to be true. Unfortunately, I think that he's saying things that he does believe to be true. Cynical, yes. Cunning, yes. Playing to an audience, yes. Saying things he doesn't believe. Unfortunately, not. Like that's actually probably the worst part of it. Razzle Smasher, this is our liberal, not our groiper, says, good morning, Connor. I watched the film Warfare this week. It was intense. Have you seen it? And if so, what are your thoughts? I haven't seen it. But you know what we're going to do? This week, we're going to start Valor Reacts. So effectively, I'm going to take the breakdown formula of my Warhammer 40K content, and I'm going to start breaking down war media going forward. Warfare is, of course, on the list. And what we're going to do is there's Navy SEALs and Special Forces guy on Valor Media Network. We're going to get them to do reactions and breakdowns of popular media. So it should be a good time. Should be good content. Christian Lair says, I've seen him purposely misrepresent things that I don't think he would have years ago when he first started. Well, that's like the woke right battle, right? Right now he's going on, and I think he's being obtuse, where he's attacking James Lindsay and he's attacking another commentator that has like 250,000 followers on Twitter. And he's saying like, oh, you just want to alienate the entire right from the movement. And repeatedly, James Lindsay and this other guy have been like, no, we're actually trying to isolate the identitarians and psychopathic grifters within the right. And this is the bad behavior that we called out in the left. So it's kind of weird that you keep flaming us for something that you used to call out. So cynicism, self-delusion, I don't know. We have to make our own judgments. One thing that I'll know for sure, I was thinking about going back and doing the Luke Beasley conversation, because that's one where he just flat out got something wrong. And I actually texted Phil Labonte about the thing that he got wrong. It was that guy being incarcerated in solitary confinement in New York. And I never got a response into how Tim actually perceived that. Commander Haircut says, I saw a video where he was trying to argue the U.S. is in a state of war because some right-winger got shot by a leftist for 4 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of crazy thing that drives me nuts. This recent Pisco and Tim Pool was good. Hated every audience member questions, and one guy kept yelling the whole time from audience, kind of annoying for a debate. Well, that's the point, is that we can have productive conversations. But if you want that, you need to go to... Who's the dry, boring guy? You know who I'm talking about. Lex Friedman. If you want a dry, boring, analytical conversation, go to Lex Friedman. If you want bros hanging out, you go to Joe Rogan. If you want spicy debate, then you can get that occasionally on Tim Pool. You can get that on the Twitch and YouTube panels, obviously, like Wick and Prime Kai. But quality will vary depending on guests and guest participants. If you want schizophrenic live debate, I think that Tim is trying to corner that market. And so that should be fun. Should be good content no matter what. K Soko says, this recent, I think that's what we just said. Christian Valeris, please react to Charlie Sheen's Navy SEALs. I will, but I think I need to hold it for the Navy SEALs because we have half a dozen SEALs who are part of Valor Media Network. And so obviously I want to break it down. I want to break down Act of Valor. I want to say what I believe, but I think the people who actually do Navy SEAL stuff would be better participants for those videos. Razzle Smasher says, that sounds awesome. Apparently the film is super accurate, so I'm curious what actual vets like us would think about it. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to take a look at it. We also, Civil War was done by the same producer, so I'd want to look at Civil War. Sacred Snow says, we need an executive order to change Razzle Smasher to Razzle Lib and Razzle Cherry to Razzle Groiper. Yeah, I'm a fan of that plan. Although I do have their names memorized, so I'm good. But I think that it would help chat out if we had their political designations as part of their handles. K Soko says, I'm not a fan of Luke. He's too quick to cry for my taste. Well, that's the same thing with Dean Withers. And he has a friend too. So there was Harry Sisson. Harry Sisson was the liberal soy boy, but he's more masculine than the other ones. And he was caught sexting 11 girls at one time and he got canceled. And then Dean and whoever his friend was, they went on to, it was the Un-F America tour. It was like a PAC-funded tour of the United States of America. And they self-canceled the tour almost immediately because one of the tour managers was being microaggressive to black women. And it's like, guys, if you want to participate in politics at all, you're going to have to be tougher than that. A white lady saying, hey, we're doing the best we can with our volunteers and you guys aren't doing anything. So suck it up and just add in positively to the movement or buzz off. That's what the tour manager effectively said. And then that being called microaggressions and then the entire tour falling apart. That's exactly the kind of criticisms that have been brought up for a decade about how the progressive left cares more about virtue than they do about efficacy. Void of Parrot says, Lindsay will never outlive that stupid Lucifer Morningstar waking up woke clip. I will admit he will outlive it because the truth is everybody outlives everything in the online space. You're only as cancelable as you make yourself. But I will admit that was some grade A nuclear cringe that will infect my infect my veins for years to come. Whenever somebody says James Lindsay, and I'm like, yeah, I think the woke right analysis was good. And then they're like, yeah, how do you feel about that? Morningstar Lucifer wake up quote. And I'm going to be like, that was a rough one. Ironside says, honestly, like many A24 movies, but they do have some of the best cinematography I've ever seen. Still needs to give Warfare a watch, though. Yeah, Ironside, what's interesting about A24, I swear to God, they had a bunch of B movies like a decade ago. So whenever I would see A24, I associate it with like really poor quality B movies. But in the past like half decade, I think they've substantively upped their quality and they've also upped their stable of talent to the point that now they actually produce some of the best action sequences in film, which is crazy because it's like, where did the studio come from? I'm used to MGM or Lionsgate or Bad Robot, or I'm trying to think of all this stuff. But there was a lot of really popular studios in the thousands that you knew were going to be good, or at least have like a blockbuster with good memes in it. And A24 kind of came out of nowhere in the past decade. Sean Kaplan says, good morning, Connor. Notice you never shout out your Patreon. Does YouTube give creators a better split? No, I should shout out my Patreon more. It's just that Patreon, I'll share this with you before we get started. I'm sorry to chat who wants to get into content, but I'm just kind of engaging with chat right now. So the Patreon, I should use Patreon more aggressively, but the UI isn't as attractive as, let's say, Twitter or even Discord or anything like that. It's effectively like a Facebook newsfeed specifically for people who give you money, right? And I just don't do that much interesting stuff besides the content. I make the content. That's why it's there, right? And so the Patreon, my mistake is I'm using the Patreon effectively like a YouTube membership, where if you just want to give $5 or $10 a month instead of giving me super chats, then that's, the way that you contribute. But I don't do enough for the patrons, as evidenced by the fact that, I bounce between $100 and $200 a month, and then people come in and drop off and come in and drop off. And it's really my fault for not growing it as a community and posting rewards for the Patreon members. But I was thinking about that in reference to subreddits as well. I don't like Reddit. I think that a lot of people use Reddit way too much, similar to the way that I use Twitter. But the truth is that there's enough of a community on Reddit that cross-pollinates with other subreddits that it might be worth it to make a Counterpoints Reddit and then be active on it. Because obviously DGG, effectively, I would say the community is based on Reddit. Their Discord is very active, but I think I've heard Steven say that their DGG Discord is effectively nothing compared to their Reddit. And so, that's the question is, do I engage in social media behavior where I don't want the audience to necessarily get sucked into a social media vortex? Or do I do it because I think our social media vortex would be better than other social media vortexes? I don't know the answer to that question. The truth is I probably just need to sack up and do it. Christian Blair says, it's worse than that, lol. They accused her of embezzling without proof, which is grounds for defamation. Whoa, who we talking about? Lindsay? James Lindsay is a man. Who are you talking to, Christian Blair? That kind of stuff drives me crazy. It makes me feel like the left literally. Oh, yeah. You were talking about the female producer for the Un-F America tour. Yeah. That's the kind of self-cancellation that's going to make liberals and progressives not viable. Yeah, for real, dude. Charlie Kirk is getting free W's from Dean Withers. Sacred Snow says, yeah, I agree. Yeah. Okay. Warfare probably has the most realistic IED casualty core presented in cinema. Dope. Looking forward to it. Good morning, Dashing Rogue. Good to see you. IED scene was sick, nasty. Nice. Cries and being permabanned from Reddit. What were you doing? Oh, okay. You guys are crazy. Derek says Dean accused Z of money laundering too. Yeah, well, unless you have evidence, then you need to shush your fuzz, right? I think you can solve that hard social media Reddit thing with aggressive moderation. We'll see. There's a lot of back-end stuff. The good news is the back-end stuff, I'm seeing movement. So I know I'm always like, oh, guys, it's 2:30. That's my 5 hours, and I got to dip out and do back-end stuff. The good news is we got an editor. We got an editor for my channel. We got a social media person for Valor. We're setting expectations with them this week about as far as, content production. I am seeing some movement on my channel as far as the metrics going up and the ad revenue correlating and going up, with it. We are going to focus on other things like maybe a subreddit, revivifying the Discord, revivifying the Patreon. And obviously that's all going to take time. But the truth is, like, I write down an Excel spreadsheet to-do list of like 20 action items, and I can only do like 2 or 3 at a time. I'm one man, unfortunately. I was being mean to the Vatniks. Well, that's just based. Philip Coffey says, Connor, a good go to Patreon. We could all look forward to the eventual Counterpoint Snark subreddit. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're doing. Counter Buddy subreddit. True. All right. So let's go ahead and get into the content. I'm going to cover the news fairly quickly. I do like covering the news because I think that it grounds us before we get into the schizophrenic world of YouTube politics. But I also just love the schizophrenic world of YouTube politics. So it's kind of this draw where I want to be responsible and inform you guys about what's going on in the world, but I also just want to get to the content. So it's kind of this double-edged sword, I suppose. But that's okay. We'll be responsible today. So Dow set to soar 1,000 points after Trump team in China dramatically lower tariffs. This is one of my most frustrating things about the Trump admin is they'll wipe several $1 trillion off of the stock market, and then they'll go back to what was being done before, and then they'll be like, "Oh, this is a W, this is a win." And it's like, okay, we could have just done what we were doing before, or you could have negotiated it in an infinitely less destructive way that didn't screw over hundreds of thousands of people. But whatever. Let's just read a few paragraphs. U.S. stocks surged on Monday after President Donald Trump's top trade officials brokered a surprisingly dramatic de-escalation in trade tensions with China over the weekend, dropping tariffs to much lower levels, which some economists say could stave off a U.S. recession. Wow, a recession that we ourselves caused. Dow futures rose more than 1,000 points, or 2.6%. S&P futures were 3% higher, and NASDAQ futures gained 4%. U.S. stocks were set to erase all their losses since Trump's April 2nd Liberation Day trade announcement, which placed a 10% tariff on practically all goods coming into the United States and set significantly higher tariffs on dozens of countries. Trump paused most of those tariffs just days after they went into effect, but jacked up import taxes on China, eventually to 145% on Chinese imports. In turn, China hiked tariffs goods up to 125. The tit-for-tat trade war had effectively stopped trade between the two countries, risking substantial price hikes and shortages. Trump and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had both said in recent weeks that tariffs on China had grown unsustainably high and a detente was necessary. But few believe that the result of the discussion between Bessent, U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, and their Chinese counterparts in Geneva this weekend was going to be quite so significant. Both sides agreed to axe tariffs by 115 percentage points, still leaving the levies considerably higher than they were before Trump took office in January, but much lower than the historic level over the past month that deeply concerned American businesses, consumers, economists, and investors. This is one of the really frustrating things about this, is this level of unpredictability is almost worse than the policy itself. If he hit them with a bunch of tariffs, but then he's stuck with the prices, there, of course, is going to be like an economic shock. But people are going to recalibrate their businesses in order to act accordingly with those new prices, and they might look for alternative suppliers. Whereas what ended up happening is he destroyed a bunch of small businesses, and now he's reversing course. So, okay, what did we achieve? I guess is my question. Excuse me. Next story. Trump says U.S. government plans to accept luxury jet following reports of multi-million-dollar gift from Qatar. This is crazy. If the Biden administration did this, obviously everyone would be pooping their pants. President Donald Trump said Sunday night that the Defense Department plans to accept a Boeing 747-8 jet to replace Air Force One as a gift free of charge from Qatar. In politics, you don't get anything for free. CNN reported earlier Sunday that the Trump admin was set to accept the luxury plane from the Qatari royal family that will be retrofitted and used as Air Force One during the president's second term, according to two people familiar with the agreement. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said the multi-million-dollar jet would be used on a temporary basis in a very public and transparent transaction. Trump is set to embark Monday on his first major foreign trip, which includes a stop in Doha, Qatar. Given the massive value of Boeing 747-8, the move is unprecedented and raises substantial ethical and legal questions. A Qatari official said the plane is technically being gifted from the Qatari Ministry of Defense to the Pentagon, describing it more as a government-to-government transaction instead of a personal one. The Defense Department will then retrofit the plane for the president's use with security features and modifications. This is, they already said it, right? Air Force One is 40 years old. Trump wants to upgrade it and have it be prestigious in line with his own self-perceived stature. He's accepting, how much does a Boeing 747-8 cost? How much does a Boeing 747-8 cost? Around $400 million. So we just accepted a $500 million gift from the Qataris. For what reason? Don't we have a, $6 trillion federal budget? $500 million is almost nothing. And the Qataris are obviously expecting something in return. So the fact that this is just like, yeah, okay, cool. It's like, what? Why? Why are we doing this at all? And it's because Trump is a freak, is going to be my answer. Excuse me. All right, next story. Divided Supreme Court on full display heading into birthright citizenship hearing. This is going to be massively important. I think a lot of liberals and I presume that birthright citizenship is secured because of the way that it's articulated in the Constitution. But if they're actually saying that there's a divided Supreme Court, I want to know how dangerous this really is. The Supreme Court that will hear a case over birthright citizenship this week has been acting less like a group seeking consensus and more like 9 justices clinging to their own interests. Ruptures have occurred in litigation arising from President Donald Trump's effort to transform the federal government and remake America. But more broadly, the fractured court has been evident in the justices' separate opinions, behavior on the bench, and public appearances. Justices have increasingly gone their own way in memoirs and books too. As a result, the court may be less inclined to speak with one voice. Okay, that's okay. What about the specific case, though? What's the argumentation from the anti-birthright citizenship people? The Riven justices, as the country hurdles towards a possible constitutional showdown, risk appearing like yet another set of political actors. We're all political actors, unable to meet head-on threats to the rule of law. Lower court judges have found over and over the Trump admin has rejected statutory and constitutional guarantees, including, as one judge observed last week, that neither citizen nor alien be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Yeah, they're really beating up that amendment. Thursday's hearing in the white marble and heavy red. Oh my God, get to the point. The birthright citizenship case could become a platform for the agendas of individual justices. Already, the focus of friend of the court briefs varies widely as outside groups from constitutional scholars and legal historians to the Chamber of Commerce and Restaurant Law Center see the case as a catalyst for their respective issues. The justices have not specified the. Oh my God. Okay, they're basically just saying, I don't have, 10 minutes to read a single case. Why don't you actually show us what the controversy is over? In my opinion, if there was something more substantive, I'm going to go ahead and say that this is burying the lead. They're just talking about the controversy of how the Supreme Court is divided, but they're not actually talking about the birthright citizenship issue. They're just framing it within that in order to get to it. Yeah. So sorry, CNN, you took too long. Let me know when there's actually an argument going back and forth that viably threatens birthright citizenship, because to my knowledge, let's take a look at it. We'll read it together. Amendment. So we're going to read the 14th Amendment, okay? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person, not citizen, any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So all persons born or naturalized. The anti-birthright citizenship argument has been that there was some writing from critics of this amendment at the time of its writing saying that naturally politicians from enemy states or politicians from alien states, they wouldn't be citizens of the United States. However, this says otherwise, and I think it's been reaffirmed multiple times. So seeing the actual arguments for how these people are not citizens if they're born within the United States and subject to the laws therein, I don't know how you destroy that. Yeah. All right, let's cover the last few. Trump seeks to lower U.S. drug costs by challenging prices in other countries. I'm going to summarize this for you because I already read the story in a different location. Effectively, what Trump did, which I think is fairly interesting, is he wrote an executive order, which I have no idea how enforceable it is, but it effectively makes that the cost to the United States federal government, whenever they're buying medications from a company, will be the same price as their cheapest customer. So if the drug company is selling, let's say they're selling insulin to the United States at, I don't know, let's just pick a price, right? $250 a vial. But then they're selling it to the Dominican Republic for $8 a vial, right? The argument would be that like the Dominican Republic is substantively more poor. The insulin that they need, the locals can only afford it at $8. So as a result, we're going to charge them $8. We'll make a minimal amount of profit, but we'll charge the United States because they can make that money. So what ended up happening was Trump said, okay, well, we're only going to pay $8 per vial. I don't know how enforceable that is, but what the expectation is going to be is that the drug companies, to make up for that substantive decrease in profit, will raise prices across the board so they can still get a little bit of money from the poorest countries, but they can also get a decent return on investment from the United States. So all in all, I'll give credit. This is probably a fairly smart move. It could screw over poor people, but also I think fair's fair. And I do think that there are vultures in the health industry that take advantage of wealthy people in order to screw over everyone. So I'm okay with it. Sorry. Let's catch up with chat real quick because it looks like you guys are popping off. I was just trying to knock out the news segment as quickly as possible. 2020, and it only lasted 2 months, though. If you're talking about him being mercurial on, what do you call it, executive orders, I'm with you. Commander Haircut, POV, your Heritage Foundation and your vetting process for the handmaid failed disastrously. Oof. I think this is seriously dangerous. Any slave or dependent of a slave could lose citizenship. Things can be a nightmare. Birthright is how we handled citizenship and freeing slaves. Yep. If they nuke birthright citizenship, I'm for every MAGA Latino being deported for real. Well, I know you're messing around, Casey, but at the same time, like, this has happened. I've seen 2 or 3 stories posted to Twitter where there were Hispanic immigrants to the United States. Half of their family were citizens, half of them were not. And then what ended up happening was the husband, the breadwinner, was deported because he didn't have citizenship. And it's like, wow, you screwed over your own family because you thought Trump was going to prioritize like gangbangers and criminals, and they ended up snatching up your husband. Kind of womp womp, kind of playing the world's smallest violin. But at the end of the day, it is messed up because you are taking out half of the family's financial support. You're taking out half of their parenting. So yeah, do you reap what you sow? 100%, but it's still sad and kind of evil. Soko says, it reads this way because this is how we dealt with freeing the slaves. Only way to free was then to make them citizens, and this is how we did it. Yeah. One of my MAGA friends was trolling me about the habeas corpus thing. I was like, are you trolling, Casey? I didn't know that habeas corpus was until 10 minutes ago, bro. Yeah. MAGA. So for those of you who don't know, Stephen Miller was talking about how the courts were dragging their feet when it came to providing due process for illegal immigrants. And so as a result, they were considering suspending habeas corpus, which is the right to have a trial. They were considering suspending that in order to expedite deportations. Now, I'm assuming that they're going to separate the class between citizens and non-citizens, because if they suspend habeas corpus for everyone, including citizens, they're going to get legally smacked down so aggressively it's crazy. But I'm pretty sure the last time that we suspended habeas corpus was like the Civil War of the United States. So not exactly great as far as maintaining the stability of the republic. Chris Smith says, I have a 2000s era Jones pocket constitution that was free from some prepper bucket scam. It cast doubt on the legality of the 14th. New tactic, same game. Interesting. Well, what's the argument, I guess? Because the only thing that I saw as far as argumentation was that there were people at the time who were criticizing the 14th Amendment, saying that it obviously did not apply to, alien politicians. Yeah. Yeah. So that's Plantagenet. Don't worry. You're white and French, and I think in the North, you'll be okay. Casey. All right, you guys are memeing too hard. Casey says, can we just make the whites 3/5 again? Fun little compromise. So what's interesting about the 3/5 compromise, I want to share this from you from a conservative perspective, because when I was growing up, the 3/5 compromise was argued to be a racist law that, and by the way, I'm not saying it's not racist. It is racist, but a racist law meant to reduce the value of black human beings, right? That was the intent, was to say, oh, you're not as important as us, therefore you don't get a vote. But there's a new Yankee argument, a new abolitionist argument that effectively says that the reason why they were doing the three-fifths compromise is because they knew that if they can't give them full representation, right? Because if they give them full representation, then a slave master can have endless amounts of slaves and then use them as a way to vote in the legislative system, but they're only going to vote along with the master, which is of course going to align with the institution of slavery. Whereas with the three-fifths compromise, by reducing the value of the vote of a slave, quote unquote, they made sure that slavery as an institution was doomed, because on the long scale, there was always going to be more citizens than there were slave owners. So, yeah. Excuse me. Celeste Pontagenet says, I'm waiting for the rich part, Cotter, so I can pass it on to video game and movie nights. Well, excellent. Excellent. Well, Derek, so that's the argument from abolitionists. I don't know how accurate it is, but they're arguing that the three-fifths compromise was to eventually destroy slavery. So I don't know. But anyways, let's finish up the last two news terms and then get into the content. President urges international community to study Israel's plan to take over Gaza aid delivery. So I do want to go to Al Jazeera every now and then. I don't like Al Jazeera necessarily as a news organization, but I think we need to keep our finger on the pulse. That way we're not propagandized without having counter propaganda. So let's take a look at what they're saying in reference to Israel seizing the food trucks. So Isaac Herzog has called on the UN to back Israel's plan to control aid delivery in Gaza, arguing it is needed to stop supplies from being diverted to Hamas. What Israel has offered in order to prevent Hamas from controlling humanitarian aid distribution is a new mechanism which will enable the distribution of aid directly to the people of Gaza, the Israeli president said during a visit to Germany's capital, Berlin. The plan, approved by Israel's cabinet, would reportedly create several aid hubs inside militarized zones in southern Gaza where Palestinians would have to go. The U.S. now says it's establishing a non-governmental foundation to oversee the process, which will be secured by Israeli forces. UN officials have already condemned the plan to cut international aid groups out of the process and push Palestinians into militarized zones. It's dangerous to ask civilians to go into militarized zones to collect rations, said UNICEF spokesman James Elder, adding it presents them with an impossible choice between displacement and death. Humanitarian aid should never be used as a bargaining chip, he said. Israel's quote-unquote plan signals its intent to starve Palestinians who resist being expelled from North Gaza, Heidi Matthews, a legal scholar at York University in Canada, told Al Jazeera last week. It is inconceivable that the population can be adequately provided for whilst being crowded into southern Gaza. This indicates a genocidal intent to inflict on the Palestinian population of Gaza conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. That's the UN definition for genocide, by the way. As we reported, Israel has enforced a total aid blockade on Gaza for 71 days. A global hunger monitor says the entire population faces critical famine risk. So if I'm understanding the argumentation back and forth, I'm going to play this video, but I'm going to mute it, is that the Israelis are arguing that Hamas currently controls any aid that goes into Gaza without monitoring. And so they're using it as a political chip in order to maintain power. What Israel is arguing is that they need to militarily control the aid that goes into Gaza. That way, Hamas isn't able to use it as a bargaining chip with their own population in order to maintain power. So, excuse me. What the critics of Israel are arguing is that they're going to locate all the food distribution centers in southern Gaza. That way, the northern Gazan population has to move south, which is going to enable Israel to effectively like ethnically cleanse most of Gaza and then compress that population even more and make them reliant on Israeli aid. So, yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Seems evil, seems messed up. But also, I hate Hamas and think Hamas needs to be destroyed and that a new government needs to be formed. So what do? You got 2 million people living in only a few square miles. You got them arguing over food, as you can see on your screen right now. You got them barely able to survive as a result. And, despite the, the genocidal language or the aggressive language that we use against Palestinians, they're people, right? They're people. They're human beings. They're like you and me. And they're starving. And they're stuck in conditions that can lead to cholera and death and disease. And that's not good at all. So anyways. All right. That's enough. Sean Diddy comes. He did some sex stuff. The only point I wanted to make was that Hassan Piker went to a Diddy party. Lol. Let's get into the content. So, checking in with chat before we continue. God's chosen people can do no wrong. Well, I disagree. Gen X says, you'd think so, but people will always find a reason to disenfranchise the right people. Kind of disgusting. Yeah, this is why, guys, I meme about limiting the franchise to, the right to vote to people who pass a citizenship test, which, by the way, I really wouldn't mind doing. Maybe that's the one that I wouldn't mind enforcing. And then the other one that I joke about is 2 years of service. So you're either 2 years in the military, 2 years in the Peace Corps, or 2 years in retail restaurant. And yes, I think retail and restaurant can be as tough and terrible as as the Peace Corps or as the Marine Corps. And then you have the right to vote. I would probably do that as well. But these are arguments that would, number one, they're never going to happen unless we actually collapse the entire governmental system of the United States. And then number two, I suspect that other people, not me, what I want out of that arrangement is I want principled, semi-intelligent, semi-literate, smart people who understand how government functions, or at least understand what it means to sacrifice themselves for the whole. That's who I want to be voting in my country, and that's my goal. However, I do think that other people would try to manipulate that system in order to disenfranchise people they didn't like, and they would do so along ethno-religious or racial lines. So while I do hold those positions and think that the world would be a better place, that doesn't mean that my positions aren't counterproductive, silly, takes too much time and energy to enforce, and also that people would use my idealized version of what I wanted to do with the franchise for their own nefarious ends. We already see that in our country already, where idealized arguments are used to disenfranchise people all the time. So I don't advocate for genocide. True. My God, it's seriously heartbreaking to see this. Pretending that it isn't happening because Hamas is bad is not cool with me. Well, Gen X, that's my line of argumentation, is that if we're going to make all these arguments that Hamas is evil and they deserve to be destroyed and blah, 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 that's fine. Like, you can absolutely hold those positions. However, you need to look at the horror that's being inflicted on the civilian Gazan population, and you need to decide whether or not you care. If you don't care, and, I know Casey's joking, but Casey's like, God's chosen people can do no wrong. Some people legitimately feel that way. They feel like Hassan messed around, and now they're finding out, and the Palestinian civilian population is paying, and it's their own fault. But I think it's one thing to just say that and then let Israel do what it's going to do, versus looking and seeing, children and babies and women and men who have obviously only had one meal per day, according to a news article I read, one meal per day if they're lucky, right? Ironside says Heinlein pilled based. True. I do love Mr. Heinlein, or at least I like Starship Troopers. I don't know. I didn't like that the Prince from Mars book. I thought that was creepy sex freak stuff. Sapien Green says, just to ask for clarification, when thinking back to your colleagues in the military, are those the people you want to run the country? No, but I think they should vote. So Sapien Green, this actually gets to the heart of the book of Starship Troopers, is they're like, people who serve are not any more virtuous than a substantive amount of people who don't serve. As a matter of fact, there's plenty of like cheats, liars, and pieces of garbage who serve, right? The argument, though, is that in the military, you have to give a part of yourself to the whole, and therefore you prioritize the whole over yourself, or at least it's more likely that you'll think that way. And so as a result, even if you are a non-virtuous scumbag, at least you have a virtuous education, and at least you have a self-sacrificial element of your personality that allowed you to endure military or social service in the first place. So even if you are like a cynical, lying piece of garbage, you still had that education and that experience. So I think you said Hassan when you meant Hamas, which is pretty hilarious. Freudian slip. I associate the two. The pics of a 6-year-old with zero body fat in their body are horrifying. Yep. Christian Blair says, if centrist fascism rises up and you become the dictator for life, you 100% outlawing porn, sex work, correct? Yeah, I think I don't 100%. I think we would do like a Vegas thing where it's outlawed in 99% of the country, and then like sex work is legal in some county in Las Vegas. So if you're a total like incel, neat freak who can't get laid, you could go to Las Vegas and still get laid and not get arrested. But yeah, I think for like 95%. And also if you want to be a porn actress or a porn producer, then you have to go to Las Vegas. But effectively 95% of the country it's shut down in. Kind of like gambling. Like with gambling, I think gambling is like a human blight. It's evil. But I wouldn't completely remove the sin, because if you remove the sin, it just goes underground. I would just extremely, extremely limit it, and then I would prosecute it everywhere else. I think that would be my centrist, fascist, authoritarian compromise. He did say that, and it was perfect, lol. I call him Hamas and Abi anyways. My apologies. Ironside says, not going to lie, I do think if C-SPAN was people's only source of politics, things wouldn't be this stupid. Yeah, I agree. Christian Blair says, or are you suggesting larger societal shame for sex workers? Bill C3, all sex workers will... No. Rude. No. You don't treat people poorly just because they engage in bad behavior that you disagree with. You try to show them the light. But anyways, we're going to get into the content. Let me do an intro. My father, who I love, who might be watching, he might be amongst us. My mother, who might be amongst us. They told me over the weekend that they do watch my program, but my father doesn't like my 1 minute never Trump intro. He says it's too long. And I told him it's a live stream. I'm live for 5 hours. You can fast forward the stream. At least I told my mother that to tell my father that. And then same thing with the intros. He's like, I have no idea who any of these people are, therefore I don't care. And it's like, Dad, there's this famous Eleanor Roosevelt quote that great minds talk about ideas, average minds talk about events, and small minds talk about people. Well, I try to take ideas and current events and I nest them within the drama of people, because that's how you get, that's how you get the broadest viewership, is you take important ideas and you nest them within, Burger King rhetorical knife fights. So that's how you get the spice, right? So I try to articulate that to my mother and try to get that message passed along to my dad. We'll see whether or not he agrees with it. Does Dad know that the voice in the intro is JD Vance? No, I should probably explain that to him. Maybe that would make it funnier for him. And then Commander Haircut says, men are now federally designated females. Why not have federally designated? Woo! You guys are getting spicy. So, lol, I look forward to that intro. Yeah, exactly. It's a great way to start the day. Yeah. Anyways, but let's pretend that my father is going to try to care, because we're talking about the deeper ideas among the fights of personality. So let me describe the personality clash that we're going to have today. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I identify politically as a never Trump Republican, and I love breaking down the world of politics and alternative media for my dozens of live audience view members who are here today, and they are beautiful. And I also like the hundreds, pushing thousands of people who watch the pre-recorded videos. Tim Pool is formerly a liberal who got disgusted with the excesses of the left, moved right, and now praises Trump. That's kind of his whole shtick. So a lot of people accuse him of being a centrist, of being, kind of like a disaffected liberal. But the truth is that many of his ideas are conservatarian, I would say, where he will endorse conservative or libertarian perspectives depending on how he's feeling. Pisco is a lawyer and debate bro out of New York who is progressive and liberal. He's more liberal than he is progressive, and I can identify the tribal differences later. But the truth is that he's a spicy debater. So Pisco was on the Tim Pool Culture War live show, its inaugural episode, where he not only debated other opponents, but he also debated members of the audience. It's chaotic, it's crazy, it's fun. Wait, where are you going, Celeste Plantagenet? Where are you going? You're not allowed to leave. You have to, if you're going to your job or your job interview, you have to carry this with you. So, all right, anyways. Bye, Celeste. If you actually have to go, have a great day. But yeah, and so we're going to watch Pisco debate not only his opponents, but also a hostile audience. And without further ado, let's get into the content.
Heckling or Debates Podcast Live. This is our first pilot. We got a live studio audience for everybody who's watching at home. We're going to be bringing them up. I encourage heckling, booing, and jeering, which is probably bad news for our friend Pisco. Yeah. But it's going to be fun. But we do have some serious issues to debate. And the question of today is, was the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia just or unjust? And should the Trump administration bring him back to this country? And with that being said, I would like to throw it first to the gentleman to my right. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Pisco. I'm a lawyer. I argue on the internet from a left-wing perspective, and I think it's obvious that it was unjust. It was illegal. All right. One of the big problems that conservatives cite with immigration is the fact that it's illegal in the first place. Okay. So if you have a problem with illegal immigration on the basis of its illegality, surely you should have a problem with deporting people illegally, unless you think it was the right thing to do to break the law. Do you think it was the right thing to do to break the law? I'll ask the audience right now. Yeah. So that's just a collective. I want everyone to notice. You all said you're fine when Trump breaks the law. He admits that he broke the law, and you're cool with it. And they admit that it was against the law to do so, and they promised that they're going to do it to U.S. citizens too. You think he's just joking? You think it won't affect you? They've already arrested U.S. citizens, for 10 days without due process. They're lying about where he was near the border. They've deported U.S. children who have cancer. So don't think this won't affect you. And notice what you all just did. You all just said, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's just for someone to be deported illegally. Deported illegally.
All right.
So basically, just to finish off, if you're willing to say that, you're willing to say that you want Trump to be a king, that you want him to be a tyrannical fascist. And I would ask you to look yourself in the mirror and really, take a hard look. Is that what you want this country to be?
All right.
They're already so hostile already. It's actually funny. So Commander Haircut brings up an interesting point, which is Celeste Plantagenet York should bring her cell phone to whatever she's going to and show the people wherever she goes to the show. That way they know that she has a 3,000 IQ. And I couldn't agree more. Sacred Snow says, all you need to know about Tim Pool is that he went from reporting on the ground in Ukraine during Euromaidan, praising the protesters, to pushing the Euromaidan was a CIA coup. Now, the reason why I wouldn't mind, I'll be real. I want to play nice with Tim Pool enough that I not only get back on the show, but also to the point that I get to push him on stuff like this. So hopefully there's another Ukrainian topic that allows us to bring it up where he's like, oh, well, yeah, it was like a CIA coup. And I can be like, wait, what's CIA about protesting your government, snipers shooting people, and then, as a result, starting a riot, and then your president flees, and then you install a Western-friendly democratic republic? I would love to argue that back and forth. Christian Blair says, I dislike Sam Cedar, but understand him and not caring about the drama given he's a policy guy. Yeah, but that obviously makes for like a drier show. So you want to nest policy discussions in conflicts of personality. And Pisco and Tim Pool seem to appreciate each other as people, not politically, Sam Monroe. Well, that's the same thing that I have with Pisco, is Pisco pisses me off. I think he's wrong, like a healthy chunk of the time, but he can line up his argumentation and argue it passionately. And then he also does these like random lawyer tricks where he's like, you agree with me, right? Like this logically follows. Therefore, you agree with me, right? And you have to stop because he's using this rhetorical strategy to try to get you to agree with him. And so you have to pause and be like, wait, no. I understand that your logic is valid, but I don't agree that your logic is sound. And I absolutely disagree with your inference based off your logic. And so you have to be careful with him because he's very rhetorically tricky. He's very talented. And so, you know, you got to watch out. Pisco will walk you right down a logic trap, and then he'll beat you to death with it. Christian Layer says, the real reason I suspect Tim moved right is because he got mocked for traveling to Sweden and not getting any views. Well, you know, maybe he can travel with me next time. We'll get some views. Sapien Green says, it's certainly possible that the CIA was involved in Euromaidan. I just haven't heard or seen any evidence of it. It's just the old America bad rhetoric. Yeah, even if it was, should we not be trying to pry, you know, orbiters of oligarchic kleptocratic shitholes like Russia? Should we not be trying to pry them away? Same thing with, I've been reading stuff about the Vietnam War, and the more I read about domino theory, what China was doing, what Russia was doing at the time, I understand the Vietnam War infinitely more than I did even a week ago. Sacred Snow says he pushes the Victoria Nuland phone call equals 100% verified CIA coup. Yeah, I've seen Dylan Burns and Pisco break that down, by the way. Gen X says that isn't a lawyer trick. It's a debate bro trick. His lawyer trick is yes or no. Lol. Yeah, true. All right, continuing with this, but so far it seems like the audience is already spicy. I'm looking forward to this.
We also have, with his opening statement and introduction, this gentleman here.
Yeah. Nice to see you all. I'm Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project.
Dude, I hate this guy on Twitter. He's so annoying on Twitter.
So I think there are, 3 core reasons that the outcome here is substantively just. The first is that had the Trump administration gone through the normal process to lift a withholding of removal, this guy would have been removed 100% of the time for 2 core reasons. First, he was found to be a member of MS-13 in earlier court proceedings. Once that finding was found and upheld on appeal, he would be stopped from challenging that. Now that Trump has designated the guy as MS-13, rather, to be a foreign terrorist organization, he's not eligible for withholding of removal anymore, so he'd simply have lost no matter what. And the second reason is that in the interim, between the time he got this withholding of removal and now, the 18th Street gang, which supposedly threatened his mother's pupusa shop, a preposterous story from the outset, that 18th Street gang is no longer effective in El Salvador, which was the basis for his supposed fear of persecution, which is why the withholding of removal was granted in the first place. So the outcome wouldn't have changed. This is what we would call, to analogize, harmless error. The second reason it's substantially just is because the guy's a wife-beating MS-13 gangbanger.
Yeah.
And who exploited our laws for 14 years. And in fact, the more that comes out about the guy, you're realizing, just what kind of person he is, threatening his wife and children, telling them that, you can't leave me because I'll kill you. Funny thing, I was reading a book about MS-13, and a different MS-13 gangbanger did say the same thing about a girlfriend he was dating. There's this sort of underlying entitlement. But substantively, just obviously a very bad dude, a human trafficker, the kind of person who drives people, from Texas to Maryland who don't have any luggage. Do you think those people have free will? No, those are captives. And, we can get more into that later.
And we will. And there's one more man joining us tonight to make sure that there's a little bit of chaos and humor.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I like. Well, it's Primetime 99, and I just want to say, Pisco, you are very smart, but you're still a libtard. And, but no, I agree. I actually agree with you on this because whether it was unjust or not, we got the outcome that we want. His big booty Latina is staying in the country. And we need to do this as, a lesson to these other gangbangers and Trinidad Aruga adjacent people that if you come to our country and, you bring your big booty Latina, we're going to kick your ass out and keep her. So I think...
Alex, the Latina in question is a U.S. citizen.
I know, but still, she's still a big booty Latina. I'm saying it doesn't matter.
I mean, if the goal is to protect the U.S. citizen Latina from the predations of the MS-13 gangbangers.
I'm saying protect even illegal or legal big booty Latinas. They carry the same weight in my eyes. So I guess not apparently to you. So I'm saying, yeah, she's a legal big booty Latina, but he learned his lesson. They don't get to go back to El Salvador or...
This is... For those of you who don't know, this is Alex Stein. He is the guy. He is a troll. He is kind of funny. He went to Plano. I think he's out of Dallas. He went to the Plano City Council meeting, and he does progressive hip hop songs and slam poetry, where he does he does really weird, outlandish performance based stuff. And so as a result, he's obnoxious. He can make a point every now and then, but he's obnoxious. And so let's summarize the points real quick. So Pisco made a legal argument that they violated the deportation order, and if you're somebody who supports the rule of law, then our federal government shouldn't be violating the law. That's true. Now, notice Will Chamberlain's framing. He's not arguing about whether or not the process was just, because he would effectively have to concede that there was a violation of the law in order to achieve the outcome. But he's saying that it all comes out in the wash because of Kilmar Abrego Garcia being a bad guy. Bear in mind that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was not established to be a bad guy because he had that stay order. Now, there's another thing that he's arguing that I think doesn't necessarily work, which is the 18th Street Gang is no longer viable in El Salvador because where are they now? They're in Secot. They're in the prison that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was sent to. So if you were worried about Kilmar Abrego Garcia getting hurt or killed by the 18th Street Gang, well, now he's in a jail cell or a prison sharing beds with 18th Street Gang members. Now, allegedly, MS-13 and 18th Street Gang people are segregated to their cells, but you're still talking about, I'm going to show you guys this real quick. The Secot cells are like 60 people to a room. And they effectively have like aluminum bed frames. This is it. So you got 60 people and you eat, poop, and sleep in this area. There's like a well with water for that you have to take turns in order to wash up. You sleep on these aluminum racks. You sit there and stare at the walls all day, and that's how you spend your time. You might get to go to trial. Maybe you can, I don't even know if you can work out. You might be able to like work out while you're chilling. I don't even know if you get books. I literally have no idea what these guys do all day. And then if you act up, if you beat up another gang member, if you do any of that kind of crazy stuff, then effectively what happens is you get sent to solitary confinement. So it's not exactly the most humane way for people to continue to exist. And I have no idea what the long-term game plan is with these dudes. Okay. Are we literally just going to keep them 60 to a cell for the next like 5 decades until they all die? And then are we going to have like hospice in Secot where we're just like helping MS-13 gang members die slowly in the hospice wing of Secot? So they just stare at a cinder block wall for the next 50 years? That doesn't really seem like, it seems like a weird form of justice to me. So the government should just take your taxes out of your bank account directly since it will have the same result. Am I right? I mean, I would appreciate them taking the taxes right out of my paycheck so I don't have to file taxes every year. That'd be great. Yeah. So anyways, that's his argument is that it all comes out in the wash and Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a bad dude. There is some evidence pointing to that. I'm sure it'll come up in the debate. And then Stein is being a troll and he's saying, as long as we keep the big booty Latinas, he doesn't care. That's just Alex Stein being silly. I don't think that's a serious point.
Or wherever you get kicked off to.
And that's exactly why Alex is here.
Yes.
But we are going to be bringing up members of the audience, people who have submitted and want to join this debate, and give you guys a chance to have your thoughts heard on this matter. But I suppose the question to kick it off, simply, to either of you who wants to start, was the deportation just or unjust?
It was unjust. It was illegal. Do you think that
Those aren't synonyms.
But so
Those don't mean the same
I
thing.
understand that, but in this context, do you think it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation? Yes or no?
I mean, in these circumstances, the outcome was just.
I'm asking if the deportation, if you think.
Well, I mean, it was mistaken. So
Well,
they conceded that it's a mistake, right?
So was it just to do a mistaken illegal deportation?
I mean, the actual substantive outcome here is a just outcome.
No,
It's like, I don't want the administration.
Whether the outcome was just or not, is
Right.
the action, the mistaken, in your words, mistaken illegal deportation just or not?
It's mildly unjust. I actually.
So
concede
you
that. There's a
actually
reason
agree.
I
To be
had
clear,
the resolution be
You
profoundly
actually
unjust.
agree that it was unjust, to be clear. Everyone here agrees it was unjust?
No.
Well, okay, so Tim, do you think that the deportation was just to do an illegal action?
See, what you're doing right there is I'm just going to say, that's not debating. To load the question with, I presume it was illegal first, now answer.
Do you
It's like,
agree it was illegal?
When did you start beating your wife?
Well, do you agree it was illegal? What's loaded about that?
So the issue is it a crime to make a mistake?
Not a crime, it was illegal. Was it illegal, yes or no?
No.
9 justices on the Supreme Court unanimously, Will and I, both lawyers, will tell you it was illegal. Will, it was obviously
Yeah,
illegal.
no, it was an illegal
It
deportation.
was an illegal deportation.
So hold on. You're saying that it was illegal because the Supreme Court said it was.
No.
It's emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. That's Marbury.
Does the Alien Enemies Act supersede?
He wasn't sued under the Alien Enemies Act, or wasn't deported under the Alien Enemies Act.
Pisco's mogging already. Why would they invite this guy as a troll? Because the troll is part of the show. If they wanted to have like a dry, substantive back and forth between Will and Pisco, they could have done that, but they wanted to keep the show spicy. And what I like, Casey says, lawyer Pisco, Chad go Burr. Yeah, so Pisco, the good news is that Will apparently isn't a liar. So he was willing and able to concede that it was illegal to violate the state order without going through the process. His argument is going to be, which is, moving out the argument a little bit, is that the entire process resulted in something just, even if there was a legal technicality that was violated. So let's see how the argument develops, because that's enough of a concession that Pisco's probably going to take the W and run away with it. But there's obviously more to fight out, because Tim and Will are not going to just let Pisco crow about how he's correct for the next 90 minutes.
Stephen Miller claims he was.
No, he absolutely wasn't. He's not a Venezuelan. The proclamation for the Alien Enemies Act only applies to Venezuelans.
Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Say again.
Does the Alien Enemies Act apply to El Salvador?
The proclamation issued by the president only to Tren de Aragua members who are Venezuelans. By its terms, the proclamation by its terms, even assuming it were legal, would not apply to them.
Yeah, this is not an Alien Enemies Act question.
So the question is, do you agree it was illegal?
So far be it from me to contradict a couple of lawyers. I believe MS-13 has been, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can contradict them live. Excuse me. Is MS-13 a foreign terror org? Oh, thank you, baby. I was not expecting that. U.S. foreign terror organization MS-13, blah, 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 blah. Highest ranking member of MS-13, a U.S. designated foreign terror organization. Now, I trust the lawyers to know whether or not he was deported under the Alien Enemies Act. But it was my understanding that with the Alien Enemies Act, it effectively argues that if there's like a hostile incursion into the United States on behalf of like a foreign nation, which the United States can designate, then you're allowed to deport people with like expedited process. And so as a result, it's weird to me. I'm not saying that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was specifically detained and deported under that law, but if MS-13 is a foreign terror org, why wouldn't he be, is my question. So if I was in this debate, that's the question I would ask.
If the argument is the Supreme Court said it was illegal and that's your basis for it, then I agree with you, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the president or the executive
the thing is, everybody agrees it's illegal.
Well, just to be clear.
No, I believe it was an administrative
error.
error. And the issue is we're talking about the semantics of what it means to be illegal, right? So is it illegal to smoke pot? Yes. Is it unjust? No. People can smoke pot if they fucking want.
So that's why I'm asking you first if it's illegal. Now you agree it is illegal. Fair, right?
My wife brought me avocado toast, so I'm going to let it play while I eat avocado toast.
In the context of which, so the first thing I was trying to do was understand your view and how you're viewing what illegal means. You're saying, as a subject of law, as the Supreme Court has ruled it, we all agree the Supreme Court did in fact say it was illegal.
Correct.
Agreed.
Okay, so if it's the case that you think that this deportation was illegal, do you think it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like I think it's just for someone to smoke pot.
Okay. So if they did the same thing to a U.S. citizen, though, obviously you'd think it's unjust.
Yes.
Okay. If they killed Kilmar Abrego Garcia, would you think it's unjust?
Yes.
Why's that?
Killing people is one of the worst crimes, in fact.
Okay,
Obama killed 4 American citizens. We fact checked this.
Wait, but you thought that was wrong, right?
Absolutely.
So then if it's the case that you thought that was wrong, wouldn't it be wrong, for example, to put Kilmar Abrego Garcia in prison for the rest of his life without an opportunity to like have a case?
No.
Okay.
You see, so let me try this real quick. You're trying to equate, say, Barack Obama, right? He extrajudicially assassinated a 16-year-old kid without charge or trial. I mean, if a dude cracks a grandma over the head with a baseball bat and kills her, I say lock that guy up. Mm-hmm. If a guy accidentally runs a woman over, then we say that there could be negligent homicide. There's degrees of whether or not the crime is bad. Is it justice in some circumstances and not when a crime is? Not all crimes are solved in the same way.
I'm not alleging that it's a crime.
They all rise to the same level of retaliation.
I'm not alleging that it's a crime. I'm saying it's illegal, and the Supreme Court found that. And right now, what we have, this is what the Trump cult does to you. This is
Phil Coffey makes an interesting point, which is every time Connor eats avocado toast, he loses 2 Republican points. It's probably true, to be honest. I think number 1, it's a bougie food. Number 2, it's a Mexican food. So I'm in trouble. So I need to tell the wife to back off on the avocados. Now, here's the thing. You guys know me. I'm a neoconservative military industrial complex apologist. Okay. So when it comes to the drone striking of Anwar al-Awlaki, and then members of Al-Qaeda, which killed his 16-year-old son. The argument from, I think it was Eric Holder, something like that. I think he went to the lawyers and he asked whether or not they would be allowed to drone strike a U.S. citizen without trial. And effectively what came back was, I think, was that the people who reviewed the case, they said, well, if that person is engaged in materially aiding a terrorist organization, then you can kill them. And so that wasn't tested in court. That was allowed. But it's the same thing, in my opinion, as let's say that there were U.S. citizens who traveled back to Germany who then joined the Nazi armed forces. So would it be legal for a U.S. soldier to kill, uniformed Nazi soldiers, regardless of whether or not they were U.S. citizens? And the answer during World War II was 100% yes. There's actually a really famous scene in Band of Brothers where they have a bunch of detained German soldiers, and one of them ends up being an American. And then I think Lieutenant Spears actually violating the laws of warfare, but he executes all of them, including the U.S. citizen. And so it's kind of this shocking moment in the HBO series Band of Brothers, which was based off of real life and a true story. And so, would Tim Pool and the other people say, oh, well, in a firefight in World War II, you need to differentiate between Germans who are non-citizens and Germans of the United States and Germans who are non-citizens. And then you have to try to detain and arrest the U.S. citizens in order to bring them back to the United States by trial. And I think that they would obviously find that absurd. And the only reason why they find the Anwar al-Awlaki example less absurd is because we were using intel to determine that he was a citizen, but he was obviously aiding Al-Qaeda through his numerous publications of pro-Al-Qaeda propaganda, and he was hanging out with other Al-Qaeda terrorists. Also, his 16-year-old son, if I remember, who was a U.S. citizen, was traveling with other Al-Qaeda operatives at the time. Effectively, I think he was looking for his father, by the way, who might have already been killed. And the target was not the 16-year-old son, if I remember correctly. It was actually the people that the 16-year-old son was with, and he just kind of happened to accidentally be a casualty of that event. Please, Trump, test this on Hassan Pikers. Oh, wow, Casey. Wow. Disavow. Razzle Smasher says, Band of Brothers was awesome. Not sure if that specific Spears story is factually accurate, but stuff like that happened during the war for sure. Razzle. So what was interesting was, I don't know whether or not Lieutenant Spears specifically executed German soldiers, but I think it was Stephen Ambrose and or Dick Winters. I think it was Dick Winters, who was one of the protagonists of the show. He reached out to Spears and he said he confirmed the scuttlebutt, the rumors that Spears was the guy who executed a bunch of German prisoners of war. And allegedly, because of the depiction in the series, he called Spears to ask whether or not he cared about that depiction of him. And Spears said he didn't care. So Spears either killed German prisoners of war or didn't think it was a big enough deal that he would correct the record that he didn't kill prisoners of war, which I think that puts it at 80-20 that Spears probably killed prisoners of war, right? I think it also falls under AUMF. I wouldn't be surprised. There was that American Taliban guy that we caught very early in the war, I think in Tora Bora, and it started this whole legal kerfuffle about what do you do with an American citizen who has effectively renounced their citizenship by aiding the enemy. And that was a big deal. That was 5 years of court process back and forward. Christian Blair says, it should be noted that Stephen Ambrose was caught fabricating a lot of facts regarding Band of Brothers. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, that there's probably narrative gaps that he just made up for the sake of, narrative expediency. Ironside says, John Walker Lind. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. 100%. And then just quick shill time. Be sure to like the stream. Liking the stream lets other people know that we're live, and it helps other people come in, have fun, hang out and chat, enjoy this juicy content alongside us. Then also be sure to watch the VODs if you have to dip out at any point. Engage in chat if you feel so inclined. And then also super chats are appreciated, but never required. And so obviously, you know, this is effectively my work day. So I'm taking time out in order to come and hang out with you guys and bring you guys some fire content. And so, you know, if it's my work day, I have to make money. Now, that being said, ad revenue can be good in the aggregate, but you have to build up a library of content. So again, super chats, never required, always appreciated. The OG Ginger Jihadist. True. All right. Continuing with the content and muting myself so I can enjoy my delicious liberal breakfast.
This is what the Trump cult does to you.
The ad hominem.
So this is what it does to you. You are defending an illegal deportation of a human being who has the right to have his case heard. The basic essence of due process.
The funny thing is, he actually,
deny it of anybody, it will be denied of you in the course of time.
No, it won't. He's not a citizen.
So if
And
you're
he was
deported,
previously adjudicated as an MS-13 gang
that's
member.
false. And you brought it to
it's not.
so
There was a finding that he was an MS-13.
so
Absolutely.
you brought up collateral estoppel, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
He'll be stopped from challenging.
So of course not. So this. So I know, because I have to say, a lot of these lawyers like file shipwrecked, and they get shipwrecked as a lawyer, and it's garbage. And the truth is, there is no collateral estoppel here. What is the finding that the bond court hearing made?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I have a question.
Yeah.
If someone does something illegal, is that just or unjust?
It's sometimes unjust, sometimes just. It depends.
If someone does something illegal, should they always be held
No.
No. Okay, so we agree that the real question here is not whether it's just or unjust, whether we think the penalty should be severe or not.
No. So I agree. Not all illegal things are unjust. I'm asking, in this case, is this illegal action by the Trump administration just or unjust? And you said it was just for the Trump administration to do an illegal deportation.
Now,
I'm going to ask you why. I'm going to ask you why.
Right. Let me answer that. So the first thing I got to say is, you keep loading this as though illegal is the pretext by which something would be just or unjust, which is why I asked you, is if something is illegal, is it just or unjust?
It can be. It depends.
Then you don't need to say, am I okay? Why am I okay with Trump doing something illegal? The question is the deportation.
No, I do need it, because I think as a standard, right, there's a threshold here that in the main, when the government does something illegal, we're going to presume it's unjust unless you can reach some threshold. Well, think about it, right? So if this can't just be a game of, we let the government do whatever we want to people we don't like. We're fearful of the government wielding power in the main because of structural reasons. There's a reason, for example, you believe that someone who's accused, for example, of should be given a trial, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that, why do you think that someone who's so horrific, and if everyone agrees that this person, why should we give them a trial?
An American citizen gets a trial.
What about an illegal alien?
They don't.
So you don't think, so just to be clear, this is where we're at now.
Christian Blair says, why didn't Pisco bring up that the Trump admin is attempting to deport U.S. citizens? He actually did. It was only a side argument. It was only a sentence. He hasn't hammered it. But in his intro, he said the reason why this case should be alarming is because Trump has argued that he wants to eventually deport U.S. citizens. Gen X says to put QAnon nonsense about us being in a COG and Trump having been secretly in charge during Biden's term. There's a lot of followers and attacks veterans that call him out. I'm not sure what you mean by COG, but I did just read it because I thought it was interesting. I wonder if chat knows what you're talking about specifically. Christian Blair says, these are the same arslers. We disavow ableist language. Actually love ableist language, but liberals and progressives sometimes hang out in these chats as well, and so we don't want to offend them. But these same arslers said that Trump wasn't going to put tariffs on numerous countries across the planet as well. Yeah, exactly. So it's like he's being hyperbolic in order to achieve an effect, and then Trump does the thing, and they're like, actually, he's playing 4D chess, and it's the art of the deal. Void of Parrots says, shout more, it'll prove your point. I agree. Charlie Kirk 2.0, maybe. Sapien Green says, it's wild that presumable conservative people are arguing for expanding government power. Well, that's the thing is conservatism. This is part of the reason why I've caught so much flack in the past few years. I was brought up to believe that republicanism was believing in representative democracy because the mob was too ignorant in order to make efficacious political decisions. And so we elect our representatives who are supposed to be the best and brightest among us in order to make decisions. Is it imperfect? Absolutely. Is it a slow process? Absolutely. But is it better than the alternatives? Absolutely. And so that's why I was raised Republican. I was also raised Republican in order to believe that in fiscal conservative principles, like you should be managing your own budget, and the United States federal government needs to manage its own budget. That way we don't bankrupt the country. Therefore, we can't have perverse incentive social welfare systems. We can have welfare systems that help the poor, disabled, and destitute to get back on their feet and become productive members of society. That's okay. But we can't have systems where we effectively pay people to become dysgenic pieces of crap who make society worse. So that was a fiscal conservative argument. And then from a social conservative argument, I was told as a kid that you needed to be responsible with sex, responsible with drugs, responsible with the way that you conduct your life, because it's not everybody else's responsibility to save you from yourself. And so these were all the Republican arguments that I was raised with. And now the right wing is populist. They care what the mob thinks. They're authoritarian, where they care what Donald Trump's think, and they think that Donald Trump should be able to circumvent the law. They don't care about the republic. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about maintaining our republic and perpetuating it into the future. They're fiscal conservative depending on the day, depending on what's convenient for the argument, and they're barely social conservative. There's a fringe that is Christian nationalist that argues for ultra traditionalism, but then 70% of the Trump base are conservatarians, where they effectively think that Trump will smash the federal government so they can pay less taxes. So it's this whole like contradictory hodgepodge of right-wing ideas rooted in no principle besides what's convenient for the argument. It's actually horrible. Liberals are here. Ew. Email PogChamp, says Commander Haircut. My email PogChamp. True. The crowd couldn't be more annoying. Well, you know, they're working on it. Give it time. They're warming up. Bud123 says, hey, Connor, glad I wake up for the stream. Lol, good. The original OG, true. Bud123 says the Republican base went into a post-liberal direction. Yeah, and I'm trying to fight against it, and I'm losing. Philip Coffey says, this progressive lib thinks the fuss over arslers is arslerd. True. Razzle Smasher says, as one of the token liberals around here, just want to say I'm way more amused and offended by Connor's use of ableist language in the arsler, just for the record. It's okay. Commander Haircut wants us to be better representatives of Valor Media Network, which means I cannot use arslers. If you want to use it in chat, go ahead, but I'm not going to police you too hard. I'm just going to say, that I disavow. Ironside says, it's crazy that there are Trump translators just waiting to tell normies what he says isn't what he means. Yeah, 100%. If they were making the argumentation of what he actually means, then I would be like, oh, okay. But they will contort themselves into a pretzel for whatever's convenient. And then when Trump contradicts them, they'll contort themselves into a new pretzel. Very, very frustrating. So why can't we say Republican American? The audience questions and arguments get unhinged. Well, there we go. So, all right, caught up on chat. Let's continue the content.
You don't think that crimes that are committed in this country by illegal immigrants, that they should have trials for those crimes?
The penalty?
Well, no, they do have. Wait. So, to be honest, we do have trials for.
Hold on. So the penalty for an illegal immigrant typically is for most who cross within 2 years is expedited removal. That means their due process is an immigration officer will determine whether or not they're here legally or illegally.
That's not what we're talking about. Crimes. We're talking about crimes.
And yeah, so when we get someone here who like murder somebody, why are we going to spend taxpayer dollars when the outcome is going to be you get sent out of the country no matter what happens?
Tim, so actually, a lot of times we deal with this. We want them to be prosecuted so that they actually face a punishment instead of getting deported. So we actually spend a lot of taxpayer resources on prosecuting illegal immigrants, at least in Texas.
But like, I just want to dwell here for a second. The Constitution says that persons in this country get trials if they are accused of a crime before they're punished. No, it does not say that. You can read the Constitution.
Let's clarify the fact. Does it say citizens or persons?
So Right. So, for example, there's different parts.
Pisco, let me ask you this, though. In the case of Abrego Garcia, do you think that that is a sweeping policy that's being used to deport mass amount of people? Or is this
what
one
is a sweeping policy?
Well, I'm just saying the pretext that we use to deport Abrego Garcia, I'm saying, do you think that that is being used right now to deport a massive amount of people? Or is this an isolated incident, in your opinion?
I don't think it's an isolated incident. I don't think it's relevant to the question presented, which has to do with this. But I will answer it.
Well, I'm just saying, few, when you make an omelet, a few eggs are going to get, cracked. I'm just saying there are going to, it sucks how it is.
Just bite the bullet and say, yes, it was unjust. Of course it was unjust. We don't want the government in the main unless there's exceedingly like crazy circumstances to violate the Constitution, right?
Pisco, real quick, but do you think it's going to be used in a massive way? Or
it already is. It already
who
is.
else? But who else? What other examples do we have? I know you used to talk about the cancer girl, but they actually were allowed to stay. So when leftists say that they were forced to leave, they chose to go with their family. They were 100% allowed to stay in America. So we didn't deport a cancer person.
If you guys are stuck in your echo chambers, and again, I think that there's some of that going on here.
Insult the audience like that.
So if it's that case, then you wouldn't know, for example, that this U.S. citizen, there's a parent here. There's an opportunity that people have basic due process rights to see if, like, I don't know, an aunt wants to care for the U.S. citizen, or another parent has parental rights and the right to have custody over the parent or the child.
In the instance you're referring to, the mother requested the child.
So I don't know which case. There are multiple cases of U.S.
There's
deportation. One of which the mother denies that's what the outcome that she wanted. But regardless, just the policy that we're talking about is with respect to people who are not citizens here. And you asked if it's like a mass policy. They're already by the Supreme Court, again, unanimously saying that these people are entitled to due process. You guys don't think that. You guys don't think that there should be due process.
I don't think that's.
Everyone thinks they're entitled to due process. The question is what process is due, and it's extraordinarily limited in the context of legal immigration.
But Tim just said, even in the context of criminal. So Tim just said, in the context of a criminal indictment, that there should not be trials for people who are here illegally. You don't agree with that?
No, I don't.
So I think that what Tim was saying, if I was going to steel man his argument, is that if somebody is here illegally, then effectively you can do an expedited deportation without having a criminal determination. And so Will is going to take the argument at face value, which is effectively if they commit a crime and they're potentially going to be held accountable for a crime, then they should obviously go through a trial. I think that Tim might double back and argue against this momentarily, just because I feel like that statement isn't logical. And then I think what Alex Stein is getting at is whether or not the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case is exemplary of what's going on across the board, where Trump is violating the orders of the court in order to deport people, or whether or not this is like a, I don't know, like a rare circumstance, kind of similar to the kids with cancer. Now, the kids with cancer argumentation, though, is that I think that typically we have better medical facilities than in Central and South America. So if somebody is being deported to Central and South America and they're a citizen of the United States, then what would be just, because we are arguing against legality versus justice, what would be just is making sure that they still have like access to high quality medical care within the United States, which their family might not be able to afford if they're not local, right? So in a just world, we would facilitate that treatment somehow. But even if it was just coordinating with charities in order to make sure that those families were able to travel in order to continue treatment, even that, I think, would be incumbent upon the state if they wanted to deliver justice. Christian Blair says, we have hearings to determine that, Tim, you effing arsler. Well, you guys are in an echo chamber. Don't insult the audience. Well, yeah. So that's the thing. It's like a double standard, right? Where you can be as insulting as you want to left-wing people, but if they step on your toes, you have to get upset, right? Christian Blair says, expedited deportations are exempt from for those who express a credible fear of persecution or seek asylum. Well, yeah. So that's actually the interesting argumentation, is you need to have those determinations in order to see whether or not people can be deported. And part of the problem with the bill that, Joe Biden was trying to pass in his last 6 months of office was that it was going to create a new intermediate step where what was happening before was people were stating that they had a credible fear, and then they had to wait for a court in order to determine their asylum application, which was pushed out, 6 months, year and a half, 2 years. Whereas what Joe Biden's argumentation for that piece of legislation was they were going to establish a new stop where it wouldn't be a judge, but it would be like an immigration agent would determine whether or not their claims of credible fear were warranted, which would then expedite the deportation process. Unfortunately, that law never got passed. Yeah, Mr. Bombastic says, crazy how many of them shouted they don't care if the government does illegal stuff. Yeah, actually, this is vibes-based politics. This is what I hate. So people will argue like, you're not a Republican, even though I believe in the Republic over direct democracy. They'll argue you're not a conservative, even though I argue for, conservative, social conservative behaviors in your personal life. They'll say, oh, you're not a fiscal conservative, even though collapsing the federal budget is 100% a concern of mine and it needs to be balanced against the economy. They'll make all these arguments saying that I don't hold principles that I hold. But then when it actually comes to arguing this in public, they'll effectively contort themselves into whatever pretzel is required in order to please Daddy Trump. It's actually very frustrating. Sacred Snow says, an entire room of people screaming that the government should be able to black bag someone and accuse them later. Yeah, it's actually just, for me, this is populism. This is the will of the mob made manifest. The reason why I was raised Republican was because I was told that the mob is a bunch of crazy animals, effectively. What was it? So K from Men in Black. Hold on, I'll go to Google instead. So K and J. A person is smart. People are dumb animals, quote. It's actually like a pretty hard-hitting quote. The quote is, a person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know that. And that's delivered by Tommy Lee Jones in a silly space movie about aliens, invading the planet and why they have to cover it up from the general population. This is actually like a fire movie. So if you guys haven't seen the original Men in Black, I actually think it probably stands the test of time. The CGI is surprisingly good for being late 90s, early 1000s. The acting performances by both Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones are great. The comedy is good. The action is good. The horror is good. There's horror elements to it. It's actually a fantastic movie. So I love this quote too.
Hold on. This is a really good example for media literacy. What he did is he is falsely framing the arguments, redirect.
I don't think he's falsely framing the arguments. I think he's framing it in a way that makes you look silly. Continue.
What I'm saying is there is no trial required for a crime committed by an illegal immigrant because they'll get an expedited removal before a trial can take place.
You're conflating an immigration hearing, which is civil, and I agree. There's no. So you guys don't get confused. All right, I'm gonna teach you something.
I'm not conflating anything.
Immigration law and a removal proceeding is not a criminal matter. Okay, that's different than the criminal proceeding. Yes, I agree. You don't need trials. That's why J.D. Vance is full of shit. We need trials.
I gotta stop you. You are actually making a mistake. I am aware you are asking for a criminal trial for, let's say, an illegal immigrant who committed a murder. Mm-hmm. I am arguing that we will deport that person back to their home country, and then we're not going to hold a trial for him after the fact.
So wait. So you're going to take a murderer who committed a crime in this country. You're not going to subject him to punishment in this country, and you're going to send the murderer back to El Salvador just so he can cross the border again and murder someone?
Well, that's why Trump has CCOT, doesn't he?
Well, hang on. That wasn't embedded in your hypothetical there, that he would go to CCOT.
You presented information to the argument that was not previously included in it.
Which was
the
what?
argument is an illegal immigrant here gets deported first.
Before he goes to trial for murder? Come on, guys.
How do you go to trial for someone who's not in the country?
Wait, so we do, this is high priority for our government to spend money on trials protecting U.S. citizens. And it's one of the, our common things as a turn.
Guess what? Actually, hold on. Let me give a hypothetical to Tim real quick, though, Tim. This is where I think you're wrong. I'm sorry. So would you have rather had Laken Riley's murderer just deported, or are you happy that they had a trial and got convicted?
Deported.
That's crazy. So you trust you trust this El Salvadorian guy? Yeah. Wait. Just be clear. You trust El Salvador to keep this guy in jail? This guy committed a crime on U.S. soil, and you trust El Salvador? You trust El Salvador? Yeah. Here's the problem. What happens if Bukele?
Yo, some of the screaming is crazy. They're like, we shouldn't have to pay for it. I heard that screamed out, I think. And so this is the crazy thing about some fiscal conservatives is they would think about this for a second, okay? it does cost $50,000 a year to incarcerate somebody within the United States. I think that's an average that I heard recently. Okay, so you're paying $50,000 on average in order to incarcerate somebody. That is a cost to the taxpayer. However, if someone commits a murder or a rape, Central and South American courts are in jails and prisons are known for being corrupt, are known for taking bribes, are known for jail breaks and prison breaks. So you're taking a suspected rapist or murderer, you're deporting them to a country that doesn't have like a sufficient guarantee that that person won't escape, that won't bribe their way out of prison, that won't return to the United States. And so you're risking not only Central American lives, but American lives because you don't want to pay 50 grand a year for a rapist or murderer to be incarcerated. Like, dude, this is the kind of stupid fiscal conservatism that I think is so beyond parody that it sucks to have it reinforced by political pundits because it's so stupid. And these are the people that I argue with every single day. And you cannot convince them that they're wrong. Ironside says, dang it, it'll be crazy if blackbagging people without trial by the government is normalized and a Dem who really wants revenge gets elected. Yeah, like guys, this is the spiral into a fascist failed state. And I don't say that lightly. Like what people are arguing for is effectively draconian, authoritarian, fascistic, centralized, anti-Republican nightmares that have populated the entire world, and we already know they're evil. So why are people screaming in an audience that this is what they want? You know, it's crazy. The dude that is screaming shows up later. Dude is an unhinged lunatic. Well, I can't wait for it. Audience, one guy craves the war. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, he literally wants to, I always say literally, he actually wants to create the conditions for a dystopian failed state civil war. What a lunatic. I don't want to spoil, but he definitely wants a civil war. Gotcha. Okay, these people aren't going away. They aren't changing. What do we do with them? Well, number one, we argue with them on social media because arguing with them on social media is better than an actual shooting civil war. Then as far as what the country does, I think we have to focus on our own communities. So I'm all for, I'm all for doing what you can electorally, but I do think that you guys at home, I do parasocially love you, and I appreciate the dozens of you who are hanging out in my chat. You need to work your jobs. You need to pay your bills. You need to take care of your families. You need to take care of your communities, and you need to be an example of sanity within your community. So if you bump into these people in real life and they're arguing about how we need a new civil war because everything's so broken, we need to be like, no, we don't. You know, and it could be as simple as that conversation. I know that sounds wildly simplistic, but I think you'll be surprised at the level of militant normalcy. You know, militant normality should be our political basis. Commander Haircut says fiscal conservatism is when you spend money on literally nothing because spending money is lib stuff. Yeah, actually, that's how some of them argue. Christian Blair says, thankfully, Republicans, MAGA, are economically arse-lord and the economy is what most voting Americans care about. Yeah, I'm actually wondering how the next 6 months is going to determine the midterms, because if Trump recovers, then the midterms might not be as bloody as I predicted. However, if Trump doesn't recover, the midterms are going to be bloody for Republicans. Absolutely. Sabine Green says, to be honest, I don't think the conditions in the prison are a deal breaker. Some societies prioritize rehabilitation. Others just want a warehouse for undesirables. The issue is the lack of a trial. Yeah. I mean, I generally agree that the principled issue is due process. That is the principled issue. Voided Parrot says you could probably make incarceration cheaper without much of a decrease in quality. There's likely a lot of bloat in that industry. Sure, but that's not. The fiscal conservative would try to make a principled argument for why should they have to pay for it anyways at all. Because they're an illegal immigrant, you know? Christian Lair says, ask them, are they willing to pick up a weapon and outright murder their fellow Americans? Well, some of them are going to say yes, Christian. Some of them are going to say yes. Commander Haircut says, if an innocent person is sent there, the conditions become even more horrifying. Well, we know that there's innocent people in Sukkot. There's still that gay hairdresser who disappeared and is in Sukkot, but nobody cares about him because Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a more, I don't know, recognizable name. I think it's Andre Hernandez. He's in Sukkot. Nobody's arguing about him. And he's some gay hairdresser. Sukkot, gay hairdresser, Andre. Andre Hernandez Romero. So this guy is currently being incarcerated along with the 18th Street Gang and MS-13 gang members. And he's probably trying to be as masculine as possible in the prison so he doesn't get physically abused. So I hope he's doing well. I hope his attempts at being more masculine so he doesn't get physically abused, I hope it's working out. Or I hope that Sukkot has evaluated his case and then allowed him to be released. All right. Continuing on with the content.
Bukele decides this guy goes free. What happens if they overthrow Bukele? It's so.
I got it, guys. I figured it out. We secure our border.
So in this country, there's justice for crimes, and what you're talking about is injustice. It's for the purposes of expediting something, but it's not true justice. For example,
I actually disagree with you. I think what you're saying isn't justice, because what you are doing is creating a defense for people who had no right to be here in the first place, so that taxpayers have to spend money on someone who's not going to be here after this. And if you look at the case of Abrego Garcia, this guy, what was the due process that was failed? He was supposed to get what's called a USCIS official interview.
False.
To make it, this is under the law. This is actually the
You're
codified
wrong.
law.
It's
well, it's in the law.
8 CFR.
I don't have my phone on me.
So it's 8 CFR to
the withholding of
24
deportation
sub
law.
O.
Void a parrot. I disavow your comment, but I did laugh about it.
8
States that if an individual receives a USCIS interview that determines the circumstances of their home country has changed, they can be deported. Withholding is void.
8 CFR 224. Look it up. So you go to sub F on that statute, or it's a regulation. It is not the province of USCIS to determine whether someone's going to be,
You have to go back to the immigration judge.
Yeah, you have to go to IJ judge.
Right.
You have to go to immigration judge.
It would be
Pull up the
immaterial.
law on withholding of deportation, which explicitly states that a USCIS interview can determine that the circumstance of their home country has changed. I don't have my phone on me.
That's affirmatively. What we're talking. So this is the problem. This is defensive relief, and so in the immigration context, you can apply affirmatively to USCIS,
right.
or you can put before an EOIR judge.
Then I'll say this. I concede. Let's bring him back, and the first thing that happens when he walks in the door is they turn him back
So I
on.
just want to be sure. You concede that it was unjust and it should be brought back and then put in removal.
No. Stop playing games.
That's what you just said.
Stop playing games. I am saying, for the sake of argument, I will no contest your argument and say the end
that's
result.
pussy shit. Don't no contest an argument.
That's-
Actually,
that's-
I think it's fair. I think
That's
it's fair.
that's you engaging in semantics to change the argument I
That's
made.
pussy shit. Why don't you actually engage with the argument? Why don't you actually engage with the argument, not say, "Oh, I don't know," because I'm fucking backed into a corner. Now I'm just going to say, "I don't really care."
What this guy does is he plays semantic games with.
I don't think it's semantic. I think it's actually a point. So there's some procedural issue. I'm not paying attention to it. But Pisco says that there's a procedural issue that Tim is fundamentally incorrect on. Tim doesn't know whether or not he's fundamentally incorrect on it. And so he concedes it for the sake of argument. And then Pisco, because he's a sore winner, which, by the way, in the debate space, being a sore winner is actually viewed as like Giga Chad. like Steven Destiny, he's considered one of the best alternative media debaters. He's also a sore winner. He's someone who, when somebody concedes, he like kicks them in the ribs one more time to cement his victory. That's what Pisco just did, which I do find funny. It's also really annoying in a conversation when you're trying to have like a real conversation. So I understand Tim getting annoyed, but it is funny. It's funny to see Pisco be like, yeah, you're wrong. Sean Kaplan says, bro, the audience sounds like any episode when South Park gets all its citizens. Like, yeah, rabble. It's true. Commander Haircut says, I'm down for calling this pusillanimous. Okay. My mother, believe it or not, she didn't know what she's English. I think she has like a higher level degree in English, and she didn't recognize pusillanimous. But she said I should stop using gendered slurs whenever I'm doing debate reviews and live content. And I was like, well, hey, I didn't use a gendered slur. I said the word pusillanimous. And she was like, wait, what does that mean? So I had to explain the concept of pusillanimous to my mother. So for those of you who don't know, the uninitiated, okay, Showing a lack of courage or determination, timid. And of course they shorten that to a gendered slur. Possum Nation says, Connor, are you familiar with General Tecumseh Sherman's reason for fighting for the Union? He wasn't even an abolitionist. He saw a mob rule and decided the Union had to win to preserve the country. No, I didn't know that. But in my opinion, that almost makes him even more based. I like William Tecumseh. I argued. Well, I didn't argue. I joked with my wife because we were looking for kind of like a crazy name. So my son's name is predictable. I'm not going to share it. But it's like predictable, but it's interesting enough. And then he has a very boring middle name. And then for our second son, we did a very boring first name, but he has an interesting middle name. So if in middle school or high school, he wants to play around with his name, he can pick which one he likes better. Now, I argued for Tecumseh because I thought that was a interesting, middle name, but she didn't go for it. Because I think the Sherman lore goes pretty hard. You think this is a legitimate conversation? No, but this is better or the same as any YouTube or Twitch politics debate thing. This is not, this isn't that bad. They're actually talking about the topic, which is an improvement over many Twitch and YouTube panels. Christian Blair says, based in Sherman pilled, he didn't go far enough. Jeez. K Sogo says, I'm naming my next kid Jasper. I love that name. Yeah. So believe it or not, I'm not going to tell you if it's a first name or a middle name, but that's one of my boys. That's one of the ones that we picked. Do yourself a favor and read up on Sherman. Very interesting. I will. It's interesting if you want him to be bullied. I'm sure it builds character. No. He would have a boring, normal first name, right? And then if he just wanted to be edgy in middle school and go by Tecumseh and have a goth phase, then he would be able to do it. All right. Anyways, let's continue. Shill time. Be sure to like the stream. Super chat if you got money burning a hole in your pocket. If you don't worry about it. Let's go.
With the ideas being presented so that he can try and finagle out of when he's backed into a corner.
So how am I backed into? So I understand the proposition to be, is the deportation unjust? Wait. I understand the proposition to be.
The end result of Abrego Garcia's return to this country is immediate expedited removal.
So
what the fuck is the point?
So I heard you.
Fucking time.
So I just want to be clear. I understood the proposition that you laid. I listened very carefully. Said, is it just and should it be brought back? And you just said, okay, I guess it should be. It was unjust. It should be brought back.
The point is, it's called a moot point. When you're arguing something is immaterial to the end result of what we're trying to accomplish.
The debate proposition is a moot point. I just want to hear you say that.
You're playing semantic games again. You're playing semantic games again.
I also heard everyone else said this is debate. Come to the arena debate. You guys are coping.
We are
bite the bullet. Bite the bullet.
Can I say something?
Let's get
I supposedly am debating here, right? I don't even remember that was supposed to happen. So the resolution was
let him talk.
The resolution was supposed to be, is the deportation profoundly unjust, right? And there's a reason for that adverb, right? It's because there is a mild injustice that happens whenever the law is not followed, right? So, unless there is like some dramatic reason to not follow the law in a particular instance, there's usually a mild injustice. I think that the more interesting, and the funny thing is the Trump administration has conceded to this since the beginning of the filings, right? The Trump administration conceded from the outset that this was administrative error, that they should have gotten the withholding of removal lifted before they removed him to El Salvador. I don't think that's the most interesting question because it's a question that like even the Trump administration agrees to for the most part. I think the question is this a profound injustice? And I think the answer to that is obviously no, for the reasons I laid out at the beginning, right? I think I'd like to actually hear your argument for why this is a profound injustice and not merely a mild.
Well, and I want to make one little point though, Pisco. When it comes to Abrego Garcia, and I personally think this is an isolated incident, but even if you are right, I'll concede that I think, I ideologically, even though you and I are different on this subject, I do feel like that he didn't get his, due process. And I had to debate this on college campuses. It is hard. But in this instance with Abrego Garcia, I think it's isolated, and I don't think that it's a massive problem. That's what I think about this, but I do concede.
They go entwined. This question is like, who really cares, right? Who really cares? One guy, whatever.
Well, it's kind of like you're George Floyd. They're making this guy to be like a hero, and it's one incident, and it's bad, but he's not a hero, and he still, beat his wife. So it just kind of sucks that even though you are right in this instance, I don't want to be like the left because they say that the means, the ends justify the means. And I don't want to be like that. I don't want to break the law to get the outcome that we want.
So I want to be clear. I'm going to give you a hot take. This is worse than the George Floyd situation. This is worse than the George Floyd situation. And
Whoa. Yeah, I'm going to need to see that substantiated. My prediction is that he's going to argue that within the George Floyd situation, the cell phone video went to court, went to trial, and then eventually justice was rendered upon the police officer who committed the unjust homicide. And therefore, in this case, because we actually pulled at the thread of the Republic, that's actually look at them smirking. They're like, oh, that's a hot take. Look at these guys. They're ecstatic that Pisco just jumped onto a landmine for fun. Although I do think that so I understand that they might be like, oh, people are going to turn against him or whatever. But number one, the audience he hates Pisco, so he can kind of do what he wants in order to have fun while he's doing the debate. Number two, I think that that speaks to Pisco's confidence that he's willing to jump on a landmine in front of the audience. I think that is funny. So John says 10 likes and 38 people watching. What the heck, chat? Yeah. We were in the 40s. If we only have 10 likes, then you guys are slacking. I've already shilled. Clearly what you're telling me is I 10 likes more.
And I'll tell you why.
Okay, wow. Ones in the chat.
Well, I think you just might need to reload your page. I have 35 likes on my end, which is actually pretty good. That's like an 80% participation rate. I'll take an 80% participation rate. I think that's your page, actually. So no, chat actually did a great job. Chat's killing it. So no, everybody did their part. So, but while we're at it, quick chill. Like the stream. It's free. Helps us in the algorithm. Lets other people know that we're live. They'll come in. They'll hang out. They'll have a good time. Participate in chat. There's plenty of people who are having fun, talking smack to each other in chat. Then also subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Put on notifications to all. That way you know that we're live. Typically, we are live 9:30 to 2:30, Monday through Friday. So if you want to have some fun while you're getting your workday started, or while you're just waking up and you're getting ready for your workday, then come hang out with us almost every single day. And then super chats are never required, but always appreciated. And let's watch Pisco jump onto the landmine, because I think the instinct is homicide is obviously worse, but he's going to say that if the system is ultimately corrupted, that is more important than any individual homicide. Homicides happen all the time.
Ones in the chat.
I don't know from what perspective that could possibly be right. It doesn't matter how you come down on George Floyd. The valence of George Floyd is bigger on either side.
I understand. So I take the assumption.
And let him talk. Let him talk, guys.
And I do believe that George Floyd was murdered. I watched that entire trial. I think it's clear that they're
fentanyl. Okay, go ahead. But let's let him say.
Yeah, no, you should listen to the pulmonary cardiologist, his testimony. Yeah.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Let's hear this.
Yeah.
He's about to make a good point. So I'm interested in this.
So this is why I do think that even though that there's a history of cop violence, not just on Black people, on people of all races, whatever, and it's a problem in the United States. I think that it doesn't present the same kind of civilizational problems that are presented by what the Trump administration is doing here. What they're trying to do here is put people outside of the contours of U.S. law. We have prisons in the United States. We have prisons in the United States for the worst of the worst. We spend money on it. The reason why we need to send them to Sicat or to El Salvador is quite simply because Trump doesn't want to be hemmed in by the law. And that when the president of the United States, when the strongest person in the country is saying things like, for example, I want to do this to U.S. criminals. I want to use it for U.S. citizens. I believe him. I believe that he wants to do that.
How about this, Pisco? You and I both know Guantanamo Bay. There are people that are being held there without due process. We're not losing sleep over that. I don't see the left. And that was done by Obama, kept that when he said he campaigned, I'm going to shut down Guantanamo Bay. Yet he still
he was wrong for
Derek Chauvin did.
John, no, I appreciate your... John says, it's 40. My phone was being dumb. I'm sorry. No, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Sacred Snow says, it seems like Pisco likes to test himself in debates, which I can understand, but I also don't like the idea of giving them a W so you can improve. I don't know if I agree. I think that what he's making the point. Homicides happen. We're a country of 330 million people, okay? So we are, a little bit more than 250 million, right? That's a hell of a lot of people. So there are always going to be homicides, and there are also going to be unjust homicides. Even if you go to like the most developed countries, we have like a 5 per 100,000 homicide rate in the United States. There's 2 per 100,000 in hyper civilized Europe. And so that seems to be about as stable, as safe as you can get society on a maximal basis. And I'm pretty sure those homicides levels are also replicated in authoritarian places like China, Saudi Arabia, etc. And so if the best we can do from a homicide standpoint is 2 per 100,000, and there's still going to be unjust homicides and just homicides in society, then what he's saying is that one unjust homicide that the courts then rectify through criminal prosecution of the person who conducted the unjust homicide doesn't threaten the entire system. Whereas violating court orders and then violating the orders of the Supreme Court of the United States kind of does. And you do see that on Twitter every day, where there's a bunch of Trump sycophants who are arguing that Trump just needs to ignore the courts and do whatever he wants to do. But if they're taking that position now, and then a Democrat wins, then the Democrat can make the same arguments. They can say, well, the Republicans aren't respecting the rule of law. They're not respecting the courts. This is what I think is just. Therefore, I got a popular mandate from the people, even though they only won 52% of the popular vote. Therefore, I'm going to do it. And then boom, you have like the seesaw of a dystopian banana republic, falling apart. I use banana republic to mean that's normally like a Central American pejorative. But the point is that you have like a unjust society that's effectively a dictatorship, but it has the veneer of a republic. Commander Haircut says there's no way they think that people on the left are okay with Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, I mean, I remember plenty of Democrats passionately protesting Guantanamo Bay. I think the argument, though, was that Obama, after he got into office, he kept it. Now, I think he substantively reduced the population and eventually set the stage for it to be closed. But I do understand that he saw a bunch of terrorists and he was like, well, we didn't get this evidence through legal means, so we can't do a prosecution through a normal US court system, but I can't just let these guys go because they're actually dangerous. So I understand the pragmatic reality, and they're talking about principle. Pachydermis Absurdus says, I love how certain they are that Abrego Garcia is a wife beater, but Derek Chauvin they sweep for. Well, right. And that's the issue with bias, isn't it? Making that troll Alex or whatever his name look reasonable is quite an achievement. Yeah, that's what I like, is everybody was worried about Alex Stein being the insane like wild card in the debate. And so far he's been like the most chill. He's been the most chill pundit on the stage. Mr. Bombastic I think it's a different point, though. A homicide by an agent of the law is way worse than any other homicide. With the deportation case, we have the most important government agent, the president, abusing the law. You simultaneously say that it's the worst homicide. Yeah. I don't know if we disagree. I don't feel like your statements are in conflict. Gray Jedi says, have you heard about the guy that got shot while making a TikTok video by trying to break into someone's house at 3 a.m. in Maryland? No, but I will say, FAFO, fudge around, find out. Don't be videotaping burglaries and then get surprised when you get shot. He made it to where the U.S. government could no longer send new terrorists there, not that it would eventually be closed. Oh, okay. All right, interesting. Raymond Smith says, let me get this right. Navy SEALs are having valor problems and Green Berets 2 valor problems, and now America's valor is stolen and no one made the point. What? It's just a prank, bro, right? Yeah, like that guy at the mall who he was trying to rob. He was pretending to like rob someone. He was like, give me your wallet, bro. And then the guy just pulled out a gun and shot him at the mall. Yeah, that was fun. Yep. Don't harass people and you won't get shot.
Did nothing wrong and he is held unjustly.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. But
whoa. Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong and is held unjustly. I'm just going to tell you that's factually incorrect. I'm not even going to dig into it. If you watch the pulmonologist testify during the trial, there's no way that you can hold that perspective.
Obama kept that when he said he campaigned, I'm going to shut down Guantanamo.
There's also no way that you can know about positional asphyxia and believe that.
Bay, yet he still
he
was wrong.
Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong and he is held unjustly.
Bullshit.
That's wrong. That's wrong. But that's wrong. But let's just. I want to ask you guys, if Trump
I'm going to
sends
do
U.S. citizens abroad to these
tricep flies.
to
So
Qatar.
excuse
You'd have a
me.
problem with that, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know about that. As a different form instead of using a U.S. prison?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's any different than our private prison industry that's a scam.
So-
To send them to a prison.
This is the
both bad.
danger.
Yeah, so.
This
They're both
is the
bad.
danger. Trump is selling. Trump is testing.
And we got 2 minutes left, and then we're about to get into the debate. So go ahead.
Trump is testing this theory, and he's telling you in advance he wants to apply it to U.S. citizens. And just like Obama, one of the things I respect about Tim Pool is he's aware of the kinds of violations that occurred under Rumsfeld, under the neocons, under Trump, Barack Obama, under Trump term 1, and that very same rationale that applied to Guantanamo Bay, that applied to the deprivations of due process in like Abu Ghraib, surely that applies to Trump version 2. And I don't see a kind of exceptional circumstance in this case that would justify breaking the law.
Well, before we go to the members, Will, do you want to take the last point?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so I think the argument that this is ultimately going to lead to U.S. citizens deportation is just a really bad slippery slope argument. I don't think that's true. I think that there's so many other remedies that are available to U.S. citizens that it's not going to happen. I think that
You want to send U.S. citizens to Qatar? Well, who decides? Who decides? That's the question. Do we just trust Trump and his Kash Patel to say who the terrorists are? What are you?
Pisco, with any sort of prison, I mean, there's the levels of crime would decide.
But there's also levels of review, right? So
There is.
Mr. Bombastic says, it's worse because you have a greater abuse of power, even though homicide might be a worse crime. We agree. I think you agree with Pisco. I agree with Pisco to a degree. Now, that being said, with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I think the thing that Will is appealing to is the fact that if the courts had time to review the available evidence, they would ultimately result in Kilmar Abrego Garcia's deportation anyways, which I think you can make an argument, excuse me, for whether or not that's a miscarriage of justice. And I think that you can make a pragmatic argument that it's not. And so I'm sympathetic to that line of argumentation, while my alarm at the abuse of norms, the abuse of the courts, the attempts to ignore the courts is so alarming that we should be fighting it effectively tooth and nail. So just like a idiot centrist, as always, I'm seeing both sides, and I believe certain portions of each side's argumentation. Sean Kaplan says, so counterpoints, what are your thoughts on hiding Never Trump power levels on big right-wing shows until the audience already likes you, like Destiny did with the Red Pill? It's not my style. I think there's a pragmatic argument to be made for being charismatic, charming, and funny. I actually got a lot of compliments for my Tim Pool second appearance because I think I was more relaxed. I wasn't as, crazy ready to get into the debate. And also, I don't know. I feel like I was like less hyperbolic. So I was kind of like having fun, doing more jokes, all that kind of stuff. And so I actually got quite a few compliments on my second Tim Pool appearance. And so what I don't want the audience to feel like is that I'm knowingly lying to them, where I'm pretending to be something I'm not, and then I pull out the rug on them. That's all. That's part of the reason why I don't necessarily play rhetorical games. I try to tell you what's true or what I believe to be true. And so I have no problems with like trying to debate as aggressively as possible and logically shoring up your points. That's totally fine. But I don't like those rhetorical flourishes of, I don't know, lying through omission in order to have greater effect. I think people can smell that shit on you eventually. Commander Haircut says, Tim Pool has devolved from trying to debate, argue, to just yelling things the audience likes. Well, that's populism for you, baby. That's why I don't like populism. That's why I get into fights with populists, is because I effectively think that in order to achieve power, populists agree that the fastest way to power is just yelling things that the audience likes. I think that's why Trump doesn't have a set of policy goals that he earnestly believes in. He shouts something out until it's unpopular, and then he changes course, which is a horrible way to run a society. Great Jedi says, Tim Pool is the guy that said that Ahmaud Arbery, it's not Ahmad, I'm overpronouncing it. Ahmaud Arbery killing was okay. He doesn't know anything. Which one was Ahmaud Arbery? Oh, that was the shotgun one. Yeah, that's crazy. That was effectively people trying to like detain somebody illegally and then escalating the situation to the point that they wrestled over a shotgun and then they killed the guy. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know if they should be spending like 20 years in jail. I think they should probably be spending like, or prison, excuse me. I think they should probably be spending 5 years in prison. But yeah, that was obviously a situation where the civilians tried to do an unlawful detention. They escalated it to the point that they were fighting over a gun, and then they killed a guy they didn't have the right to kill. So yeah, that's at least a few years in prison, right? Liar. Connor is not a human. He is a robot. Depends on the day. That's how I feel. The same accounts follow Connor around right-wing shows. I expect Rob Knorr and Commander Gibbs fans. I mean, yeah. He looked up facts and misrepresented those facts to Destiny. Lynch would be the term. Who didn't know about the case? What, Ahmaud Arbery? Because that was the Luke Beasley thing. That's part of the reason why I wanted to watch the Luke Beasley clip, is because he made up facts about the New York January 6th being held in solitary confinement against his will for like 3 years. And then we looked it up, and the guy had effectively done something to end up in solitary that was justifiable. And then also he kept asking for trial extensions. So it wasn't that the government had like incarcerated somebody for a half decade and put them in solitary confinement just to punish him. The guy was requesting that for whatever reasons. They put the cameraman in jail for 25 plus. I think that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's way too much time. Now, hopefully with like, good behavior and all that kind of stuff, he'll get parole. But yeah, I think that's crazy pants. Unless they have text messages, unless they have text messages between the guys being like, yeah, we're looking for an excuse to go get us, some black guy. Like, unless they have text messages showing that it was on some level premeditated, I think that punishment is crazy. You don't think it's crazy? So hold on. So, K-Soko, let's run the scenario, okay? Across the street, there's an abandoned house. People walk into that house in order to take a look at it, but they also walk in there to steal construction supplies because the house is being renovated. It's the middle of the day. You keep getting reports that people are burglarizing cars and burglarizing houses in the neighborhood. You see somebody walk into that house, hang out for 5 minutes, and then walk out, and you suspect that they took something. You, me, and another member of the neighborhood, we get in our trucks and we start following the guy, and you're the guy in the rear vehicle, and you're videotaping what's happening. Let's just use me as the example. I get out of the car. I confront the guy with a firearm, which I do not have the right to detain him. But so I unnecessarily escalate the situation instead of waiting for law enforcement. I confront the guy with a firearm shown. The guy charges me, wrestles over the firearm, and then I kill him with the firearm. You think that you as the videotaper should get 25 years. I think that's a little much. You're saying they try to block him with the truck? I mean, maybe the jurors know more than I do, but I think 25 years for that is a little crazy. Well, okay, Soko, absolutely, because the videotaper was more involved. Well, I would have to know that level of involvement before I would concede that 25 years was appropriate. Read up on the case? Okay, not right now, but I will in general.
Levels of one of the reasons why Tim, I think, in good faith, is against the death penalty. He understands the propensity for courts, yes, even courts with full review, to get shit wrong sometimes. In this case, I think that you should be fearful of a purely executive discretion on who is a terrorist sufficient to make a big hole in due process.
See, here's where I want to make one last point, right? And this is why I think the slippery slope argument is bad. It'd be one thing if the Trump administration was hiding that it had made this administrative error from the beginning. But from the outset, from the very first filing in court, from the first declaration, the Trump administration was like, we made a mistake. It was an administrative error. He should have had his withholding removal lifted. So he didn't fire the guy who made the declaration, right? He made he fired the attorney, but he didn't fire.
They suspended the guy who admitted it, and
they suspended the attorney, but not
and Stephen Miller is saying it was a mistake. Stephen Miller's lying about the Supreme Court decision, and you agree that Trump could get him back if he wanted to.
I mean, I think he could. I just don't. I think it's beyond the judicial power to order.
Whether it's beyond the judicial power to order, since you said it was unjust, why wouldn't you want him to right the wrong that you acknowledge?
Here's how I would have him do that, right? Like, and one of two ways. Either a Zoom hearing or a hearing in the American Embassy in San Salvador, right? You resolve the problem. You resolve the problem by just having the hearing to lift the withholding of removal.
But the Supreme Court said facilitate his release in custody in El Salvador.
Yeah, they said that, and it's like I think they're acting on a rush basis. They haven't been very clear about what they mean by facilitate, and neither is Judge Zinnes, frankly. So I think the solution here is whatever, while they're litigating what exactly facilitate means in this context, you just go ahead and handle the withholding of removal issue. He's going to lose on it.
And he's not, first of all, so I just want to address it real quick because I want to address the issues of collateral estoppel and the issues and issue preclusion. This is a legal term of art, but for the lawyers who are eventually going to watch this, the bond hearing is only related to the issue of whether or not he's in the moment a danger to the community. It's not a finding of the court that is able to apply and have binding precedent on any other determination. Furthermore, the basic contours of due process and collateral estoppel require there to be a vigorous process where the issues were really held. They didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine any of the witnesses. An anonymous witness on two forms, one of which is like blatantly wrong and contradictory. They said they picked him up for murder, and so the issue of collateral estoppel, there's no collateral estoppel.
I mean, I think in the context of an immigration proceeding, I think it would, you can't suddenly take a criminal standard.
Okay, that's 30 minutes, but we'll let you wrap
Thank you, guys.
it up.
So, and then just the second issue of withholding, it's clear under the regulations and under the due process clause, you are allowed to bring up, if just as the burden of the proof is going to be on the government to show that the country conditions have changed so that Barrio 18 is like no longer a threat because Bukele is just fucking Superman or whatever, he's going to have additional opportunities to argue other withholding arguments, one of which is now that he's been identified by Bukele by name, he has a very strong argument that he's going to be actually a target of persecution by Bukele and the administration in the state, which I think is actually a stronger argument than the Barrio 18 argument.
Let's roll.
All right, guys. Now let's get it on. That was our introductory debate. You guys kind of got your palate, Well, now we need the palate cleanse. You got your little taste of what tonight's going to be about. So, guys, what's going to happen is that we're going to pick people up. We're going to kind of mix it up. So first, we're going to start with Donnie Dossie. But Donnie, what's going to happen is you're going to come up here. You're going to get a minute uninterrupted to talk about whatever prompt you want. We have this prompt. We're just going to use because you're the first one. And then after you make that argument, then you're going to come up here, and that's when we're going to have the back and forth dialogue. So you got 1 minute, and then, hopefully just give us your best 1 minute elevator pitch on your topic and why you think you're right. Then you get the 4 minutes back and forth. You get to freaking argue with the most famous guy.
And if we like you, stay. But if you suck,
YouTube,
I'll kick you out.
I suck.
And so your 1 minute starts. Let me get the timer out. So
just go for it. He'll start it.
Yeah. Okay. Ready, set, debate or set.
So I like this. Okay. And the reason why I like this is, and some people earlier today have made points saying that like, oh, Tim's a liar. He's a grifter. He's just saying what his audience wants him to say, all that kind of stuff. I actually felt like Tim was kind of steel manning my position, especially in the first debate with Fabian Liberty. And then he was also taking devil's advocate positions in order to play with the ideas, and he was being insightful, and he was responding to what was going on in the room. So regardless of whatever his personal belief structure is, whether or not he's lying, I don't know, whatever, he can do what he needs to do. But this whole dynamic of having the crowd, which are effectively, like, I think we can all agree, are heavily on Will and Alex Stein and Tim Pool's side compared to Pisco. What's going to happen is these guys who are so confident in their position have to come up and try to defend they have to articulate their position. Then they have to defend their position on the fly. And what happens is if you're a chatter versus being like a live stream debater, there's a completely different dynamic going on depending on where you're at within the dynamics of a debate space. And so a lot of people like to throw tomatoes from the audience, but they don't have the skills to be on stage. And so I think it's potentially a way for audience members to get humbled, to understand the dynamics of debate, to know the pressures that the debaters are under, and then also to have their ideas and their talking points tested in real time. And I hope that that's like a sobering experience for the individual, but also maybe a sobering experience for the audience as well, where what they think are good talking points, if they get ripped to shreds by the hosts, if they get ripped to shreds by Pisco, that could actually be like illuminating, personally illuminating. So I'm actually happy that Tim is facilitating this kind of thing.
Say your topic.
So this withholding of removal thing that I keep hearing about, granted, I admit I'm not a lawyer or anything. I also, I didn't actually like read the Supreme Court ruling or anything, but my understanding of the withholding of removal is this makes it illegal for them to have deported Garcia to El Salvador. It did not grant him permanent residency within the United States, and it also did not outlaw ability to deport him to another country. So I'm kind of confused on where the confusion. Okay, I get it. A mistake was made. He was accidentally deported to El Salvador. So what happens from that point? We go ahead and we bring him back. How do we bring him back? What if Bukele isn't willing to relinquish him to us? How do we go about getting him back? Are we supposed to send in the military and go take them by force and bring them back here just so that way we can detain them and deport them again anyways? None of that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point.
All right, well,
Come on up, and then we can tell you why you're wrong.
So actually, I want to give credit before we get into it. These are talking points that have been brought up, and they're not totally schizophrenic. The withholding of removal was specifically for El Salvador. And as an example, excuse me, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has family in Guatemala. And so technically, because he wasn't granted a green card or temporary residency or permanent residency, he could have been deported to Guatemala. And so that's kind of that's actually a pointed question that I've heard brought up before. And then we also can't compel El Salvador to give him back. So we're not going to send the military. We're not going to argue with Bukele in order to do it. The best thing we could do is provide diplomatic pressure for them to release Kilmar Abrego Garcia back into our custody. But the question is, if that's not in El Salvador's interest, he's a citizen of El Salvador. He's technically their responsibility. And so any abuses of Kilmar Abrego Garcia are things that need to be criticized from the El Salvadoran government. So I'm curious to see how Pisco responds, but these are not totally schizophrenic points to start the conversation with. Christian Blair says, Bud doesn't understand that the U.S. consistently uses economic political pressure with nations that we give aid to. Lol, it's an Arcelor talking point. I get it, but that's diplomatic pressure that the Trump administration is not interested in. And realistically, if the allegations against Kilmar Abrego Garcia are correct, that he actually did have domestic violence a domestic violence affidavit signed against him in 2021, that those tattoos are potentially symbols of MS-13, that he got caught with he just had cash, but he got caught in the presence of MS-13 gang members. There's other people who have attested to the fact that he's threatened them or, said that he was clicked up. If all of those things are true, bear in mind, I would want a court to review whether or not those things were true. But if those were true, I would be okay with deportation. So that's I'm interested to see how Pisco responds. I'll put it that way and then let them flow.
I mean, that's my position too, mostly. So nice to meet you too.
Well, let's roll. I mean, what was
sure.
wrong?
Happy to. First of all, thank you guys. I know that we disagree on stuff, but I really appreciate y'all coming here. I think it's a really important topic, due process, and so I think it's awesome.
If I could say real quick, kudos to you, man. Big balls. Come up here, go up against these three and an entire fucking room of people that are opposing you. That's strong.
Okay, you don't need to kiss his ass. Let's go.
So I think the first, I'm going to deal in reverse order. The first thing is well, how can we actually get that done? I think everyone, if they're being honest with themselves, because you guys are honest people, should admit that Trump could, if he wanted to, get Kilmar Abrego Garcia back. He recently, as this week, said he could get him back. So we believe in terms of practicality, the president of the United States could get him back, right?
I mean, I concede he could because he does have a lot of sway and.
So, Gray Jedi says the domestic violence charges were because his wife had been abused before, and she says that she was being careful and dropped the charges. Well, Gray Jedi, here's the thing. So, coming from a background in law enforcement, and then Harmonic Fox, actually, real quick, I'm off to work. Y'all have a good day. 07. 07's back to your Harmonic Fox. Hope you have a great day at work. So, dealing with domestic violence charges in the past, I'll just say that you don't know and I don't know. Okay. And what I mean by that is all the domestic violence cases that I dealt with in the past, there were often cases of mutual abuse. There was cases where one partner was verbally abusive or emotionally abusive, and then the other partner was physically abusive. There were cases where we arrested one partner for being physically abusive one day, and then we arrested the other partner literally a week or two later for physically abusing the other person the next week. So when it comes to domestic violence battery or domestic violence in general, like you just have to tread on thin ice, not presume that everyone is guilty instantaneously, but you also can't necessarily believe the statements that are being made by partners. Because oftentimes what happens is there will be a fight. Somebody will hurt the other person physically, emotionally, cheat on them, whatever. And then there will be something that somebody can go to jail for. They'll call law enforcement. And then because they love the person, after the other person actually gets in trouble and they get arrested and taken to jail, they feel guilty for hurting someone that they love using the state. And then they recant everything they said. So there was actually just to bring it up and make it interesting, there was a domestic violence battery situation where I actually fought a guy who was high on cocaine and had drank like a quart of vodka. And he had allegedly strangled his girlfriend with a shoelace, allegedly dumped bleach on her, threatened her with murder, pointed a knife at her, like all this kind of stuff. Just crazy, like effectively beat the shit out of her and tortured her for like 3 or 4 hours. And we had to fight the detectives to come on scene and actually document the crime, because they had already been out to the same scene before so many times. And she had already flubbed or torpedoed so many domestic violence abuse cases that they didn't want to take her case. They didn't want to take her case because they had already been out to her house where similar things, I think not as bad as this one, to be honest, but they already had so many domestic violence battery cases against the male party that they didn't want to take this one because they knew that she was going to torpedo the case in the long run. Now, what ended up happening was she had bleach burns on her body. She had signs of battery to her face. She had strangulation marks on her neck. There were weapons, like there was like a knife, like lying on the middle of the floor when we arrived on scene. Bear in mind, I fist fought this guy while he was naked, except for tennis shoes. Absolutely insane moment in my life. Like actually, I can still kind of flash back to it if I want to. So what ended up happening was the physical evidence was so overwhelming that they did take the case. They did come out. They documented everything and they passed it on to the state's attorney's office. Well, there was such overwhelming physical evidence that this happened. They were red tennis shoes. I didn't recognize the brand, but they were red tennis shoes. The physical evidence was so overwhelming that the state attorney picked it up and got a prosecution and put him in jail or prison for like 3 to 5 years. But she was still dating the guy after the situation in which she almost got murdered. So crazy. I feel you're describing why domestic violence calls somebody is always going to jail. Yeah, we are, because if we show up and there's even kind of signs of battery and then we leave and then somebody kills the other one, that's on us. Same thing with, there was another interesting detail about that case. Battery, torture, detectives not wanting to take it. Somebody said something. Classic Florida moment. True. Gray Jedi says, due to social work background, I've seen what you're talking about. I was just saying what I saw from the reports. I don't think it's far from domestic violence as reason for him to be deported. I don't know. I don't like, if you're a citizen of another country and you're a domestic abuser who deals drugs and hang out with gangbangers, what right do you have to stay in the United States of America? That would be my perspective. I would say that you're too empathetic. If someone comes to this country, I want them to be squeaky clean. I want them to be paying their taxes and working and waving to their neighbors and being friendly and all that kind of stuff. I don't want somebody covered in tattoos, beating the crap out of their spouse, dealing weed, and driving like an a-hole. Otherwise, for the violence, the state could be held responsible. It's an argument whether or not we could be held responsible, but the truth is, in the 1980s, there was so much domestic violence that cops just drove away from, and there were so many homicides as a result that eventually the states were compelled to take action on every domestic violence case for liability purposes. Anyways, sorry for the yap, but I think that stuff is interesting, so I hope you do as well.
Bukele
So you
wants to
agree with
work
that,
him.
right?
He wants to work with them, but then at the same time, this also keeps Bukele in the spotlight.
Yeah, I
And
know.
he likes
but,
being in the spotlight.
But let's not talk about questions of could. Let's talk about questions of should, because I don't really think that you can make a strong argument that he couldn't.
No.
I don't really think
Actually-
that he needs to waste his time on it.
Well, hang on, I just want to give Will an opportunity.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think my point is that there's Article 2 prerogatives that he actually does need to protect. And so in a world where Article 3 is sort of like in this vague game of trying to order him to return him, I would say no.
So I want to give Will his credit, because it is the case. There are, as the Supreme Court held, limits, Article 3 limits on their ability to infringe on the Article 2 prerogatives. And I agree with some of these. Like, if the Supreme Court said to Trump, hey, you have to go send in spec ops to take this guy out, I would think that that's unconstitutional for them to order that. So I do agree that there are some limits here, but that's a question of whether the court can order the remedy, not a question about what Trump could do.
Well, no, because there's an odd element to this too, and I think that you're eliding.
Okay.
The odd argument is that in a world where the Supreme Court is attempting to encroach on his power with vague orders, and Trump accedes to it, that sets a precedent for what the court can do going forward. And so, I mean, and since we're in this area of like core Article 2 power, why I think I think Trump should do, as I said, I think the remedy here is this hearing in El Salvador, but I think Trump should resist any sort of attempt to say, oh, you're ordering me to negotiate with the Salvadoran government to bring him back. I'm not going to do that until you give that up.
We also need to address what it means to what the phrase "could bring him back" means, and this would mean that Trump would need to negotiate with Bukele to some degree. And I also believe it's fair to say that while Trump could bring him back, the resistance is going to be tremendous. Bukele is going to have to concede to his nation, I have released an MS-13 gang member because I was pressured by a foreign country.
That's right.
So
Correct.
Trump could
Also
get
a
him
good
back,
point.
but
Absolutely.
Trump's going to have to come in like,
We can't
here's
do
what
that.
we'll give you. We'll give you this. We'll give you that. Things that the Supreme Court can't order him to guarantee.
Bukele has like what, 90% approval in El Salvador? I've had a client from El Salvador before, and I don't want to underplay the
Because
problem
he's
that
hard on them.
What's that?
Because he's hard on crime. He's hard on gang.
So I want to be clear. Like the El Salvador, my client that I once had,
I'm getting this like weird echo on my end from their microphones all of a sudden started sounding very metallic, but I don't think it's on my end. I think it's on their end.
was absolutely a victim to the gang violence. It was endemic, and it was just unlivable in El Salvador. So I don't want to underplay the degree to which gang violence matters. It absolutely does. But he is not, his approval rating, is to the max. The notion that he would face some kind of humongous
At the
pushback-
very
let's-
second that he softens on that, his approval
No,
rating's going to go down.
You don't think he's like, okay, we gave it back because we want to make good relations with the president? That's not going to affect his approval rating. That's going to, come on, this is all a joke. If Trump wanted him back,
Pisco, I want to do some Socratic dialogue
Yeah,
with
go
you
for it, go
because
for it.
you did a lot
Yes, I
earlier.
did, yes, go for it.
So let's do some Socratic dialogue. Imagine a different hypothetical.
And just explaining that real quick, Socratic dialogue is where instead of describing your position, you effectively walk somebody through a series of questions where they have to describe their beliefs. So hopefully you can logically lead them to concluding something similar to you. So it started once they added another person to the table. Gotcha. Okay. I don't even know what the signs mean. Well, I think one of them is a 20 and one of them is a 1. If I had to guess, bear in mind, I'm just guessing. They're effectively rating the statements of what's being said on whether or not they like them or dislike them. And so every time that I've seen them hold up a 1, they've basically been talking smack about the point that was made. And whenever they hold up a 20, they think that it's good. At least that's my preliminary evaluation based off of what's going on. By Zeus, you're right. I would love it. I would love it if we started invoking the Greek gods in debates. I think that would be hysterical.
Let's imagine a world where the United States had an illegal member of La Cosa Nostra in detention.
Yep.
And somehow he had managed to acquire withholding removal from an immigration judge. Maybe that information got hidden about him being in La Cosa Nostra, whatever. Okay, got a withholding removal to Italy.
So like Italy, yeah.
Okay, the Italy hypothetical. And then,
That's 4 minutes, Donnie. Dude,
Let's. Any final thoughts before we
yeah,
go?
but Donnie, you spent a minute of it
questions.
kissing Pisco's ass.
I shouldn't have been kissing his ass. I was just trying to talk about, I'm impressed that he
Good
got
question.
up here, but at the
I
same time,
respect it.
he's fucking
Well,
wrong.
we're impressed
all
that
around.
you're here,
That's
too.
where I'm at.
But I do agree. I do tremendously respect you being here, man. This is fantastic.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Yeah, we do appreciate it. Okay, now, guys, obviously, no, thank you, Donnie. Great job. And so, guys, you're going to be able to come up here. So try to interject a little bit. I know, Donnie, it's tough being the first one, so don't beat yourself up. You actually did a good job. Thank you. You're the virgin. We just, you took our virginity. So thank you. Well, Alex Jones, we're about to get into Alex Jones, but it's funny because we're getting heckled by. Let's be real, guys. This is a sausage fest, I mean, it is. But we do have a few ladies here. So next up, I want one of those beautiful ladies from the audience to come on.
Jeez, Alex Stein needs a girlfriend or a wife. Good Lord. He's talking about the thick Latinas earlier, and now he's talking about the beautiful ladies in the bar. So sorry, ladies. One of y'all is going to have to take one for the team and marry Alex Stein so he stops being so goonery. Sean Kaplan says that's dirty, calling him out multiple times for saying something nice about Pisco, mental warfare. Well, Sean, it's an abrasive environment, and I think they all did just concede within the past minute that they do appreciate Pisco effectively entering into a hostile environment. And to be honest, I'm looking forward to my opportunity to do so as well. I'm happy that the content, taking a look at the metrics. Let's take a look real quick. They have 96K. So 100K. I think if you look at the Culture War series, it's oftentimes bouncing between like 30 and 100. And of course, like with more popular figures, they get more views. So the fact that they have Pisco, I think Pisco's main thing, I'm not dogging him. I'm just saying Pisco has been in the debate scene for a while. Pisco's hour. So he's got 20K subs, which is good. I think it was only at like 5 or 10 a few weeks ago. So he's obviously growing pretty fast. But you look at the numbers, and I'm not dogging at all. Okay, I have very similar numbers on the small end. Okay, so 2.7, 3, 3. Okay, but then he's also popping off in these other ones where he gets 10, 10, 10, 8, 14, 10. So 60. Yeah. Some of this stuff is popping off. So 60, then a 1.3, then a 6, 11, 18. He's kind of all over the place. But 28, 12. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a vibe for the numbers. But here's another 2K one, which is obviously low. 7, 40, and then 5. So the point is that he's, kind of metrically all over the place. He's bouncing up and down. But at the same time, he's a relatively smaller creator, and yet he went into the lion's den and debated Alex Stein, who's probably pretty big, even though he's psychotic. He debated Will Chamberlain, who is trusted by other large creators to be a law pundit. And then Tim Pool is bringing him on as effectively like a heel. So this is probably pretty good for everyone. Number one, that this part of the internet is seeing liberal and progressive arguments in their strongest form. And then it's good for Pisco, too, because he's getting recognized as an intelligent, rhetorically gifted, aggressive debate bro, which is great. I hope this, as much as Pisco and I, we bump heads all the time, I wish him well. I seriously, I hope he does well. Alex Stein said he would have to stop sexually harassing them first. Yeah, that's a tall ask. We just might need to get a guy who... get a gal who's just okay with it. Mans needs to be vigorously. Wow. Okay, Commander Haircut. Good God. I'm going to email your boss about that one. Pisco is the new black. People on the left and poor marketing names name a more iconic duo. Yeah, Pisco. Let's just say all the memes about him doing well involve urine. This is more like the rabbit hole than the lion's den. I mean, I agree that none of these guys are like top tier debaters, or at least don't seem to be top tier debaters so far, but it's a decent platform. Tim Pool has a large platform. So the fact that he's willing to platform lefties in their strongest form against rightoids, I think is productive. Chase says, honestly, if I could have anyone in these spaces on our sides, it would definitely be Pisco. Yeah, and you have to understand, like, this was destiny. This was Stephen Bonnell II's role, was to be an aggressive liberal debate bro in right-wing spaces. But no offense to him, I'm not trying to be insulting, but he fudged up. He fudged up by doing all the crazy stuff in his personal life. And so as a result, he's, toxic and people don't want to deal with him. I did talk to Tim. I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this detail, but allegedly the reason why Tim wasn't having Steven on wasn't because of personal issues. They obviously have personal issues and they fight it out on Twitter and all that kind of stuff. it actually was allegedly, I'm not saying this is true, I'm saying this is what I was told. It was allegedly because of the fireman comments. And the reason why is because any threats of violence are, number one, very difficult to monetize, and number two, can result in community guideline strikes that tank your channel. And Tim's show is such a large revenue generator that there's no guest who is worth getting community guideline strikes because it can threaten hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue. So maybe I'm adding the revenue component, but I mean, that would be my concern as well. If I had a spicy guest on, like, let's say Sam Hyde, if I had Sam Hyde on and then he just starts, saying the N-word and screaming about, wanting to hurt Hassan Piker, that could be a problem. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media, do you watch Lib and Learn? Did you see they had a brief argument on a recent show that the next Dem admin should scare straight MAGA on Dem norms since they're okay with it? Yeah, I disagree with them. I think that they're going to alienate the moderates that they need in order to win if they do an inverse mirror of MAGA. However, I think that Pisco and Josiah are pissed and they want revenge. I think that's what's going on. It's not, they might have a principled argument for why they can behave badly, but I think that will alienate the moderate base that they need in order to win, and that it's a counterproductive line of argumentation. But they're pissed off because of the egregious nature of the Trump admin. Therefore, they think it's justified. Tim is lying. Laura Loomer continued to be on after making threats on the show. Well, far be it for me to, hold people accountable for what they say on the internet. Like Chase says, honestly, the firefighter comments were Giga Chad, in my opinion. It was the stuff with Pixie that made me stop watching Destiny. Well, that's frustrating. Steven could have gone further, but, he let some personal stuff overweigh him. Doesn't Tim just need a sponsor to bring Destiny to the debate? Maybe. Christian Blair says, I don't give an F about the firefighter comments. One, right-wing commenters are worse. Two, they loved his comments about 2020 rioters. Well, I mean, that's why I didn't care about it. I didn't care about it because I agreed with what he said about, what was it? It's like, if dipstick protesters are running around setting buildings on fire at 10 o'clock at night, then right-wing dipstick militias have my blessing to intervene. It was a little bit spicier than that, but that's what he said. Anyways, we're having fun. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. Be sure to comment in the VODs. That way we get boosted in the algorithm. Be sure to watch the VODs. That way we get your sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. If you have money burning a hole in your pocket, I understand it might be a little weird time right before payday, but if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are never required, but always appreciated. Kesoko, I'm not going to read that, but I agree with your assessment of Steven's long-term survivability. Pending anything new, I think Steven will survive his dramas.
Down. So do we have a lady that wants to come up here? Do we have a lady? Yeah, come on. Come on. Yes, come on. Get up there. You have to come up. Yeah. If you're here, guys, you're susceptible to being chosen and get up there. So just say anything. Just come up for a minute. If you suck for the minute, you get kicked off. You don't have a choice. Just come up here. Don't be scared. You're going to go viral. You got Tim Pool.
Let's try. Let's just for the sake of time.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, well, if you're going to be a chicken, Bach. Well, like, listen, you came here, you put on that dress, you wanted to be seen. Let's see it.
Let's grab who we have.
All right, let's go with somebody that's different. Is John Gordon here? We got a John Gordon in the audience? No, okay.
He wanted to be here.
What about Connor York? Do we have a Connor York in the audience? All right, no. What about a Sam Lipton? Do we have a Sam Lipton in the audience? None of that. Is there anybody that's liberal or has a different viewpoint than us that wants to come up here?
Well, it's different, but it's
okay. Well, then you come up here. What's your name?
Stork is what people call him.
Stork. Okay. Did you submit? Did you do an official submission? Okay, I'll find it. So,
Well, go for it.
You got your 1 minute.
Let him deal the timer in. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, if I can get it in before he gets the timer going. Okay, so I believe he is slightly wrong. I believe you are mostly correct. And I believe all of this is a fact that they denied him his Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial when he was denied essentially all of the processing that would have been needed when he had the stay of deportation. So he should have been sent to another place. In addition to that, most of immigration is actually...
Christian Valeris, if you wouldn't mind substantiating that, Tim Pool literally defended the justifications of a right-wing mass shooter attacking an LGBT bar. F these lying hypocrites or effing hypocrites. So hold on. I think, if I remember correct, what he was saying, bear in mind, if there's a more egregious clip, then please tell me about it. But if I remember Tim's line of argumentation, it's effectively like the people who are saying, what was it? Like the LA Gay Men's Choir singing, "We're coming for your children," and the trans drag queen story hour at public schools, and this compelled, like, we're going to trans your kids like Keffels. He was saying that if you're going to be that aggressive rhetorically, descriptively, there are going to be, terrorist attacks in response to that kind of verbiage, politics, etc. So if there's a more egregious clip than that, then please share it with the class and I'll be happy to check it out. Sacred Snow says, to be fair, any woman in that room should be out of the splash zone. Out. Wow. Okay. Can't finish that sentence. Totally normal things to say. Yeah. I think Eric, Alex Stein, I think he definitely needs a girlfriend. You put on that dress, you want to be seen. Yeah. He's basically making the "you're asking for it" comment, but he's saying that about you're asking to be put on video. That's what he's saying. They make a comment to trans audience members lately, and it's hilarious. Interesting. I know right-wingers that still defend the justifications of Timothy McVeigh bombing OKC. The pearl clutching needs to stop. Oh, yeah. The justification for OKC was the ATF storming of the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas. And I think that actually reading it, obviously I don't believe in setting people on fire, but if you actually read the evidence surrounding it, then I think the argumentation is that what was it? It wasn't Koresh, was it? But whoever the cult leader in Waco was allegedly using the cult in order to sexually abuse people under the age of 18. They lined up the audience. They lined up the evidence, and they were executing their warrant. They knew that they had guns. They knew that they were a doomsday cult. They got into a gunfight. Allegedly, parts of the cult threw down gasoline as a preparation in order to set fire to certain sections of the house when the agents were going to storm the compound. And then the tanks, the ATF tanks, fired tear gas canisters into the building that do have an incendiary component. And so then that combined with the flammables inside the house destroyed the house. Yeah, and then Ruby Ridge is a little bit more messed up, where a guy was sawing off shotguns, which is a felony. They tried to go arrest him at his compound, but they knew that he was a doomsday prepper as well. His kids saw 2 FBI agents in ghillie suits trying to infiltrate their property. And before they were able to identify themselves, they got into a gunfight. And I think the kids killed one of the FBI agents who was trying to infiltrate the property. I forget if they killed him, but something like that. And then the FBI agents and the ATF agents swarm the property, surround the house, and then they shoot like multiple people. I don't know if it's justified or not. I wasn't there, and I'd have to read the briefs in order to see what was justified when. Yeah. He was a Branch Davidian, a cult essaying minor, saying it ain't so. Yeah. Christian Blair says the ATF knew an FBI agent was undercover in the place and couldn't find a single illegal firearm or SA situation. Well, then why did they raid? Why did they raid if they didn't have any evidence? That doesn't make sense. You can explain it. I'll take your word for it. But Sacred Snow says, as an establishment simp, Wendigoon's video on Waco has thoroughly convinced me that Koresh was a bad person. The cult were almost completely innocent bystanders and the government effed up big time. Interesting. Okay, well, that we seem to have some domestic terrorist sympathizers in my chat, but that's okay. We'll talk about it later. We'll see whether or not their sympathies are just. Let's continue with the content.
screwed up because we have not filed a writ of mandamus against the federal government for not processing all of these people who are stuck in immigration limbo for 8, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and they should be doing their job and getting them the hell out of the country.
Oh,
I think
come on down, take a seat.
Come on down.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
take a
don't.
seat.
Sixth Amendment doesn't apply. It's not a
I don't
criminal
think the
punishment.
Sixth Amendment applies
So it's not a Sixth Amendment
because
issue.
it's a civil removal.
And you can't get a writ of mandamus. Well, number one is these judges are executive branch officials. So
You can get a federal writ of
you
mandamus.
sure can't get rid of a mandamus against executive branch officials, but right now they're all under Trump, and so if
Yes.
Trump could just order them to do whatever you want the writ of mandamus to do,
That's
and-
democracy.
yeah, but all I mean is to say is
Yeah, Tim is literally making the argument for why I hate democracy, because if you listen to the Trump sycophants over and over again, they're like, he has a broad popular mandate from the American people to do what he wanted to do. And they're using the argument from election night where Trump had like an extra 5 or 10 million higher than Kamala Harris. And they were using that as evidence that Kamala had lost, not only lost, but lost broadly. And they use that as an line of argumentation for a popular mandate. But since the votes have all been tallied, I think the margin has closed within like 1.5% and like 2 to 3 million votes. And so this line of argumentation that we have a broad popular Democratic mandate to do whatever the hell we want, I think is disingenuous and very silly. Sacred Snow says, why did they raid? Doesn't work. As a counterpoint, the Branch Davidians offered an inspection of their FFL stash. And? What does that have to do with anything? So I could be, Sacred Snow, I could be committing other crimes. I have an FFL, by the way. I could be committing other crimes and then like invite the ATF in order to inspect the weapons that I have on site. That doesn't mean that I'm not committing other crimes. Anyways.
I think that this is properly understood as a due process issue.
If the writ of mandamus was actually filed under the previous administration, then they would be obligated to do what it is they need to do.
That sounds like it's the Article 3 judges encroaching on the executive branch prerogatives.
Yeah, I think that actually, and in this context, it probably would be because we actually, this is like, I agree. Yeah, there's an Article 2 prerogative to manage immigration and enforce immigration laws. You can fail to enforce to such a degree that it would be like mandamusable by somebody, but then there's all sorts of like other questions.
I want to cut a deal real quick with Democrats. I will advocate for the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia to this country for his hearing if we also simultaneously get a hearing on the extrajudicial assassinations Barack Obama committed.
Wait, let's talk about that.
The same thing, actually.
So
writ of mandamus for it.
So let's talk about that, because you might think, and I understand this point. Like, first of all, he was a U.S. citizen, right? That's number one, and he was killed. Al-Awlaki, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, so Anwar al-Awlaki is a great example, but Abdul Rahman is a better example.
Okay. Talk about that case.
Abdul Rahman is was a 16-year-old American citizen, was not a part of any terror organizations.
Hold on. What was his last name, Tim? What was his last name, Tim? Are you going to tell us, Tim? Hold on. I have like a 70%. I have a 70% instinct that his last name is going to be Al-Awlaki. Hold on. Abdul Rahman Anwar Al-Awlaki. That's the kid. So the argument, and I'll show his picture just so we can humanize him. This is the kid who was running around in terrorist. I don't know if they were in Yemen. They were in some place. And he got drone striked, right? Without a trial, which I understand. It's messed up. But I don't think he was the subject of the... As a matter of fact, why don't we read it? Why don't we read it? Death and aftermath. According to the United States government, Abdul Rahman Al-Awlaki's father, Anwar Al-Awlaki, was a leader of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Anwar Al-Awlaki was killed by a CIA drone strike several days before his son's death. The U.S. drone strike that killed Abdul Rahman Anwar Al-Awlaki was conducted over a policy approved by President Obama. Two U.S. officials speaking on condition of anonymity say that the target of the October 14, 2011 airstrike was Ibrahim al-Bana, an Egyptian believed to be senior operative in Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Another U.S. admin official speaking on condition of anonymity described Abdul Rahman Alawaki as a bystander who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, saying the U.S. government did not know that Mr. Alawaki's son was there before the airstrike was ordered. When pressed by a reporter to defend the targeted killing policy that resulted in Abdul Rahman's Alawaki's death, former White House press secretary Robert Gibbs deflected blame to the victim's father, saying, "I would suggest that you should have a far more responsible father if they are truly concerned about the well-being of their children. I don't think becoming an al-Qaeda jihadist terrorist is the best way to go about doing your business." I hate to be callous. I agree with this assessment. Human rights groups question why Abdul Rahman Alawaki was killed in the U.S. in a country in which the United States was not at war. Jamil Jafar, deputy legal director of the American Civil Liberties Union, stated that if the government is going to be firing Predator missiles at American citizens, surely the American public has a right to know who's being targeted and why. And in Yemen. Yeah, so this was in Yemen. And he was within proximity of Ibrahim Muhammad al-Bana. Excuse me. Security officials have repeatedly claimed to have killed him with missiles launched from an unmanned aerial vehicle. It was claimed in October 2011 that al-Bana had been killed with 6 other individuals. According to Jamestown Foundation, Yemeni security officials apprehended al-Bana in 2010, and a Yemeni newspaper published transcript of his interrogation in November of 10. The profile claimed that his full name was Sheikh Ibrahim Muhammad Saili al-Bana, and his kunya was Abu Ayman al-Masri. They asserted that during his confession, he acknowledged he was a member of Vanguards of Conquest, a branch of Egyptian Islamic Jihad, as early as 1993, when members of the group went underground after it was suspected of being behind an attempt to assassinate Egyptian Prime Minister Atif Sidki. Ibrahim al-Bana had escaped to Yemen when he was a member of the group led by brothers Ayman al-Zawarhi, who's also a massive piece of shit, and Muhammad al-Zawarhi. According to the Jamestown profile, al-Bana acknowledged he had trained this guy in intelligence. Al-Badani was to become head of intelligence for al-Qaeda in Iraq. Yeah, and then this was the second in command of al-Qaeda. Yeah, so you killed an associate of the second in command of al-Qaeda, and then you killed Abdul Rahman. So I'll be very interested to see what Tim has to say about this.
The Obama administration ordered a drone strike on a civilian cafe in Yemen, a country we're not at war with.
The AUMF. Here we go. I hate this. AUMF against al-Qaeda. So I would have to read the whole thing, and I don't want to. But I'm pretty sure the AUMF, and I'd be happy to be corrected on this. So, whereas on September 11, 2001, acts of treacherous violence were committed against the United States and its citizens, and whereas such acts render it both necessary and appropriate that the United States exercise its right to self-defense and to protect the United States citizens both home and abroad, and whereas in light of the threat of the national security and foreign policy of the United States posed by these grave acts of violence, whereas such acts continue, blah, 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 blah. This joint resolution may be cited as the AUMF. In general, that the president is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attack that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States. So this AUMF, I think specifically is kept vague and does not have a border limit, because we knew that they were operating between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And so we would be violating the sovereignty of Pakistan if we weren't going to declare war on Pakistan in order to go to war with al-Qaeda. Right? Yeah. Christian Blair says he doesn't know anything. He's just repeating talking points and platitudes. Yeah. So this is already, you can say it's wrong. I'm perfectly okay if he says it's wrong, but the AUMF doesn't specify country.
Blowing it up, killing a bunch of people, including him, and they've admitted to it.
Yep.
Yeah, and what's his name? What's his last name, Tim? You gave me his first name.
I would like, I don't think you necessarily disagree with me. That's why I said Democrats. I'm not directing at you. I know that if I went to Democratic politicians and said, you see this as an injustice, I believe that in the end, the courts will prevail as it pertains to Abrego Garcia. So I'm willing to say, okay, let's spend that money, but you got to give me something. Yeah, let's have justice. Obama goes to prisons.
The only reason that I would say that's a problem.
Obama goes to prison? You think Obama goes to prison for killing a member of al-Qaeda and then having collateral damage? Timothy. Timberlake. We have been killing civilians while killing jihadists for 25 years now. One citizen getting wrapped up in it is not going to be a reason why Obama goes to jail or prison. It's not going to happen.
Is I believe there's a statute of limitations on what it is you can file a writ of mandamus for. And
is there a statute of limitations on murder?
I don't think there is in this
Was it murder, Tim?
case, but when you're talking about military actions or something like that, there may.
But he's not talking about specific writ. He's just saying in general.
A writ of mandamus, you sue the government essentially for inaction, and that's what the problem is. We have to.
But he's not talking about a particular remedy. He's saying I'm willing to publicly support X in exchange for Democrats giving.
And so I will also concede that there's probably, and you guys are lawyers probably know this better than me, some kind of immunity Obama has where he's going to say this was a military strike with intelligence. We did not intend to kill an American, but we did. So he may have some immunity from criminal prosecution.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to win a.
No, that's fine. I think you can still
this.
get wrongful death or something like that.
I mean,
he probably has like
the president has absolutely. I mean, you would have like a civil suit against the government.
You could.
Right.
They tried it.
Unfortunately, I don't know if he has any surviving family members left because they also killed them.
Indeed. No, but my argument in the long form is actually impeach him, convict him, and then now that he's no longer immune, you go after him.
But the court has already, so in the Trump versus United States case, which I totally disagree with.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Impeach him first.
Yeah.
Convict him in the impeachment.
Yeah.
Which he's no longer immune to the murder.
So the Supreme Court specifically rejected that impeachment judgment clause argument in Trump versus United States. So there's a couple arguments. So one was the inherent structure of the Constitution makes it that you have certain degrees of absolute immunity for core executive acts that are part of your core executive powers. But there was an argument.
And commander-in-chief of the armed forces is obviously going to be a core presidential duty. So you're going to have to articulate how he committed a crime in excess of his duties, which is going to be very difficult.
Additionally, that Trump said that, well, I'm not immune under those theories, or alternatively, I'm immune until you impeach and remove me. That's under the impeachment judgment clause, but the Supreme Court unanimously held that that was not the case. So you don't need to impeach someone to trigger criminal immunity and remove them. That's been rejected. But it's a good question. Would I support a hearing that looks at the executive power and its use on U.S. citizens when they get killed? Absolutely.
All right, that's 4 minutes. So Stork, thank you. Anything you want to say before you go? All right, well. All right, give it up for Stork. Now, guys, when you come up, you got 1 minute. Make sure to get on the mic. Okay, now this next guy.
Why don't we just have them, if we don't know, like some people didn't show up, why don't we have them raise their hands and then see who is prepared to come on?
Okay, well, I know this guy's here because this guy's insane. I love this guy. No, I want to call up David Tiny Flora. So, David, come on down. Tiny, it's your turn. Come on down, Tiny.
Oh, he's coming.
Tiny, come on. Yeah, give it up for Tiny. He's not exactly that tiny, I'll tell you that much. The man's huge. He's built like a damn refrigerator. Look at him. Come in here, sir. Now get up on that mic. You know how to get up on things. Come on. We want to hear you. Maybe make it taller.
You can pick the mic up and take it with you.
Damn. All right, you got 1 minute.
Get up on that thing for you, Alex. $20.
All right. This guy would look perfectly at home in Christmas, Florida, which is an area that I lived in for a prolonged period. That's terrifying. Look at that. It's got knuckle tattoos. He's got forearm tattoos. He's like 8 feet tall, 400 pounds, built like an ogre. He has a cane. I mean, this is peak East Orlando aesthetic. This is crazy.
No, I'm not gay. I don't play that way. Maybe Pisco.
$20, bro.
Yeah, well,
all right, starting strong. So that would be manslaughter at worst. I don't even think it would be. I don't think it would be. We understand. Listen, in military operations, we understand collateral damage is a facet of it. When a military, like, they still commit homicide, right? Homicide is the intentional killing of another human being. But we understand that in military operations, there's going to be collateral damage, where as long as you're targeting something that is a lawful military target, and then civilians die, as long as the targeting of civilians wasn't intentional, oftentimes there's an exception. Now, whether or not, like, you could be charged for it and then you have to defend yourself, I have no idea about, like, the legal backs and forth. But if you charged Obama for killing Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, then you would effectively open up the entire United States military to every civilian death that's ever happened in war ever. So, yeah. Brother fits in Sanford, too? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Florida Shrek. Yeah, this dude is peak Florida.
I'm worth a lot more. I'm a pimp on a blend, dude. You know what I mean? I don't need $20, but let's. You got 1 minute. What do you want to say, Tiny?
All right, so what I wanted to discuss, you guys actually touched
Can
on
you?
it briefly.
Sorry. You just get closer to the mic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hold on.
So what I wanted to discuss, and you guys actually talked about it or touched on it briefly, was actually the, I guess, sale of U.S. citizens to private prison industry in the United States, and how that would be any different than selling U.S. citizens to CCOT, for example. I believe that there's already a precedent that's set in the United States where we do pass or sell inmates along, from my personal knowledge working as a corrections officer for a few years. And I believe that it would be as simple as creating a territory, or creating CCOT, creating a territory within CCOT that is ran by the BOP.
I think it's
So this is entirely accurate, weirdly. Like, Guantanamo Bay was in a foreign nation, but we deemed it a part of the United States because it was like a U.S. military base. And so we could have like some kind of federal installation be installed as a part of CCOT, and then have American corrections officers who oversaw that branch of it. And then boom, you could deport people to El Salvador, but or just have them serve their sentence in El Salvador. But the question is, to what end? Why are we sending people specifically to El Salvador instead of housing them in the United States? What goal are you achieving? And are you not just yanking on the thread of American civil liberties and civil rights, where being 1,000 miles away, you're more ripe for abuse than you are if you're at home, right?
a wonderful question.
All right,
and
sit
so
down.
for those who didn't hear, he asked, what about the comparison to private prisons, the fact that we outsource and contract private entities to take on the responsibilities of the government, specifically with incarceration of individuals, both of, for crimes and immigration.
But Pisco, I'm going to say, I'm more surprised that a guy with prison tattoos was that eloquent. I mean, I
Very
can't
eloquent.
believe that. Where did that?
Are you in MS-13?
Where did you come
Sorry,
from?
I'm seeing those.
Oh, yeah,
He's got the skull cane, he's got the marijuana leaf. I mean, damn, dude.
That's a
Yeah, this would be sufficient. Like, according to conservatives, these would be sufficient in order to deport him to El Salvador under suspicion of being an affiliated gang member.
That's gangster.
That's the
as hell.
M, right?
It's a great question.
The underside's actually the fireman's prayer.
Oh, that's
How
wonderful.
about that?
Yeah, but you do have a weed flower on your arm, though,
True,
right?
that's the M.
Most
That's
definitely.
the M.
Yeah,
That's the
And talk into the mic. We want to hear you, Tiny. Okay, your clock starts
Yes,
now. So, yeah, go
It's a
ahead. Sorry,
fantastic thing to say, because I think it's all fours. It's exactly the comparison. Bukele is being used as a contractor, and that plays into my argument and the argument of the plaintiffs, which is Bukele is not exercising the sovereign power of El Salvador by keeping Abrego Garcia in detention. He is being contracted by the U.S. government to hold him. Now, I know there's
That's
an
just
argument.
not true,
There's an
though.
argument that, like, oh, they're only paying money for the Venezuelans. That's all a fugazi. It's all a lie. Obviously, he's working at the behest of the U.S.
Hold
government.
on, more Socratic dialogue.
Go for it. Go for it.
So if under normal circumstances, Joe Biden had sent back a Salvadoran gang member,
Yep.
a legal alien, to Bukele, right? And say there was some financial arrangement even between Bukele,
Yeah.
not necessarily related to this particular prisoner, but there was a financial arrangement. Is then suddenly, if there's some problem, is he able to demand that he be sent back to the United States?
So I think that there's an existing contractual relationship, an existing constructive custody, you would argue, that this person is continually to be. It's not like one and done event. It's why is this person in? I don't actually think he's in Sikot anymore. I think they transferred him
they
out
transferred
someplace else. But why is he in custody in the first place? Is he being in custody because he's being charged with a crime by Bukele? Is he being, why is he in fact in prison? And the truth is, or in wherever he is, it's because he's acting at the behest of America, and everyone kind of knows it. And the fact that we all kind of
that's
acknowledge.
false.
Well,
I don't think that's true
I
at
have
all.
a question for you, Pisco. What is the legal process for imprisoning someone in El Salvador?
I don't know. What is that process?
Me neither.
It seems very.
We
I
don't
wonder
know.
why you're
It
bringing
seems
up a
bare
foreign
bones.
country's criminal justice system for their own citizens.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about the internal domestic process in El Salvador?
Yes.
Yeah, it's at the whims of the dictator.
So, are there other dictators that you're concerned about in other parts of the world
100% I am. Yes,
that
I am.
you don't frequently debate about?
Well, I don't frequently debate about it when it.
I don't think we have to be so
US.
chauvinist to assume that every country's, process system being different, especially El Salvador. which has had 30 years of gang violence, for them to be like, no, sorry, you have gang tattoos, you're going to jail.
But I don't even think we need to argue that, because I think that there is a moral worldview difference between us, and I don't mean this disrespectfully.
Sure,
in that my view is, hey, we're America, we take care of America. If El Salvador's being shitty, I mean, that's El Salvador, and this guy's their citizen in their country. If they decide to put him in prison, that's not our fucking problem.
This is like the fundamental conservatarian scapegoat argument that I do get frustrated with, and I actually get a little bit pissed off about, is that if you make the argument that liberalism, and I do make this argument, I do like a capital L liberalism, okay? I don't consider myself a liberal, but philosophically, liberalism is maximal freedom from the government within a ordered society. And libertarians and liberals believe in this, which is that unless you commit a grievous sin, the United States law enforcement should leave you alone, right? This is like the foundations of a free society. And so I do believe that. I do believe in maximal freedom from the state. And I also do believe that this is like a near universal human good. I do think that dystopian, authoritarian, freak show police states like Saudi Arabia, like Iran, like China, like Russia, although I would say that's an oligarchical, kleptocratic, decayed shithole, I think that those are less good for human flourishing. And so not only do I think that like we should criticize those foreign governments, I think that we should also incentivize those people through soft power in order to become better over time. And we should also go to war with the people who are abusive, who invade their neighbors. As an example, Saddam Hussein, who is a dictatorial, murderous, maniacal piece of shit, and invaded Kuwait and was trying to put in authoritarian, dystopian, bullshit in Kuwait. And we should have a say in that. And we should be part of international military coalitions that fight bad people. So this whole thing, Tim can hold this position for whatever reason he wants to hold it. I think it's intellectually lazy. I think it's morally lazy. And I think it has something to do with, I just want to work my job, pay my taxes, go home and enjoy my toys. It's like a very childish view of adulthood in politics, in my opinion. You can share his worldview and you go do you. But what I want to spend your taxes on is making the world a better place. And if you don't like that, tough shit. Oh, Christian Lara says, yes, we care more about dictatorships when they're in deals with the U.S. government that affect our people on our soil. Yeah, 100%. And the only reason why we tolerate Saudi Arabia doing what it's doing is because it's sitting on a third of the world's proven oil reserves. If Saudi Arabia wasn't sitting on a third of the world's proven oil reserves, we would pressure them even more hard than we are right now. We should have kept Saddam, bad dude, but fought and kept worse people in line. The world may have been a better place with Saddam. You're K-Soko. This is like some contrarian libertarian bullshit. Nobody in Iraq even makes that argument. I was in a call with two Iraqis. I should have recorded it, but it was with Prime Kai. And they were both shit talking the American war effort in the 2000s, but one of them was more lenient than I thought that she should be. Like, she was criticizing, she's like, yeah, tons of people died, it was bad times, but realistically, if you look at what's going on now, it was actually a good thing in the long run. And so I stopped the conversation and I asked both Iraqis, I was like, hey, so sure, you think the war times were bad, but is Iraq better off with Saddam or without Saddam? In the Iraqis, the people who have suffered under the Iraqi civil war for 20 plus years, they both agreed that modern Iraq is infinitely better than Iraq under Saddam. So, well, okay, but on some level, I believe I'm right. If there was no Saddam, no ISIS, but that's not even true. Even if true, there's a Monday morning quarterback take. So if there's no Saddam, there's no ISIS. No, that's incorrect. So ISIS was created by, number one, we're going to have to go back 40 years. I'll try to be very brief. During the Iran-Iraq war, a third of the world's proven oil supply under the Shah fell into Islamist hands. Saddam Hussein started a land grab in order to take their territory. He got kicked out, and our concern as the United States of America was that he was going to lose, and then Saudi Arabia would be threatened, and that's another third of the world's proven oil supply. So that would effectively put that would shock the energy market, which the entire world's economy is based off of. So we gave Saddam weapons of mass destruction so he could keep Iraq alive and fight the Iranians. But then we also kind of screwed him over because he was like a crazy rabid dog who attacked and killed everybody. And so after the Iran-Iraq war was ended, we went into a stalemate with them. Then when he invaded Kuwait, we kicked his ass out of Kuwait. Then we did an embargo and sanctions for a decade. Then we invaded in 2003. So like all of that was a necessary historical precursor for ISIS to exist, because ISIS was the disaffected Sunni army who joined with Sunni militias in order to create a jihadist terrorist organization. So it's not necessarily Saddam, it's actually us. If we left Saddam in power, ISIS would not have rose, deeply held belief. Well, I still think you're wrong, because effectively ISIS was the combination of the Sunni army and jihadist militants. You're also saying like no ISIS, but you're effectively saying that 70% of the country who are Shia just have to live with being in a dystopian authoritarian nightmare. You're just saying tens of millions of people wake up in a nightmare, but we don't have a terrorist organization. So meh. Like, I don't agree. No jihadist groups, including Al-Qaeda, get a foothold in Iraq with Saddam, Chemical, Ali, and Iraqi army still in control. Yeah, but the rot, the cultural rot is still there. All you need to know about Saddam is a video of him publicly sending his political opponents to be assassinated. No, we kill bad guys all the time. You can make the same argument and say that we're bad guys because we kill people all the time. I don't think that's all you need to know about a person, is that he kills his political opponents. We kill our political opponents. We kill jihadists, communists, and fascists. So, you know, not enough for me.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the process of how he got there and how. Yeah,
it's so. Again, if you know, I asked this of Christy Noem. Can we just give him his hearing and be done with it, because we know that in the end we are correct? And her response was, it's out of our jurisdiction now anyway.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Kind of bring it back to what we were discussing here, right? I think we kind of went a little further.
Sure.
So we already run programs very similar here in the United States,
Sure.
like with the 187G program. Sheriff Chuck Jenkins up in Frederick County, Maryland, has been running that for many years now, and has been very successful prior to the Trump
in the United States, right?
Very correct.
I agree.
But my point is, those inmates, he is being compensated by the United States government to house them in a special wing. His deputies are deputized as federal marshals or
Correct.
federal agents. Why would it be any different if we rented out a wing in CCOT and sent inmates there? No differently than what we do now.
Well,
in America.
two things. One is, I think that your description of that relationship is completely correct. I think that's exactly what's happening with Bukele there, in the sense that, yes, the U.S. government is contracting a party to enforce immigration law. But the reason why it's different is the deprivation for which due process applies is the physical.
Sorry, K-Seco says, I get that, but the cultural rot would have been against Saddam? No, not necessarily, because what was happening was, in order to shore up power within Iraq, Saddam was Sunni. He had to keep oppressing the Shia, and so he needed the Sunni to buy into his power structure. And so what he did is he sent his army officials. Iraq, prior to the sanctions, was like a fairly secular place. Like, they had like a nightlife, they had clubs, they had alcohol, they had all that kind of stuff. And he sent his generals and his officers into the mosques in order to try to infiltrate the mosques to get them to support Saddam's rule more. But what happened, instead of the imams of the mosque pledging their allegiance to Saddam without cost, his officer corps radicalized into Sunni Islam. And then as a result, you had an increasing social conservative society where they banned alcohol, they banned nightclubs, they banned this, they banned that. And so that radicalization was, I think that's a rot in society, to have a dictatorship propped up by a theocratic minority. I think that is obviously going to eventually implode. So no, you can make an argument that the Shia are naturally going to ally with Iran because of a shared ethno-religious background, but no, I think the rot of Iraqi society was not against Saddam. I think it was with Saddam. Yeah, it's all right. Christian Blaris is making the point. I'm sorry for yawning in your earballs, but basically Uday and Kusei were raised to be sociopathic freaks as well. So no, I think this needed to happen eventually. The Saddam, either through foreign intervention, it probably would have been better to let it happen naturally, but Saddam would have passed power down to his sons. His sons would have been even more sociopathic and psychotic and murderous than he was. And then eventually, like a rabid dog, he would have bit his neighbors, and then one of his neighbors would have taken him out eventually. I think it's better considering that Iran has a third of the proven oil reserves on the planet, and Saudi Arabia has a third of the proven oil reserves on the planet. And because Kuwait is, a neighbor that's allied with us, I think it's better that we just knocked it out. I get it. It's horrifying. Tens of thousands of dead people, hundreds of thousands of dead Iraqis, a power vacuum that has emboldened Iran and created another terrorist organization known as ISIS that did some of the most horrific crimes to human beings on the planet. I understand your line of argumentation. I still think it needed to get done. We should let it happen and let him do our bidding at the same time. I don't agree. I care about the freedom of all human beings, not just Americans. It would have been better if the Bush admin and State Department didn't shut down the Iraqi army. I've heard the counter argument. Sorry, we got distracted with Iraqi geopoll. But I've heard the argument, oftentimes the State Department head, I forget what his name is, but he gets blamed for dismissing the army. But his counter argument was that there was no army to dismiss. It was a purely symbolic gesture. Like the Iraqi army had already taken everything that wasn't bolted down, all of the weapons, all of the munitions, all of this, all of that. They'd already taken it home and were preparing for the insurgency. So his disbanding of the Iraqi army was purely symbolic. We do that now. So I mean that we can allow shitty guy to stabilize the world. We do that now. So I mean, we can allow a shitty guy to stabilize the world. Yeah. I mean, I think it's preferable to knock it out rather than just have the world randomly destabilize sometime in the next century. Grey Jedi says in most places that ban everything in Islam still has those power partying in places like the UAE. Saudi Arabian royals get caught partying there all the time. Yeah. Absolutely. There's a hypocrisy within conservative Islam where, for instance, you're not allowed to have promiscuous sex with women, but then as a result, there's like a homosexual subculture that doesn't even identify as homosexual. There's men who bang other men because they're not allowed to bang with women. And if they have sex with women, they get murdered. Whereas if they have secret sex with men, then it's not that big of a deal. And that's weird because by prohibiting promiscuous sex with women, you've incentivized kind of like a socialized homosexuality that, I don't know, it's like closeted homosexuality for vast swaths of Islamic conservative society is weird as hell. There's all sorts of weird contradictions within like Middle Eastern and North African society. Void of Paris says, but Cotter, there's a difference between targeting political opponents who are openly at war with the U.S. versus targeting innocuous rule-following ones, which was what Saddam did in that video. Okay. I mean, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. It could have been like a political purge. Could have just been murder of political rivals. I understand. Also, the other men you sleep with are incentivized to hide it with you. We do something that could get us killed together. Neither of one of us are going to snitch. Yeah. Yeah, which by itself, that's like a weird toxic subculture. I think that's weird as hell. Exactly. Ironside, the real homosexual agenda is banning promiscuous sex with women. So gay guys so men become closeted homosexuals in order to get their rocks off, which is crazy. Anyways. All right. We're talking about Iraq, but we're supposed to be here listening to Pisco. Let's listen to Pisco.
Removal from the country. And so when you deport him to another place, you've now done the deprivation for which there is due process. And so that's my answer to that is, in theory, I guess I wouldn't have a problem with the law of contracting like some foreigner. I don't like it, but legally I don't know if that's a problem. But
That's your time. All
I just want to point out real quick, this guy right here is a Maryland man with
Maryland
knuckle
tattoo.
tattoos.
Yeah. What do you do for a living, Tiny? What do you do? Do you mind saying? What do you do?
No comment.
Damn. That means he sells weed is what that means. All right. Now, actually, I got some information that even though it is a little bit of a sausage party, that I think we have a lady with the courage to step up to the microphone. So with that being said, yeah, I'm okay. I said lady.
That's gratuitous.
Now, with all that being said, let's welcome the one, the only Indoctrinate. Give her a round of applause, guys. Come on.
Thank you. Oh my God. It is such a fucking sausage party. Also, I want to say you're pissing me off, Pisco, but I'm gonna try to say this without getting angry. Okay, if Kilmar comes back,
You're talking to the mic. Sorry. Get real close to the mic.
Can you hear me?
Pull it up. Take it off, because we're recording this, so we can't use you if we can't hear. So talking to the mic.
Thank you, T-Bone. So, all right. First of all, this guy's name is Kilmar. Like, he sounds fucking crazy. Like, it's frightening as fuck. Okay.
I mean, he is like just demonstrably.
Uninterrupted. Let her talk.
Are you from Maryland?
No.
Okay, so I was born and raised in Maryland. Shout out to Maryland. Woo! Shout out to the East Coasters in here. All right, let me tell you something about MS-13. All right, if this guy comes back, he's gonna be beating his wife, beating others, and back to the bullshit. All the trafficking, everything he's up to that, is alleged. He's gonna be back on his bullshit and even bigger. I don't think, I'll speak for myself, but I don't think my community wants or desires to bring those characters back. We are extremely happy for their deportations, and we are extremely happy that he can't come back, that he's trapped in El Salvador.
All right, grab the seat. Come on, great job.
So what she's arguing, which, by the way, I understand and sympathize with emotionally, but not logically, is that she's arguing for vibes-based policing, which, of course, is going to affect she's an African-American woman, for those of you who aren't listening. That's going to affect a disproportionate amount of African-Americans, and it's going to be rife with abuse, okay? So she's effectively saying he's a tall Hispanic dude with tattoos. We should just go ahead and, treat him like a criminal. I'm not saying Kilmar Abrego Garcia isn't a criminal. I'm saying he hasn't been convicted of a crime in 14 years of being president of the United States. He has credible accusations of domestic abuse. He has a tattoo that symbolically could be interpreted to mean MS-13. He was caught in a Home Depot with other with confirmed MS-13 gang members. And he was caught with like $1,200 in cash. He was also caught driving without a license. And he had like 7 or 8 other non-nationals in his vehicle. And the person that the vehicle was registered to was an accused human trafficker. So I agree with her that he might be back on his BS, as she said. However, I would want that to be established within a court of law. And within that court of law, I don't think that you need to have proof positive. I don't think you need to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt or beyond a shadow of a doubt in order to deport someone. As a matter of fact, I think you could bring all of these to a court and reasonably get him deported. However, I want that due process to be followed.
I was waiting for a question like this because this strikes at the more...
Exactly, Grey Jedi. He's going to be doing all the stuff we claim he's done but haven't been able to prove. Exactly. Christian Valera says, I wish more right-wingers would just be honest. Even if he wasn't a criminal, they still want him deported for not being a citizen. I mean, yeah, I think Pisco will probably bring that up. K. Soko says, Kilmar is a scary name. Lady, wait till your political friends start saying ooh, okay, getting a little edgy there. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
Moral perspective, not the fact-based legal perspective. And so there's this air of, we can't deport people like this because it's a slippery slope that results in injustice elsewhere. That strikes at a procedural, legal, slippery slope, a lot of things. But it doesn't ask the moral questions a community wants answered. In that, if this was the 1800s, they'd have thrown this motherfucker out of town.
He would have been lynched.
And if he came back,
he would have been lynched.
They would have fucking killed this guy if he came back. I don't want that to happen to anybody. But
let me clarify. Everyone was really excited about me talking about the lynching. To clarify, I don't want that. Thanks, Tim Pool. Good God.
The point is, the way communities treat people who wrong them, there is a question there. So I appreciate what you're asking about the moral question. What's the answer there?
We hate it. Okay, go ahead. No.
So you brought up the lynching. I just want to say, because I think that's an interesting point. I think there is a moral dimension to procedural questions, but I'm going to ignore it for the purpose of this because I do think that, I don't know if you guys ever watched The Hateful Eight. It's my favorite Tarantino movie, and one of the characters says that's frontier justice, and that's frontier justice. And the reason why we don't agree with that on a moral dimension is you're just as likely, you're likely to be wrong sometimes. And so here's my question for you: is Kilmar Abrego Garcia innocent until proven guilty of the crimes that the media is alleging him of doing?
he doesn't get to be judged by those terms because he's not a citizen of the United States.
So I just want to be clear. Do you believe that either it is the case or it ought to be the case that non-U.S. citizens should not have trials for the crimes they're accused of?
I think that what you're referencing is like a waste of our money. So we should not be, there's no reason to bring him here, do all this bullshit. We've paid enough in Maryland, okay?
So is the answer no, you don't think non-citizens should get trials for the crimes they're accused
That's
of?
a loaded question.
Why is it loaded? Why is it loaded?
Because the issue is, should somebody who lives in this country, permanent resident, versus an illegal immigrant adjudicated as MS-13, whose penalty is deportation? Right. Here's the point. If someone comes here and breaks the law and the end result is going to be deportation, how do we have a trial for them when they're gone? Why force them to stay here if we're going to remove them anyway?
So, these are people who hate America, hate our community. They hate abiding by the law. They hate us. They hate U.S. citizens, and they just mooch and mooch and mooch while literally terrorizing our community and tearing us apart. They're like Asian provocateurs.
Well, let me ask you.
Sorry if this is psychically damaging to me. The only reason being is because I could extrapolate 70% of what she says, and I could use it against the communities of West and South Baltimore, which are majority African American, and we could talk about the gang violence that undergoes. There's parts of Baltimore. Matter of fact, why don't we just look it up? They're talking about Maryland, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. The capital of Maryland is Baltimore. Capital of Maryland, Annapolis. Okay, I think that's why I Googled it, was because I forgot. What is the most populous city in Maryland? Is Baltimore. Okay. All right. That's probably why. All right. So anyways, with Baltimore, Baltimore homicide rate. Let's just check this out real quick. Baltimore homicide rate 2024 per 100,000 is 35.2. So this is 7 times the national average. West Baltimore homicide rate 2024 per 100,000. That's the entire city. So that includes the nice parts. They're still saying 35.2, but I'm pretty sure that I looked up the Western District and I looked up the Southern District, and it was like 60. It was a crazy amount of homicides. So effectively, they have like 5 or 10 times the national average of homicides. And guess what? Not trying to defend the Hispanic community, but it wasn't all Hispanic. I'll put it that way. And so the Western District is crazy high. The Southern District is crazy high. Right here. This community right here. This is where I was. So I was driving around in West Baltimore in these districts, getting documentary footage with Lauren Southern, which Tim Pool has allegedly watched. And then I think just across this bridge, there's this one community that's Section 8 housing where the police officers do not go in unless they have 3 or 4 squad cars, because all community members, regardless of whether or not there's a homicide, all community members will come out and start throwing bricks and beer bottles at law enforcement if they enter that neighborhood. And so they only go in if they have 3 or 4 cars. So yeah, like, listen, I'm all for, and by the way, this isn't arguing that Hispanics should be allowed to commit murder because they're immigrants and poor them and all that kind of crap. I want every single person who commits a homicide or sexual assault and is convicted beyond a reasonable doubt, I want them to serve at minimum lengthy prison sentences. And if it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, I want capital punishment for that person. Now, so I'm not arguing for some kind of hug a thug, peaceful law enforcement. What I'm arguing for is the fact that this lady comes from a community, specifically Maryland, where 70% of the arguments that she's using to vilify Hispanic immigrants could be used against the Black community of South Baltimore and West Baltimore. So, yeah. Anyways.
Ask you a question.
Oh, this is a funny comment. K Soko says Baltimore is a shithole worse than my city by far, and I live in Cleveland. That's crazy. All right. This lady is a synth piloted by Groypers. Yeah, jeez. Jay says, I just want anyone who's going to end up in prison because of our government to get a fair trial. Yeah. That's you know. To be fair, I'm in the suburbs, living peacefully, but that's not where I grew up, lol. Jeez. All right. So we'll watch this. We'll get back into it. Quick shill time. Like the stream if you haven't liked the stream. We've been bouncing between 40 and 50 cross-platform. I parasocially love all of you guys for hanging out with me. Just by watching me, you're giving me AdSense. Just by liking the stream, you're letting other people know that we're live, and they'll jump in as well. Engage with the VODs. If you have to dip out because you're working, because you got lunch, because you got this, because you got that, you got to pick up the kids, and you wanted to watch the VODs, go ahead and check out the Counterpoints home channel. We're posting VODs to that channel, so you can catch the live shows after that, and also give us tasty AdSense. If you do have a super chat, cash burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to go ahead and dono. Never required, always appreciated. Let's continue.
Do you believe that an illegal immigrant should get their due process? That doesn't mean jury trial. It means the standard legal process that is fair under the law for determining whether they're a citizen.
No, I mean, yeah.
I think no, in that the original.
Which is already dumb. I'm not going to go on a massive rant because we have to get through the content, but you need to have some kind of due process in order to determine whether or not they're a citizen. So the fact that she is saying no kind of tells me that she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Crime being that they came to this country illegally.
But that's what I'm asking you. The due process I'm asking if you would accept is a man is walking down the street, the cops stop him. The due process here is we must determine if he's a citizen or not. Should they do that?
This is already stupid as hell, and this violates the Fourth Amendment and the spirit of the Fourth Amendment immediately. This is actually like, dude, I'm not going to lie. This is why I hate Republicans now. I identify as a Republican. Guess what being a Republican means? You support and defend a republic. Guess what the Fourth Amendment of the United States is? I hate these people. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or thing to be seized. The whole point of this is that if you are walking down the street committing no crimes, law enforcement cannot detain you. So the fact that Tim Pool, a conservatarian, he's just asking the question, right? But let's face it, 70% of his audience wants to violate the Fourth Amendment as long as you're Hispanic. They're not Republicans. They don't believe in a republic. They don't believe in the amendments to the republic. They don't believe in the Bill of Rights. They think that if you look like a criminal, cops should be able to detain you, determine whether or not you're a citizen, and deport you if you don't have proof of citizenship. Likewise, they effectively don't believe in the cops leaving you alone. They don't believe in the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. That's the simplest way that I can phrase it without getting triggered. That's crazy. I get called not a Republican because I don't simp for Trump and because I believe in the Constitution of the United States. Meanwhile, Republicans, conservatarians, their base, they don't even believe in the Republic of the United States or the Bill of Rights. Drives me insane.
That.
They should determine if he's a citizen or not.
Under what process? Who do you trust to determine who's a citizen?
Border Patrol. I actually got pulled over by Border Patrol recently. And they did a great job.
Here's the problem. When you put a hole in due process, this is why I don't agree with these categorical exceptions. Once you put one hole in due process, now the government, just by their own discretion, is going to put everyone they don't like in that hole.
If you have nothing, no. If you have nothing to hide.
Oh, nothing to hide. She's literally hitting all the bullet points.
You should have
That's classic neocon language.
What the fuck are you?
I don't even think neocons believe that. I don't even think neocons believe that. I mean, he might be saying that in reference to the war on terror. That to give Pisco credit, I think that's why he's saying it. It's in reference to the war on terror. But I don't even think principled Republicans who might identify as neoconservative, I still think they believe in the Bill of Rights.
Neocon language,
if you have
classic
nothing to
Patriot
hide,
Act language.
Being pulled over by Border Patrol shouldn't be frightening.
What makes America great, right, is our structure, our constitution, our way of life. So one of the people will often bring up to me the Carter Page FISA warrants that the Department of Justice got on Carter Page. You guys remember this, the Russiagate stuff, right? Those Carter Page warrants were wrongfully obtained. And you guys cared about them. Why do you care about them? You care about them because you don't want the government to intrude. This isn't even a matter of detention. It's not a matter of execution.
Yeah, it's the Fourth Amendment specifically.
And I assume that you care. It's called a rhetorical. It's called, hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question.
Bro, you got to come up.
Hey, dipshit. It's called a rhetorical question. Hey, dipshit.
Yeah.
It's called a rhetorical question. You ever heard of it? Wait. So yes or no? Yes or no? Have you ever heard of a rhetorical question?
Dipshit.
Dipshit. But yes or no? Have you heard of a rhetorical question?
Okay.
This is ableist language, Pisco. I'll be sending an email to your boss.
Wait.
Yeah.
Well, we will ask you to come up because
that's 4 minutes
but
for indoctrinate. But
let's
wrap up.
if you've got a little bit more because we kind of went off. Just if you.
No, seriously though, what do you say, Pisco, to the communities in Silver Spring, Gaithersburg, these communities who have for the last 40 years been inundated with these illegal immigrants and dreamers?
Freedom. This is what I say. I say freedom isn't free. Every time we give a trial every time we give a trial to someone who's an accused rapist, an accused murderer, it costs the state and the people of Maryland a lot of money. But the reason we do that is when we don't, we live at the discretion. When we don't, we live at the discretion of the state, and you shouldn't be government bootlicking shills that just trust the government to do everything you want. And
True. Somebody say it in chat. When Pisco goes off, there's something that DGG does that I think is hilarious, and they say, Pisco, he's doing something. And I can't say it because this is a family show. But can somebody type it in chat? What is Pisco doing when, he's going off? Somebody please type it in chat for me. That audience member is psychotic. We'll find out momentarily. Chase says, I am dark woke. I want more ableist language. Hey, listen, I agree with you, but apparently, there we go. Pisco picked the wrong name. Yeah. Freedom isn't free. It costs folks like you and me. And if you don't pay $1.05, who will? All right, so I can't say this. This is a family show. But if you want to, it's not a family show. I joke it's a family show. But if you want to take a look at your screen right now, this is a meme that I will not be repeating because it is vulgar and I disavow it. However, Pisco, unfortunately, picked the name Pisco, Pisco, and some members of Destiny's community, jokingly, because Pisco will have a passionate rant every now and then, they will say what is on your screen right now in order to highlight when he's on a really good rant. So Razzle Smasher says Pisco is correct here. It cost the state of Florida about $9 million to execute Ted Bundy, and we all know how guilty that jerk was. Well, yeah, but I would say you let him do one appeal and then you make it happen. Right? I wouldn't spend 2 decades on appeals. No, I don't like it, man. Pisco stock is rising. Boiled freedom down to an individual cost, $1.05. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Void a paradigm, not clicking on that one. See, if I was left to my own devices, that would be the title of the VOD. It would be Pisco, yeah, it would be this. It would be what Sacred Snow said, which I will not repeat because it's vulgar and objectionable and disgusting. But with all that being said, Pisco went off. He's absolutely correct. There are members of the audience who are actually crying out for fascism. They're crying out for neo-feudalism. They're crying out for new monarchy. And I find them repulsive. I don't think they have anything to do with the values that I was raised with. I don't think they have anything to do with the values that I was told to hold as a Republican. Absolutely. Like these people are alien to me. I know that they always existed, but I feel like the neocons, they squandered whatever credibility they had. Number one, by buying into trickle-down economics and number two, being military adventurous who spent, trillions of dollars on military adventurism and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives. So I think the neoconservative had their moment during the Bush era and they squandered it. I think Reagan was probably the peak of neocons. I think that the Bush era was like the neocons going too far, and we are going to be paying a political price for decades to come because of Bush's mistake. So it sucks. It actually sucks. If we had just invaded Afghanistan and kept it only to Afghanistan, and we just kept the pressure on Iraq through sanctions, I actually think the world would be probably fine, close to fine. I know earlier I was arguing that it was morally just to take out Saddam. I still think it's morally just to take out Saddam, but I think CIA and special forces could have helped militias on the ground instead of actually taking part in the Iraqi civil war. Sapien Green says, only people who have no concept of living in an authoritarian state want to live in one. I agree with you. Chase says, they boil my blood as I'm anti-authoritarian. Agreed. Commander Haircut says, lib version of thanks Obama should be thanks Reagan. I mean, he did set up a lot of the stuff that we're suffering through nowadays. It's absolutely true. Thanks Reagan and thanks Bush. There are some things that I philosophically agree with Reagan and Bush, but the truth is the consequences of their actions have been disastrous for modern politics.
And while I can agree with the government show stuff, what I will say is it's the only thing I heard there was it's not in my fucking backyard, so I don't give a shit.
That is bullshit. That is bullshit. That is complete bullshit.
Bro,
that's a cop out.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you guys something I shouldn't fucking say. I've got property in the area with MS-13 now trying to occupy it. I had to fucking contact the FBI. And so I've got these liberals who don't live here, who don't know that there are gunshots, that there are people running scared, and they're saying, bring this guy back. Now, I'm a pause. I don't want false warrants or bullshit. The reason why I asked about due process under the law is for an illegal immigrant, if they're stopped, like you guys stopped by CBP, the law as it is now is an officer makes a determination if they're a citizen or not, and they have expedited removal, I believe, within 2 years. And I was talking to Myron Gaines about this the other day. He was an ICE agent. He says often we lock them up, get a plane, they send them home.
But that's a great point, Tim.
That's the due process.
This is a great point.
Real quick, we don't need a criminal trial after we say get the fuck out.
Wait. Exactly. When did you hear me? I just want to be clear. When did you hear me say that we need a trial? In fact, I went and I said JD Vance is a fucking liar because he says we're asking for trials. What you just talked about, this proceeding in front of a judge, and really for expedited removal, it's not. It doesn't. It's usually like not even default.
Sorry, chat's being funny. Commander Haircut says the consequences of the industrial the Reagan administration have been disastrous for the human race. I was thinking that, but I couldn't articulate it.
A judge, it's just an immigration officer.
That's
so
right.
We're not talking here about a ton of due process.
And
we're
I
not
agree with
talking
you on
about. So all we're talking about here are minimum standards. They didn't even, they didn't give them notice before they left. They didn't give them. They're trying to say that
you're
they
saying
can give 24
freedom
hour
isn't
notice.
free, but you want them to stay here on our dime.
So
freedom isn't free. That's a hefty fee. And if you don't pay $1.05, who will?
It's a costly, right? Having freedom is
what the fuck?
having. Wait. You understand this?
That.
You understand this? Freedom is costly. The freedom of speech is costly. The freedom to bear, have guns.
Then make El Salvador
costly,
pay.
Right? But what is Trump doing? Trump is not making El Salvador pay. Trump is paying El Salvador. Trump is paying El Salvador when really he is entitled under our own law, right? Congress passes a law. Congress passes the Immigration Nationality Act, and it says we're going to bind the executive to these rules. What good is our country? What good is our society if we don't follow the rules we set for ourselves? Surely we must follow the law.
I want to say something, and I'm curious to hear Will's response. Let me say something, and then I want to hear Will's response to this. I love the founding fathers. They were brilliant people. They put together the best government we've seen. But
I hate this, dude. So Will's joking.
People they put together
that was Alex Stein. Okay, so Alex Stein is joking. I'm not taking him serious, but there's a Christian nationalist wing of the right wing that effectively vilifies liberalism and the Enlightenment entirely. They actually don't believe. They think that limited government, they think that maximal individualist freedom is wrong. because it allows for all the degeneracy that we see in society. And I think it's because they don't have anything to compare it to. I don't think they've ever lived in an authoritarian or draconian society. And what's interesting about it is a lot of the nets that they want to create in order to, like, you know, jam up liberals and progressives in bad behavior is going to catch them too. And so they're effectively arguing for a draconian, authoritarian, dystopian, you know, state that they themselves will be wrapped in because they won't be able to limit it the way that they want it to. And they don't understand, like, the contradiction within that philosophy is as soon as you give somebody the mandate to police everybody's behavior, you're almost begging for them to invent a behavior that you're guilty of for them to police. That's why I like liberalism. That's why I like liberty. That's why I like maximal freedom, is because as long as you're paying your taxes, working your job, and not harassing other people, you're pretty much free to do what you want in the United States. How many countries are we making pay now? Yeah, we are. You're still paying for it one way or the other. That's the other thing that I wish I could argue to fiscal conservatives. Just as an example, in the state of Florida, which is a very social Darwinian state, we pay for the antipsychotic medications of homeless people. We pay for that every single month. The reason why we pay for that is because if we don't pay for their antipsychotic medication, they end up in the emergency room or they end up in jail or prison. And so it's infinitely less expensive to pay for their antipsychotic meds than it is to pay for their ER stays or their incarceration. And so that's where fiscal conservatives totally lose me, where they would rather save a dime in order to spend $1 because it's not their dollar. Sacred Snow says, Russian shill claims to love the founding fathers. Well, Tim, they had some interesting views on treason. Listen, according to Tim, he did not know that the millions of dollars that he was getting on an annual basis was related to the state of Russia. Short answer, they aren't getting laid and want women back in the kitchen, Christian Blaris. If you're talking about Christian nationalists, absolutely. Possum Nation said, effing Destiny would be a great fighter. It's too bad Pisco by himself in here because Destiny can't keep it in his pants. I mean, you're not wrong. Ironside says the misconception with Christian nationalists is that they want Christian values in government where they really want government to be run like their church. Yeah, and that's the other thing about Christian nationalists too. This is what I would argue with them. They see degeneracy and debauchery and hypocrisy in their churches all the time, and they call it out, and they're like, well, when we're in power, we're not going to do any of that stuff. But if you look at Nick Fuentes himself, I don't know if he's been credibly accused, but he's been accused of being homosexual, having a closeted homosexual relationship, of, you know, having a homosexual relationship with Capoe Cami, of taking money from the federal government, of, you know, being a plant in order to snitch. He denies all this stuff, but we don't really know what's true or not true. And then there are groypers. There was that, like, Hispanic gentleman that was working as a part of the groypers, who was a part of Stop the Steal, who was like grooming teenage boys who were a part of the groypers. It's like, dude, that's exactly what it's going to be. And then his best friend Aiden also backstabbed him because he was such an a-hole. Like, dude, that's what it's going to be. You're not going to suddenly seize power and then everything's going to be perfect. That's not how the world works. Gray Jedi says MS-13 is nowhere near where Tim lives. I mean, I don't know where he bought his alleged property, so let's just say I didn't see a lot of Hispanics in West Virginia. Could be wrong. Maybe he has a different property someplace else, but I didn't see that many Hispanics out there. Chase says, my friend was attacked by a homeless guy who was having a psychotic break. It's important to make sure they get their meds. Yeah. And it's cheaper. It's cheaper. Okay. Substantively, by like 99%, it's cheaper. K Soko says, if one thing when the neighbor dog poops in the yard, all good. But when the homeless start pooping in your yard, it's time to help the homeless. Well, yeah, even then, I don't care if that person ultimately ends up incarcerated for public indecency. However, if he's going to keep doing it weekly, then eventually you need to invest in that person's well-being so it doesn't inconvenience your neighborhood. It's frustrating. Well, everybody's getting upset that Tim is in West Virginia and claiming MS-13 has taken over a property near him. You know, maybe he bought something, you know, closer to DC. I have no idea. Or a litter box. At least a litter box. We need a community litter box, okay?
The best government we've seen. But
love another man gay.
Now here's the issue. Here's the issue. They certainly did recognize emergency powers. They certainly did recognize when the executive would need to take actions that were considered probably extreme. We have seen instances throughout history. The challenge I see now is, determining when we are facing an existential crisis and whether or not we're going to be like the Catalonians sitting on our hands like anarchists being like, well, we're being wiped the fuck out by invaders, but let's not do anything because we have a process to deal with. Or if we're going to step to attention and say, I understand the moral qualms with this process, how things are being handled, but holy shit, how do we deal with narco gangs, cartels, etc., when they're actively killing people, they're invading our homes? And so the question is, at what point do these platitudes of democratic society, and I don't mean I want this to happen, my question is legitimately, at what points do we have to say, holy shit, the system failed because we have been invaded?
Okay. Well, Alex, I'm going to answer his question, then you can start. Okay. So the answer is that the Constitution provides that flexibility, right? Like the due process that we're actually talking about here in all this context isn't really constitutional. It's statutory. The withholding of removal is a grant by statute. The Convention of Torture comes from a treaty, but it ultimately is implemented by statute. Congress can change the law and change what due process is entitled to. And if
So this is where I get pissed off, because we cite history, but we never actually look at it, which pisses me off. So here's a homicide chart from like 1800. Okay. And what this one's from 1900. So what you'll notice is that it spikes up before World War II, which I would say this is probably the Prohibition era. And we would expect homicide to spike up during this area because of, criminality related to immigration, alcohol prohibition, all that kind of stuff, right? So that it seems like the standard rate of homicide prior to modern technology was in the, around 10 per 100,000. That's where the United States was, right? Then in 1940, something called World War II happens, and our homicide rate plummets. Then there's a temp spike when veterans get home, and then it stabilizes again. And it's probably because 85% of the population doesn't like violence, right? Then what we have is a spike related to a new wave of immigration, which is related to the 1965 liberalization of immigration from the Americas. And then we have the era of, and this is the drug war as well. And then we have the era of mass incarceration, where effectively what we do is we say, well, that's enough of that. If you deal drugs or commit homicide, you're going to jail or prison. And so we actually cut homicides back down to the post-war period of 1960 through modern technology, CSI technology, modern, health technology, and through incarceration. And so we're here, and we're pretending that we're up here. Tim's rhetoric matches the peaks of the war on drugs or the peaks of 1920s prohibition, and yet we are pretty close to the post-war area of peace. And so what I want you guys to recognize is that this is largely baloney. What's happened is we have cell phone cameras that allow us to see every homicide that's done inside the United States almost at all times, to the point that you can just watch, murders and sexual assaults on your telephone all day long if you want to. But the reality is completely separate from what Tim is saying. We are in a peaceful time. And what's actually happening is Tim is arguing we need to be even more draconian. We need to go even crazier, which, by the way, if he kicks off a civil war, what do you think the homicide rates look like during a civil war? Because I'll tell you, they're not 5 per 100,000. They will absolutely spike insane. So Tim Pool needs to stop watching cell phone videos of people getting beaten up and shot and stabbed and killed, and he needs to look at statistics. Oh, Voided Parrot says, Tim has abandoned trying to defend the admin's actions and is justifying it. Yep. Commander Haircut says, these people are why I'm fully on board with the idea that decadence is why the U.S. is the way that it is. Yes, if you mean that people have it so good they don't even realize how good they have it. I sympathize with that statement. K. Soko says, gluttony is our downfall, our want for us and only us. Agreed. Pretty sure we weren't recording crime rates within the black community before the 1960s as police didn't police those communities. Yeah, so homicide could have been substantively larger. K. Sogo says, Tim would not fight in a civil war. He's a wuss. Well, Tim has a healthy chunk of veterans and DOD personnel who live on his compound. And so I think that he would effectively just chill on his compound and wait for everything to blow over while still running a nightly show. I would add that part of Russia's invasion of our social media is pushing brutal and disturbing violent videos to people like Tim Pool. Yeah, I agree with you that I don't know if it's Russia. I don't know if it's China. I don't know if it's Qatar. I don't know if it's Oman. But I do think, and also it's probably people who are black-pilled. They're addicted to depression. They're addicted to violence and adrenaline. They're addicted to anxiety. And so what they do, because watching homicides and watching assaults can be so engaging, they become addicted to the content and they proliferate it. And because we have freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, social media platforms allow it to happen, which I'm not saying they don't need to allow it, but we need to be aware of it, right? If you jump onto those channels that just watch black people beating people up all day, you can convince yourself that we are living in the most dystopian nightmare that has ever been unleashed on civilization. But when you look at statistics, it's just not borne out. It's just because you can see it. It's not because it wasn't happening before. Chase says, yep, it becomes your reality, and then your reality needs to change to match it. Yep. Ironside says, whatever happened to just watching a world star hip hop video and going to touch some grass? I mean, that's what we need, unironically. Unironically. Yeah.
There is like, and so
sorry, real
Get
quick,
off your ass and
real
pass a
quick
law.
to interject.
Yeah.
I hear this a lot, but it is not getting to the core. We know Congress doesn't fucking work.
Why do we know that Congress doesn't work, Tim?
We know that we have a two-seat
Too
majority.
bad. We have a republic, not a dictatorship.
And I'm not
Yep.
advocating for one. I'm telling you that at a certain point, people start shooting motherfuckers because.
And if you look at the homicide rate, they are committing half as many homicides as they were 20 or 30 years ago.
When the people who live in Maryland,
Actually, 35 years ago now.
they're like, MS-13 has shot a child in my neighborhood. They're not going to wait.
That's not what they're voting for. They voted for Van Hollen. They voted for.
They
voted for Van Hollen. They voted for Van Hollen.
You are misunderstanding.
Dude,
my
the
point.
Dreamers voted for Van Hollen. Okay?
Yeah. So you want rule by minority. You guys want rule by minority government. I mean, that's crazy.
Let's pause. I am not prescribing anything. I am describing something.
Nah, Tim, I'm going to disagree here. When your descriptions logically lead up to authoritarianism, you're not being descriptive anymore. Okay? You're not. You know what you're doing. At least I think he knows what he's doing, which is you are describing a state of affairs that justifies the way that Trump conducts himself. You are logically leading people up to the point that Trump's actions are justified. And then you back off at the last second to say, I'm not endorsing anything. But let's be real, you are.
Right now, Congress cannot answer these questions for anybody, nor are the courts, nor is the executive branch.
What questions need to be answered, Tim, specifically? Deportation, we're deporting hundreds of thousands of people per year. Homicide, we have jails and prisons that are full of rapists and murderers. When it comes to normal criminality, again, we're looking at like a 40-year low. So what giant societal issue are we not answering? When it comes to drug trafficking, obviously fentanyl is a huge problem that's killed hundreds of thousands of people. But here's my argument to you, chat. Don't do fent. Don't do illicit drugs. If you're going to do any drugs at all, drink alcohol, smoke tobacco, smoke weed from your local dispensary like a normal person. And by the way, you probably shouldn't even do that. Alcohol destroys your liver. Tobacco destroys your lungs. Marijuana destroys your lungs, and it can give you like a schizophrenic, psychotic episode. So realistically, you shouldn't do any of those drugs. But if you want to do drugs, go do those drugs. When it comes to cocaine, you don't know what it's laced with. When it comes to heroin, you don't know what it's laced with. When it comes to fent, you don't know whether or not it's going to kill you. So don't do any of that crap. Okay? Just don't do drugs. Nancy Reagan / Connor.
You've got people split massively across this country, near 50-50, ready to tear each other's heads off. And the idea that Congress will change something is a pipe dream.
Well, I'm
not saying I want something, but I don't know
What do you want them to change, Tim?
what's going to happen. I'm saying what happens.
I mean, this is the reason. I mean, we might actually have a different interesting debate about the Alien Enemies Act at this point, right? Because this is where I would come back and say what Trump is doing, the Alien Enemies Act, is right and just. The courts are overreaching. And so, like, Trump should continue.
But ignore the courts.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, like, the ignoring and defying the courts is something that's
So
been
if the
done
Supreme Court
historically.
says you can't do this Alien Amendment Act invocation
Disavow, Razzle Smasher. Disavow.
is invalid, you would say, Trump, you should disobey that.
Depends on how depends on the reasoning of the Supreme Court.
If they say the president, we don't get to change your facts, just like with the Texas. I don't know if you read the.
I read that Texas opinion.
so-
If they use that logic, I actually think that should be defied. I don't think that the Supreme Court should have the authority to determine what a war is. I think that's such an obvious encroachment on our.
So the answer is Trump should defy the Supreme Court. If they,
on that
should.
question, yeah.
He should. I am at the point where when Democrats called for packing the Supreme Court, I agreed with them. When Democrats arrested lawyers, I agreed with them.
bullshit. What bullshit? You agreed with the Dems back in the court. Show me that.
No.
Show me that clip.
Whoa.
Show me that clip. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When the Democrats said we have 13, 13 federal, what are they called? Districts? They're not districts, right?
There's federal circuits.
There's circuits.
12 in federal circuit.
And there's only 9 justices. They said we need to add 4 more. I said, fuck yeah, we do when Trump wins, baby.
Oh, but that's not what you said. That's not what you
Okay,
said.
all right,
That's not what you
indoctrinate,
meant.
guys.
That's my point.
Indoctrinate. Before you go, how did George Floyd die? Will you tell him?
George Floyd. Oh my God, this is awkward,
I
bro.
know, because you're an African American. How did he die?
This is awkward also because
How did he die?
he overdosed.
Hey, no, he didn't. No.
Listen, wait.
So to be clear, no, I want to address this.
Let me just say this. It's awkward because I stand here also known as the only Black woman watching Tim Cast.
Yeah.
Wait a second. No.
I'm going to tell you something, okay? This guy was a fucking menace to society.
So when you overdose on opioids, do you struggle for life like this?
Have you ever
You
seen a
can do
tweet?
both.
Have you ever been to Baltimore?
So to be clear,
You never seen a tweaker? Where do you live?
Guys, wait. He had meth in his system too.
So
Ooh, now we're litigating the drugs, which, by the way, yeah, like a fent overdose. Correct me if I'm wrong. Fent is like a stronger distillation of opiates, so it should be knocking you out. However, I've talked to people who have done uppers and opioids at the same time to keep them awake so they could enjoy the opioids. So Tim might have tripped on his toes and made a solid point.
So I encourage you. I encourage you to listen to the testimony of Dr. Tobin, who was the pulmonary cardiologist in that case. He was incredibly convincing, and it was the agonal breaths. And when you die of a dose like that, it's like you're falling into a sleep. It's not like you're struggling for your life like he was. Yeah.
I just want to say, Derek Chauvin showed up after Floyd was already on the ground and engaged in a hold that he was trained to by the Minneapolis Police Department.
Wrong.
And the defense, the prosecution actually argued on the continuum of force, he was entitled to use more force than he used.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
I watched the whole trial.
I
watched the whole. So to be clear, were they justified if they wanted to shoot him in the head?
No.
Why not? So would you say that?
Wrong. They're wrong.
Delusional guys, I know.
What the kneeling on the neck, neck area?
Yeah. Okay. So after George Floyd stops struggling for his life because he's dead, is the application of force still justified after he's literally devoid of life?
Yes.
So when he's no longer, he could have. You're saying it was justified to use that hold indefinitely. Is that right?
And this is just fundamentally incorrect, by the way. George Floyd was in handcuffs on the ground and held in that position. And they were, if you watch the pulmonologist testimony, we watched it before on stream. Effectively, what he's saying is that every single thing that George Floyd was doing was struggling for air and indicative of a medical emergency. And the cops ignored that and continued to sit on him afterwards. You are not taught as a law enforcement officer. Speaking as a former law enforcement officer, I was trained on positional asphyxia. You are not trained to sit on someone while they're having a medical emergency. That's not true at all. And here's the thing. They had 4 officers on scene. If he was saying, officer, I can't breathe, which I'm pretty sure we heard like dozens of times. Officer, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. You know what you can do? You can hold him by the elbow because he's already handcuffed, and you can put him against the wall and you can talk to him. You can actually have a conversation. I don't know, treat him like a human being, which I'm pretty sure that Tim would argue for in any other circumstance. He just doesn't like Lauren Southern and him, because I've talked about this with Lauren Southern. They are convinced that what happened was a drug overdose that looked aesthetically wrong. And so the state, in order to appease the masses, convicted an innocent cop of suffocating a man to death. And it was a sacrificial attempt by the justice system in order to save the city from getting burned down to the ground. That's what Tim, and I've talked with this with Lauren Southern, I've talked with her about it. What actually happened was a cop was incompetent, treated a man poorly, put him in a position that caused positional asphyxia, and then suffocated the man to death over the course of like 10 minutes, 13 minutes. That's what actually happened. What could have happened if the cops were, I wouldn't say murdered, I would say negligent homicide. What could have happened if you were empathetic and you believe that George Floyd, even if he was a piece of shit criminal, he still deserves to be treated like a human being. Then what you could do is, in the same situation, you could have stood George Floyd up, walked him over to the sidewalk, put him against the wall while holding his elbow, have another gentleman hold his elbow, and then talk to him like a human being and say, hey, man, I understand you can't breathe. Just in, out, do box breathing, do 4 seconds in, hold, 4 seconds out, hold, and just do that over and over again. And if he has an emergency and dies, guess what? You're not going to jail or prison because you treated him like a decent human being. And so what Tim's effectively arguing for is cruelty and police brutality in the name of saving Derek Chauvin from the overreach of the state. I think he's fundamentally incorrect. I think if you watch the pulmonologist, he's absolutely incorrect. I think that cops can and should be better. I don't think it's murder. I don't think Derek Chauvin woke up and went to work that day and was like, I'm going to kill a black guy for fun today. I don't think that's what happened. But I do think that he was negligent. And I think that what he did was effectively contempt of cop. There was a nurse and there were bystanders that were arguing like, hey, he's having a medical emergency. Please stop, get him up, all that kind of stuff. And he was like, you're a citizen and you don't get to tell me what to do. And so he killed a man through contempt of cop. So anyways, Lauren, oh, Steven, you have a beautiful mind, Southern. Well, yeah, I would, except for the sex and the drugs, I think Steven has a great mind, He's intelligent. Why can't we just be normal anymore? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why we can't be normal. I think it's because of sociopaths on the internet. Chase says, I think Tim's goal is an authoritarian government, so he will say and do anything to make that happen. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how Machiavellian people are. We've been talking about the woke right. He's been fighting the woke right accusations really aggressively. But if you look at what Jordan Peterson said, he said that in amongst alternative media, the people who dominate the scene, there are grifters who are Machiavellian, meaning they don't say what's true. They just say what they want in order to achieve a desired goal. That they're psychotic, meaning that they do not empathize with other people. They're sadistic, so they enjoy the pain that they inflict on others. And there was one more. It's the dark triad and the dark tetrad, which is funny because that's what Destiny was accused of. But Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay have argued that alternative media is filled narcissism, so self-worship. It's filled with people who don't say the truth. They say what they think their audience wants to hear in order to achieve a result. They're narcissistic, so they're self-obsessed. They're psychopathic, meaning that they don't have empathy for others. And then the tetrad, the fourth thing is sadism. So they enjoy the pain that they inflict on others. So that's that. And Tim is like, no, you're just trying to attack all of conservatives. And I think James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson have been like, nah, but it's kind of weird that you're aggressively objecting. So Chase said, I would be having an existential crisis if I found out all my money was coming from Russia because my rhetoric just so happened to align so well. Well, you think that would phase you, right? If your speech, your free speech was worth $800,000 a year to the Russian government, you should probably start asking why your speech is that valuable. Razzle Smasher says, what do you think about Trump trying to kill Big Bird? I knew he'd be horrible, but I admit I didn't have that on my bingo card. He tried to kill Big Bird? Do you mean by defunding PBS or something else? Christian Blair says, I don't think Tim cares. He's grifting, looking for his bag, and he doesn't give an F about the consequences. But here's the thing. Tim already has his bag. Tim has enough money that he could retire. Tim has enough money that he could sell his compound, buy a mansion, put all his money into retirement, and do whatever he wants to do. I think he likes the show. I think he likes being relevant. I think he likes being an alternative media power broker. So I don't agree that he doesn't care. I think he cares quite a lot. The question is, what does he genuinely care about? Well, I wouldn't go that deep with psychoanalyzing. I just think it's impossible that these rhetorical points are accidentally so fascistic. Well, that's where I don't agree that he's only being descriptive. Somebody said he's not being descriptive, he's being suggestive. 100% he's being suggestive. He's saying the Trump authoritarian moves are justified because this is the level of anarchy and anarchic shithole that we're in right now. So he's doing the descriptive heavy lifting for why MAGA is correct. Sapien Green says, I don't see any situation where narcissists wouldn't be attracted to social media like flies to poop. Yeah. Chase says, right. What I'm saying that makes the Russians want to give me that much money, if that question never happened, he doesn't care. Maybe. Void Parrot says, that was an excerpt from the insanely corny love confession leaks of Firstashiny and Lauren. It lives rent-free in my brain. Okay. Listen, unfortunately, I've had plenty of conversations with Lauren, and she's not a grifter. She's a believer. That's why she gets in so much trouble. She gets in so much trouble because she believes all the crazy shit she says. So she will say the crazy shit she says without reservation because she has worked herself into that perspective. So narcissism plus money? Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously, that's partially what's motivating me. I have an opinion. I want the world to know my opinion, and I want to make money for offering my opinions. Now, I happen to think that I'm correct as well, and I also think that I'm trying to tell the truth as maximally as possible. So, K Soko says, Tim's definitely a showman like Alex Jones. Maybe. But then where's the differentiation between what Alex Jones believes and what is show, right? Even he probably has difficulty articulating that. Anyways, let's continue.
I certainly didn't say indefinitely.
I'm asking you the question. Would they be justified to use the hold indefinitely?
Let me say this. I certainly never said indefinitely.
I'm asking.
But let me just stress, we're talking about kneeling on somebody after the fact. You didn't know what was going on. You showed up after the fact. And I will say this. There's, of course, degrees on a continuum abuse of force. Chauvin showed up. He was already on the ground. He applied a hold that he was trained to do. I would argue it is fair to get him on some kind of negligent charge.
Oh, so he did do a crime.
All right, next.
He just said it. He just said you should get him on a negligent charge.
What I love about this guy is that he will take any morsel he can get and turn it into.
Wait, you just said, right?
But you know this. Hey, since you are an attorney, you know that he has what is called qualified immunity. So
that's for civil matters. That's for civil. It's not for criminal. That's for damages cases and civil cases.
Why did the guy who simply held back the crowd go to prison?
You don't have qualified immunity as a cop?
Qualified immunity applies to civil damages cases, not to criminal matters.
Why did the man who was simply holding back the crowd go to prison?
Wait, no, answer my question. Don't weasel out of it, all right? Don't weasel out of it. You just you agree, first of all, you agree that you should have charged Chauvin with the crime. You just said it, right?
Oh, that question is pussy shit.
Wait.
That question is pussy shit.
Yeah.
Bro,
all right, guys, we need to bring somebody new up.
All right, that was funny. I think they're having fun. Tim's animated. He might be like a little pissed, but I've done this to Pisco. Pisco says, oh, you're being a wussy, or, oh, you're being Weasley. And it's like, no, I will own whatever I say. Pisco will randomly accuse me of being like Weasley or evasive, and I'm not at all. I try to answer as directly as possible. And so Tim is recalling from earlier in the debate. And I do think that's them bantering. This is the love-hate relationship that I also have with Pisco. Tim Pool and Pisco are enjoying a love-hate relationship. Big in Gaming says, happy Amaranth and husband annual fight day so that her fans send her more money day. Yeah. Yep. Although they were live for like 20 hours. I would never fake a fight with my wife for 20 hours when I'm already a multimillionaire. So I think their schizophrenia and fights are real. Unfortunately. Sapien Green says, Tim Pool can be smart when he's actually prepared and not just spouting propaganda. Well, that's what I noticed in our first conversation. So in the second conversation, I said that I feel like there were some conversational lulls where Tim started being hyperbolic in order to get the chat more engaged. And so I do think that was a level of showmanship. But in the first conversation, he was actively engaging and steel manning me maybe even straw manning Fabian Liberty a little bit. And he was also playing devil's advocate with both of our arguments. So I actually felt like he did, I don't know, a good job as a host. Yeah. Is the Tim Walton Israeli story true? If you mean, I don't know if you're saying Tim Waltz or if you're just saying Tim and Israel story. He did meet with Bibi Netanyahu at a private meeting. So I don't know what you're asking, what is true, but I do think that's true. The real reason Tim doesn't want to Destiny on is because he's overly hostile and won't play the taking games like Pisco will. Not anymore. Maybe. Steven is a dog with a bone. He will not give, if you mess something up, Steven will not give you a chance to breathe. He will press you until you admit that you're wrong. And he will only move on when he's literally dogged you for 15 minutes on a position that you were wrong on.
All right, we got to indoctrinate. Get your ass off the stage.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. That guy, the guy in the beanie come up that's been going crazy.
We're enjoying ourselves.
Come on down.
We fist bump.
Yeah, you, come on down. Hurry up, dude. You got 1 minute.
What up?
Guys, we only have a certain amount of time left, so we need to get this show on the road so we can get as many people up here to debate. So go ahead. You got 1 minute.
So I don't understand, like, why you're arguing to people in a community that they should bring criminals back into it. Like, you argue things that you don't possess, like a moral dimension. Like, you don't give a fuck about America.
Let's write this down. Why are you arguing to bring criminals back into the community? This guy's like a talking points machine. You don't have a moral center. That's amazing. That's an amazing opener.
You're on the side that kills children, 50 million babies in the last 50 fucking years, 325,000 children fucking sex trafficked, fucking 50,000 little girls had their because of the way your party fucking votes. You're leading us to a path that only leads in violence, and I want to know fucking why.
Yeah, so
oh my God. The guy, like, he's experiencing adrenaline because he's in front of other people, but he also seems like kind of schizophrenic. Yeah, he does seem like that's Tim Pool's #1 super chatter.
Get down.
in the industry, we call that a gish gallop. So you just raise a bunch of different issues that are not topical: abortion, trans issues, and basically, like, you're doing anything, right? And I can tell to distract from the issue at hand, which is this just, and should it be brought back?
Wait.
Dude, this guy's like tweaking. So why are you arguing to bring criminals back into the community? That's almost topical. You don't have a moral center. That's an ad hominem. You kill babies. That's about abortion. 325,000 people sex traffic. That could be related to the border. So I'll move that because I feel like those two arguments are almost related. I feel like the ad hominem is not related. I feel like killing babies is also not related, but they might just use that as like a moral argumentation for why Pisco and the Democrats are morally bankrupt.
Point of order. Gish gallop does not apply when we actually tell him he gets 1 minute unfettered to make.
Yeah, to whatever.
Well, it can still. Wait, you can still get your minute.
He doesn't understand.
You still get your minute, but I'm just telling you, you're all over the place. All right, so try to stay focused. The issue isn't so.
Tim liked that. Look at Tim. So this is the kind of schizophrenia that Tim knows is going to get him a look. Look at this. Look at love. Tim's in love with Pisco. I'm going to mute this. You guys need to look. Look at your screens, okay? Look at the loving way that Tim looks at Pisco. And it's because Pisco is going to say, he's being condescending, but he's saying, like, you know, listen, you're all over the place. You need to focus. Look at the way that Tim looks at Pisco when he says that. Look at this face. Dude, this is how my wife would be. Listen, I'm not accusing Tim Pool of being homosexual for Pisco. I'm saying that he knows that this segment is going to be fire and turned into clips, and the clip is going to get hundreds of thousands of views and make him tens of thousands of dollars. Okay. So no, I do not think Tim Pool is homosexual for Pisco. I think he appreciates Pisco's ability to be a liberal heel on his show. All right.
Abdel Garcia has the right to a presumption of innocence of the people who are accusing him of crimes. Yes or no?
Why are you continuing
Will you
to
answer the
argue
question?
positions that will bring society to violence?
So should there be a presumption of innocence? Yes or no?
For an illegal alien? No, he's
Okay.
not fucking innocent.
So-
He's here illegally.
Why-
Deport him. Why do you want American citizens to pay more fucking money to bring him back to deport him again? That's fucking retarded.
Should U.S. murderers?
I'm not going to do that much commentary, but I will pause so I can enjoy this maximally.
Get trials?
United citizens do. You like
should
if
they?
you're an illegal alien, you
Bro.
fucking don't. The due process
down.
is:
Hey,
are you a
hey,
citizen? No.
hey.
Okay, get the fuck out.
Calm the fuck down.
No,
all right?
don't tell him to calm down.
Calm
Let
down.
him get
Yeah, I'll tell him to
jacked
calm
up.
down. I'll tell him to calm down. I'll tell him to calm down.
passion, but we'll turn it.
You look like you're about to
Pump
blow
it up.
fucking gas.
Pump it
You look
up.
like you're gonna
Pump it
blow.
up.
Sounded like an
Don't
8-year-old.
listen to those libtards or that libtard. Don't listen to them.
I grew up with a loud family,
So
so
just-
8 or 7
just
is
to be
my
clear,
regular.
We have a constitution. We should follow it. That's what being American means. We should follow the fucking
then the
constitution.
fucking Biden administration shouldn't have let 20 fucking
Whataboutism?
million illegals in.
Whataboutism? What about?
Wait.
So should we follow the Constitution or not, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if the Constitution, so he just said we should follow the Constitution. If the Constitution says that these people do get due process rights, should we follow that?
So the Constitution.
Yes or no?
I love Pisco, bro. Listen, he's so annoying to argue with, but he's sending him down a rhetorical trap.
No.
So you don't think we should follow the Constitution when you decide?
Yes. How about asking me why on my opinions instead of just fucking assuming like every fucking midwit leftist does?
This is a lot. So he said we should follow the Constitution, and then the next thing I asked him, I said, if it says that these people should get rights under the Constitution, should we follow? He says no. So explain that.
And so let me interject here, because I think I know exactly what you're saying when you brought up Biden letting in 20 million illegal immigrants. As Bill Ackman stated, a country that lets in 20 million people unvetted, but then cannot remove them will lose its democratic values. An untenable. Listen, I want due process for everybody. I want.
Hold on. This doesn't make any sense. All right. So a country that lets in 20 million people unvetted will lose its democratic values. Democracy, root word demos, is a vote of the people. And so, listen, we can principally argue, this is why I'm not a Democrat, by the way, but we can principally argue that those people might come in and change the character of what people vote on and how resources are distributed and how we run the democracy. That can be true. But the only way that you can say that democracy is being thwarted through 20 million people coming into the country is if you don't think that they're people. Right? If you don't think that they should have an opinion through whatever immutable or cultural characteristic that makes them incapable of being Americans. I don't think Central and South Americans are incapable of being American, but I think they need to be integrated into the country and they need to understand and respect the Constitution of the United States, or else they should not be a part of the American project. So this point I don't like. Oh, sorry. K-Soko says, I feel bad Pisco had to argue with him, and they did it just so Pisco for showing up. Lol. Yeah, but this is the show. That it's a Burger King knife fight parking lot. It's a Burger King parking lot knife fight. That's what they want because it's good metrics. I'm sure the metrics for the actual show are probably through the roof. I think we checked it out earlier. It's like breaking 100K, whereas normal culture war shows are between like 30 and 70. We could take a look at it in a minute. Hats off to Pisco for staying so calm, though. Yeah, dude, I would be schizo and probably with the schizo. Kingslayer Damocles says, that's actually hilarious at Pisco. He lauds gun control because he disagrees with the court. He would make what he would argue is a constitutionally valid argument for how to change the Second Amendment. Yeah. Razzle Smasher says, America is a melting pot. People got to be willing to melt a little to assimilate. Yes, precisely.
constitutional rights where they apply. I am scared and confused right now because we have an untenable situation with immigration caused by Democrats.
What's untenable about it, Tim? So again, our homicide rate is half of what it was in 1990. A majority of these people are economically productive. A majority of these people support agricultural and construction industries. A majority of these people try to live normal lives. So, you know, what's the untenable part? Allowing them in, I agree, secure the border. But what's the untenable part? Great Jedi says, Valor Media, can you also say people coming here legally or legally assuming that they aren't here to push drugs or kidnap people, is they come here because we have something to offer other places can't? Yes. So we are more likely to change them than them changing us? Yeah, but I think that has to be intentional. We have to integrate people. We can't just have them show up and get voting rights and then the country is going to be the same. You have to, you know, put them through public schools. You have to educate them on the way America works. You have to, you know, educate them on mixed economy capitalism and the Bill of Rights and the Republic as it was established versus the Republic as it is now. So, yeah.
I don't know what to do. So when you come out and say we are now shackled to a system that will
Tim's going off.
Kill our country,
How's it going to kill our country, Tim?
Say I don't know that anyone will accept that.
All we can do is tell the left to stop because you're leading us towards violence. You are leading the country towards violence.
What violence? So what I would ask this guy, he's saying the country towards violence. So I would effectively ask him, I would try to play out the logic of his argumentation where I would say, okay, there's a Hispanic neighborhood up the block. You're talking about violence. If there's too many Hispanics up the block, are you going to grab a gun and start attacking random Hispanic people? And I almost guarantee you his answer is no. What he's going to argue is that MS-13 is committing acts of violence in gangs. And so militias are going to form, and then it'll be gang warfare between random militias and violent criminal gangs because law enforcement isn't going to be able to keep up with it. But that's not borne out by statistics. This guy, I was talking about it earlier. This guy goes onto Twitter and he watches videos of young black men beating people up all day and Hispanic gangbangers getting into gunfights all day. So he thinks that's the entire world.
Fucking stop. Every one of your arguments is wrong and full of every fucking logical fallacy we could think of. Shut the fuck up. Stop arguing for fucking destroying our country.
So the enemy is within. The people who are destroying this country, the people who are destroying this country are the bootlicking shills. The bootlicking shills who just trust the government, Listen, and
fucking Democrats with the Biden administration? You guys didn't criticize a single fucking thing they did.
Guys. No one in this room trusted the government under the Biden administration. You did. One guy did. All right, we're good. So the point is, when you say they're bootlicking shills, it's every 4 years the Democrats say you're a bootlicking shill. Then 4 years later, they're the bootlicking shills.
So just to be clear, the reason why we want to follow the Constitution, even if there are people you don't like, and you can raise a lot of things about people you don't like and why we should break the law to go after them, is we don't trust in the next 4 years, you're not going to get a president AOC. You're not going to get a president, whoever the fucking worst leftist is that you think. And now that you've made a road through the Constitution, you've made a road for your own back, and they're going to come after you, and they're going to, attack your First Amendment rights. You guys all understand this.
We will erode whatever we have to stop you because you've been eroding it for centuries.
So the real enemies are those who would tell you to give up your country, give up the Constitution, don't follow it.
You took our fucking country with the Biden administration.
Yeah.
This is why I brought up the question before to hear Will. Will's like a very straight-laced forward. I'm a lawyer. I'll answer these questions. That's why I wanted to hear what he had to say about it. Here's my view. You guys know me. When I was young, I despised the Bush administration. Obama came in, and before he did, I was like, everyone's telling me it's going to be different. Then boy, that motherfucker killed a lot of people and spied on people. And the National Defense Authorization Act indefinite detention provision. I said, holy shit, fuck these people. Then Trump ran against Hillary, and I said, holy fuck, this country is insane. Trump wins, and for the most part, I'm like, I don't care for this shit. Then the Democrats started losing their fucking minds with DEI and weird fucking shit, and then Trump. In 2020 said, I got no new wars. I'm setting up a timeline for withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'm getting rid of DEI and government contracting. And I said, actually, this is pretty good. But what did they do to the man for those 4 years? They accuse him of being a traitor to this country. Then after this, they start arresting his lawyers. They falsely accuse him of crimes. They claim that a misdemeanor charge, which arguably could be a single count, was 34 felonies. They create a new law in New York so that a woman can say 30 years ago he sexually abused me. I can't prove it. I wore a dress from the future and I had a magic key to open the door. And I'm sitting here watching numerous Trump lawyers get arrested. Now we're in the Trump administration and they're begging me, please, please stick to decorum. Don't arrest lawyers. Don't arrest judges. Like, motherfucker, you did it first. You did this to us. And now we're upset and
to us. Careful use of language there.
saying, what do we do? Welcome to the Civil War you started.
Yeah.
So, listen, my brain is so smooth at this point. I water is like flowing off of it. It's crazy. So he gave a summary of how his political perspectives evolved. I'll tell you mine. So I was raised with the Republican virtues that I already told you guys about. And I made it through Bush. And I thought that like there were excesses of Bush, but I felt like he was trying to do the right thing, even though it resulted in disaster. Right. Then when it came to Obama, I had plenty of reflexive distaste for Obama. And I can bring up things that I criticize him on, like the assassination of Osama bin Laden and him supposedly like crowing like, oh, we were so hardcore. We made the right decision. It's like, yeah, killing the guy who did 9/11 is pretty much a no brainer. Right. So it's not so much that you, Obama, did anything individually that was so amazing that you killed Osama bin Laden. That was just something that the military industrial complex had been working towards for a decade. It just happened under your watch. Then the withdrawal from Iraq, I felt like was disastrous, right? It's not whether or not it should have still happened, but when ISIS came back, we should have been drone striking the shit out of ISIS the second they popped their heads out of the rocks. We should have been saving the Yazidis. I don't know if you guys remember this. There was Yazidi minorities in Iraq who were being chased up a mountain, who were on the verge of being slaughtered. And I think that local forces on the ground broke through to them. I think it ended up being the Kurds who broke through to the Yazidis. But we were watching a slow rolling massacre of Yazidis on a mountaintop in northern Iraq, and we weren't doing anything about it. If I was president of the United States, I would not be able to do that. The second that I'm watching white truck jihadist dickheads slaughtering civilians on a mountaintop and it's preventable, I am pressing the button instantaneously to drop every piece of ordnance within 1,000 miles on top of ISIS's head. So the fact that Obama was briefed on that repeatedly and did nothing about it was repulsive to me. But anyways, looking back at the Obama admin, it was okay. Then we got Trump versus Hillary. I can't vote for Hillary. I am against Hillary and her saying that she was going to bring in 250,000 Syrian refugees while we're undergoing monthly jihadist attacks in the Western world. I was not going to support that, but I also couldn't support Trump. And then Trump has pretty much been as bad as I thought he was going to be. The first 2 years of his administration, I was like, oh, wow, everything seems to be going good. The economy's doing great. This could be working out. Maybe he is playing 4D chess. And then COVID happened. He totally fucked up COVID. Then, Biden happened. Biden was kind of a lame duck. And then now Trump is worse than I could have possibly imagined. So Trump is so bad, in my opinion, that he's fucking up the world economy. He's fucking up the world order. He's fucking up our alliances. And so everything that I ever said about the man, I stand by. So the fact that Tim is willing to watch the world burn and tens of thousands of people die because he's upset that progressives were annoying on the internet, that's crazy to me. Progressives were annoying on the internet. Terms of service were too harsh on the internet. The cultural progressives assumed that they were totally correct while browbeating the rest of the country. That was annoying. It was very annoying, but it wasn't an existential threat to the United States. So now that we're just allowing tens of thousands of people to die through gross negligence because progressives were annoying, I think that's insane. All right, sorry, just checking in with chat real quick. I love how they cried over Harvard DEI, yet all the Nepo babies are okay. Yeah, actually, all of Trump's nepotism dwarfs the Biden nepotism and corruption by leagues. By leagues. Christian Blair says, for the sanity of this country, these Fs need to be politically blacklisted, similar to Alex Jones, and then investigated. Yeah, but that didn't work, did it? Alex Jones is back, and he's, more rich than ever. Obviously, he lost substantive parts of his media empire through defaming members of the Sandy Hook massacre, but he also built up an entire internet parallel structure in which he was able to create a base of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who will support him almost no matter what he does. So I don't know if driving it underground makes it better or worse. Big and Gaming says it wasn't just that. They were crowing that they had defeated Al-Qaeda, and then Libya happened, and they just couldn't be honest with it. Yep. Kingslayer Damocles says, I agree with the point. It's just Dems will be for violating every right just to go after the Second Amendment. Agreed. The reason why I'm not a Democrat, the reason why you'll never see me being like, oh yeah, the Democratic Party and I are in lockstep. We fundamentally disagree on the distribution of power in the Second Amendment, and I fundamentally agree with the civilian right to keep and bear arms. And so there are just tons of Democrats who are obsessed. They believe that we're on the verge of a fascistic coup that will destroy the United States of America, and they still talk about weapons confiscation. I don't know how else to articulate to Democrats that the private right to keep and bear arms is necessary to stave off a fascistic dictatorship. Like if you don't think that Trump could start liquidating minorities in the next half decade and try to seize power by himself. And I'm not saying that's realistic. I'm just saying if you don't think it's a possibility. So if you don't think that Trump could, it's not probable, but it's possible. Trump could suspend the Constitution. He could say that there's no more elections after him. He is president for life. Parts of the military could go along with him, and they could engage in civil war in order to assure his power. And that would morally compel people to rebel. The fact that that seems on the horizon and Democrats are still talking about gun confiscation, it just tells me that they're not serious about the concept of power and violence. Ironside says 2020 was complete effery that turned me off any political politician that stands by Trump between Al-Assad, the Doha Agreement, and COVID effery. It was too much for me. You and I, brother. You and I. We are same. K. Soko says, I've done hiring for 2 companies and never had DEI been the criteria, always the most qualified. Yep. Sapien Green says, well, and even if you go to a corporate job, I had some DEI elements of my corporate job. You know what happened? They had a veterans group. They had a Hispanic group. They had an AAPI group, and they had a gay group, right? And those groups would meet once a month in order to talk about random corporate events. And then they would host like parties for everyone in which they would go through like PowerPoint presentations about being gay or being Asian or being a veteran. It really wasn't this like ultra Marxist indoctrination camp. It really wasn't. It was like, hey, this is the things that sometimes people do it to Asian people, and it's annoying. And here's the way that you can celebrate Asian culture. That's cool. That was it. That was the PowerPoint. It wasn't like gay space communism now. That didn't happen. K. Soko says, I have passed on more qualified applicants to choose someone whose schedule was more available. Sometimes it comes down to fit and not necessarily skill. Sure. Voided Parrot says, people live in circumstances that make it difficult to apply or have their application seen. DEI smooths that. Yeah, dude, like DEI could be cultural Marxist propaganda, but the way corporations co-opt that is they sanitize it. They eliminate all the anti-capitalist bullshit, and they just make it about not talking over black women in the meeting, not talking over women in the meeting, because obviously men like to talk, including me. And they make it about not being racist to Asians. That's what I learned in my 4 years of working in corporate America and being subjected to random DEI presentations. Yeah, they didn't hire Robin DiAngelo to tell you that you're racist. No, they didn't. Yeah. Basically, it's about making life easier for HR. Relatively speaking, yeah. That was my experience anyways. All right, sorry. Let's continue with the content.
All right, guys, give it up. Now, all right, hey, what's your name? Say your name before you go.
I'm Nicholas Steinbrecher, lost and found on Discord. Also representing the Jamcast Discord.
Thank you, Nick. All right, now our next debater, their name is Cash.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to have like the
Cash,
quick
come on.
point.
Did you agree with that unhinged guy?
No, I mean, I don't agree with him, obviously, right? Like,
I think Commander Haircut said it. Commander Haircut just did @void a parrot, so I read your name instead of his. My apologies.
a little more aggressive than I would be. But I think my substantive point would be that, like, much of your argument is like we really need to not open Pandora's box, and I would just say I think Pandora's box has been opened pretty darn
Okay, we can talk about
widely, you know. So,
All right, Cash, you got the mic. The floor is yours.
All right, guys, I'm warning everyone here. I am a libtard. I think I'm one of the only ones in the room.
oh my gosh, somebody gonna argue with me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Pisco, for
He
inviting me.
needs a
here.
break. Of course. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Grab the mic and hold it up so we can hear you.
So I'm an American exceptionalist. I love this country. I love this Constitution. I think Pisco brought up this point. I mean, I can read out like the amendment that says that people have the rights to due process, regardless if you are a illegal or a citizen. I think that just needs to be cleared up first. That Pisco is the pro-Constitution person here. Every single person, I heard them screaming in the room saying, illegal immigrants don't get due process. That is against the Constitution, just to clarify that first. Second of all, I also think it's important to acknowledge that I trust the U.S. government more so with processing someone that we'd all agree is probably a bad guy, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, than some random, prison in El Salvador. I think we have a good justice system, as many of you guys might disagree. It's crazy to me that you guys disagree with the 6 Republican Supreme Court justices that said that we need to facilitate his return. Rule of law is very important in this country. And I don't know what you guys would be saying. I think Pisco hinted at this. If AOC becomes president and all of a sudden says that the January 6ers are a bigger threat to this country than the illegal immigrants, then deports them with no due process, you guys will all be crying your asses
100%
out.
true. Base.
All right.
Grab the seat.
Dave Rubin did this very annoying thing where he said preserving liberal values is now a conservative position. And he was arguing that within the context of progressives losing their mind and not believing in free speech anymore. But I swear to God, preserving a republic is now a liberal value, which is so repulsive to me. Do you know how repulsive it is to me to say that the torchbearers of American freedom and republicanism are not Republicans? It's liberals. Do you know how painful that is for me to say out loud? I think I'm tearing up a little bit. I think I'm experiencing heartburn, and I'm tearing up a little bit because there are more liberals who believe in the Republic of the United States and the Constitution than there are vocal Republicans. There are quiet Republicans who probably believe this, but they're not saying shit, and it pisses me off.
Brother, let me just respond to that. That already happened.
Bullshit. All those people got trials. Everyone in the Jan 6, and then they all got.
Oh no, is he going to lie about the New York guy? Is he going to lie about the New York guy? Don't lie about the New York guy, Tim. I'm going to have to call you out. Don't lie about the New York guy. Don't lie about the New York guy.
Due process. All of them got due process.
And then these criminal terrorist insurrectionist thugs got let out by the criminal in the Oval Office right now, illegally occupying the office.
I would just like to ask a procedural question to our lawyer friends here. If
wife is saying that I have a hard out at 2:30 just because the boy is sick, but that's okay. That's when I planned on being off anyways. Quick shield time before we wrap up the segment. Like the stream. Appreciate all parasocial love, all of you guys for hanging out with me. The dozens of you who choose to. I see plenty of, familiar faces. Eric Dom, Void of Parrot, Bigging Gaming, Commander Haircut. I think I saw Brooke in here, Celeste Plantagenet earlier. They had stuff to do. Andrew Paris, I've seen you before. Bud123, longtime viewer. JTS, I might have seen before. Ironside, we are brothers in arms. Kingslayer Damocles. So I just want to shout you guys out just because I might have to run in like 20 minutes or so. But basically, be sure to like the stream. That way other people know we're live and they can catch the VOD. Go ahead and comment in the chat. That way it helps engage the algorithm. Comment on the VODs. If you had to leave throughout the day in order to work, do whatever you need to do, then go ahead and check out the VODs for the post-recorded on the Counterpoints channel. And then what I would also say is donate if you're so inclined. Become a YouTube channel member if you can. If the member button is available. And then if it's not available, then super chats are appreciated, but never required. So Pisco was nothing but fire. He did a good job. He did a darn good job. We're not done yet. We're still going to be watching, but I'll say Pisco, for how hostile this audience was, he did a good job.
If evidence is denied to the accused parties, is that due process?
Yeah, it wasn't denied. It would be a violation of due process, but it wasn't actually
That's
denied.
not what I asked.
It wasn't actually denied.
That's not what I asked.
Whether the evidence is admissible, right?
Well, it would depend if it's admissible. It's also it's a whole doctrine on Brady that would apply, and so I would need to know the specific facts. And also, I'm not an expert on Brady.
So
I'm not a criminal lawyer.
what did we have? 44,000 hours of footage not. This
This was a lie, and this was denied on the merits in the courts. So no.
That's not
No.
Yeah, it is. I don't know if he said that's not an argument. It's 100% an argument. If you're going to bore the courts with 44,000 hours worth of video footage that is not relevant to the specific guilt or innocence of your party, you need to specify that evidence 100%, or else a court will throw it out.
Before it will.
Okay, the actual real, like, the best argument about the failure of due process in the J6 cases was the fact that change of venue motions got denied. There's no excuse that any of these trials happened in D.C.
where the crime was committed
in a 97% Democratic
district. Who the fuck cares? You committed the crime in a place. You do the time there. You do the trial there.
Whoa! I thought you cared about.
Hold up. If I commit a crime in Lake County, Florida, I'm going to be charged and convicted and go to jury in Lake County, Florida. So I'm very curious because Will Chamberlain looks super passionate right now. What's going to be his argument?
About fair trials.
Wait. So,
whoa, did that happen?
Whoa.
It's a white guy. You don't want a fair trial anymore, do you?
So doesn't the Constitution specify? Doesn't the Constitution specify that there is a venue provision that when you commit a crime, it shall be tried in the district in which it was committed?
Yeah, but that venue is not defeated by due process and the right to a fair trial.
So there's a presumption. There's a presumption that a jury is able to put aside their bias, their political bias.
Yeah, but that presumption's not absolute. What happens if a black defendant is facing a jury of all white and like the prosecutors excluding?
It's a high burden to get rid of that jury.
I don't know. I mean, well, think about this. You know,
whoa. I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying it's a high burden to show that it's racially, unconstitutional.
I mean, you see, like, if you look at the polling, well, I want to make this point because this is, I think, the key issue, which I think liberals elide all the time. You look at the polling on, like, for example, whether liberal parents would be happy if their child came home with a conservative partner to marry. They're not. And in fact, in general, this number is higher than in a world where, like, than cross-racial. So, I mean, I'm sorry, like, the way that there's polarization in this country between Republicans and Democrats, which is literally demonstrated by this room, and also a lot of, like, the things, intemperate things you said about, like, the people in this room, is demonstrating that there's not a jury of your peers, and the J6ers didn't get fair trials.
Let me ask you another question. Is it due process if the prosecution uses information from after the trial happened to seek a greater sentence on the individual based on speech of the individual?
No, why would it be?
Necessarily?
That is not.
It gets to whether or not you have regret, whether or not you. There are factors of sentencing that you're able to, that the judge has discretion to weigh.
Your speech.
That aren't. Yes. So, for example, I'll give you a case like Martin Shkreli. You guys know Martin Shkreli?
Of course, yes.
Okay. So Shkreli, and this is actually, I think Shkreli can be funny sometimes, but he like talked shit about Hillary Clinton when he had his trial or something, and then the judge sentenced him more. Now you might disagree with that, but it just is the case that judges are allowed a great deal of discretion at sentencing, and that's our system.
Okay, can I introduce kind of a new topic a little bit? Because I feel like we're going to bow down the...
Yeah, you got less than a minute, though.
Well,
Go ahead.
Okay, let's give him time.
We haven't had a liberal yet the entire night.
That's what I'm saying. We'll talk. Hey, Cash, say something.
Gosh. Listen, Alex Stein has taken a lot of flack for being a schizophrenic, but I do think it's funny that he's played a character a substantive amount of the time, and yet he's been the closest thing to a moderator in this conversation. And you can always tell when he's talking smack to somebody, he's doing it in good fun. So I think Alex Stein has absolutely done random schizophrenic stuff. He ruined a Dylan Burns panel that I was on just by being schizophrenic. But, he's been funny and interesting and pushed the content forward today. So I have some praise for Alex Stein this time around.
I think that Pisco hinted at, and I was kind of talking about this in my opening speech, is that what's important to recognize here is that it sets a precedent. These laws set a bad precedent. I think we should also talk about Mahmoud Khalil. I go to Georgetown. There was a guy that was in our grad department that got deported for supporting...
Based.
Palestine, literally just for supporting Palestine. I just want to hear the conservatives here that if AOC gets elected and designates Israel as a terrorist state and starts supporting a bunch of pro-Israel people, I'm Jewish, I'm pro-Israel, I'd be afraid of that. You conservatives have opened the floodgates
100%.
for free speech to be completely violated because Trump is breaking these laws.
I will answer this.
It takes two to tango with these laws.
I will answer your point. If you manage to get AOC to be president, and she, in her bizarre wisdom, not wisdom, right? But if she decides to say, you know what, if we think the IDF is a terrorist organization, you manage to classify it as such, and then you say Israelis who advocated on behalf of the IDF, she would have the authority to do so under our laws. Right? She could deport Israelis.
She has authority to give them due process.
Wait, bro. So I would argue that a large I don't know the exact numbers. But the Trump base is split between anti-interventionist, bye-bye Israel, and pro-Israel. There's a.
I was wondering if they were going to go down this line of argumentation. So I've brought this up before. I am tepidly pro-Israel. And what I mean by that is I think that it has a right to exist and its civilians should not be subject to massacre. However, I am absolutely a critic of the way that they've conducted themselves in Gaza. And I think that they effectively should do Fallujah too. And that was a counterinsurgency operation that isolated the insurgents away from the civilian population, and then it unleashed total warfare on that insurgent population, and it was very methodical. And so that's what I wish Israel had done in Gaza. And then also I think that if you don't rebuild Gaza, you're guaranteeing that this is going to happen in another generation. And I'm pretty much going to look at Israel's conduct in the next, 5 years as to whether or not they actually just want to commit a ethnic displacement against the Gazan population and move them to a new location and then claim Gaza for their own and then build it up and all that kind of crap, which I would view as evil, like absolutely criticizable behavior is the most tepid way that I can put it. However, this line of argumentation, interestingly enough, Will Chamberlain and I are kind of aligned, where if you're a foreigner, you're a guest in this country, you're here to be a student, that's what you're there to do. You're not here to simp for foreign terrorist organizations. So if there is a foreign terrorist organization that is committing heinous acts and you spend your time on campus simping for that terrorist org, then yeah, you can be deported 100%. This is probably one of my more chuddy conservative takes, but I'm aligned with the right wing on this 100%. Alex's interaction with AOC is still unhinged. Oh, I believe it. I've seen Alex Stein be crazy. Christian Blair says AOC wouldn't even be remotely as unhinged as Trump. Why? Because she moderated to the point that progressives, leftists hate her. Based. Commander Haircut says MAGA generally has an unhealthy relationship to AOC. Laugh my ass off. Millions of hate erections. I mean, I agree. AOC of now is not the AOC of 2015 or 2016. 100%. Voida Parrot says the Palestinians just don't want to move on and consistently allow Israel to take advantage of them. Well, listen, I mean, we were just looking at the news segment earlier today, and effectively Israel is arguing that they need to control the dispersed aid for military and political reasons. And I'm perfectly okay with their justification, but that doesn't mean that you let 500,000 people starve in the meantime, right? I think they said that out of 2.2 million people, a quarter of the population is ongoing eating one meal a day and are, suffering potential starvation conditions. Sacred Snow says, I hate Will so much, he'll still sit there and say that he will support AOC blackbagging people till he gets flown to Sukkot. Well, this isn't for citizens. This is for non-citizens. So they'll never be tested. This is the type of stuff that prompts the Josiah scared straight strat. Yeah, which again, I don't think number one, I think it'd be counterproductive. Number two, I think that the Democrats don't have the stones for it. Yeah, that's Hassan's job to support terrorism. True. Kirscher Valera says, I don't trust MAGA in terms of constitutional issues, which is my only issue with deporting certain groups of people. Sure. Mostly lurking today. Had my head down at work. No, Philip Coffee. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. Matter of fact, though, let me hit this. I hear some screaming in the other room, so let's let them wrap up real quick, and then we're going to wrap up.
A lot of people are pro-Israel, but when the argument you make about the conservatives, you're going to find a lot of them are more like conservatarian, being like, yeah, I don't give a shit about Israel.
That's his point. He's trying to.
Yeah. He's not going to disagree. They're going to cheer you on.
No, we're engaging in a hypothetical.
Here's my point. Wait,
you're I guess the fundamental answer is
I'm happy with the Khalil deportation. The guy hates our country. He's a guest. He can go home. Like, sorry, you want to go out there and be like,
I think people that rioted the Capitol hate this country more than someone criticizing foreign policy. All the people on green card that destroyed the Capitol should be deported immediately.
100%.
That is the same. Hating this country. Hating this country. Some of them are not citizens that destroyed the Capitol.
I got a question for Will.
I'm gonna leave it there. And by the way, I agree with this guy. He was saying that if you had a green card and you participated in the January 6th riot, you should be deported. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So anyways, my wife came into the room kind of in a panic, saying that I needed to wrap up exactly at 2:30 because one of my boys is sick and he is throwing up. So we need to go ahead and go take care of that and nip that in the bud. But I do parasocially love the dozens of you who have shown up, hung out, had a good time, etc., engaged in chat. Please remember to like the stream. That way it's good in the algorithm. Please be sure to leave comments on the VODs. That way the VODs do good in the algorithm and give us that sweet, sweet ad revenue. If you are brokies or if your 401k is doing poorly, then just give us that sweet, sweet ad revenue by giving us your eyeballs. And if you are rich and you got endless money and you're like, I don't know what to donate all of my billions of dollars to, then your financial support is never required, but always appreciated. Another good day too, because I actually got to work out a little bit. There's a little pit stain there, but I got to work out a little bit. I did chest and tries today. To describe that for the people at home, I did 3 tricep exercises, 3 sets of 10. I did single-armed tricep extensions. I did tricep kickbacks, and then I did kind of like modified skull crushers, where I brought the weight to the side of my face instead of into my eyes so I could get more range of motion. And then I also did 3 sets of incline bench press so I could work on my upper chest. And that was regular grip, close grip, and wide grip in order to work the different levels of the pectoral. So if you want to work out at home, you got dumbbells. I encourage you, when you see me working out, then I encourage you to either work out as well or just use that as a reminder to work out. Bud123 says 07, Razzle 07, Voided Parrot 07, K-Soko waving flags. Have a good day, Connor. And chat, see you next time. 07, Phil Coffee 07. I pair socially. Love you guys. I hope you have a great day. Yeah, kid will be fine. It's just probably some random stomach bug. But parasocially love to you and yours. Hope you have a great day. Bye for now.